Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Wilton Mill for live coverage of your Sunday race day for Event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're here at Wilton Mill, one of the long-stay circuits on the British karting calendar for the first appearance of 2026 for both the IAME categories and Honda Cadet. Myself, Andrew Mather, on commentary once again joined this weekend by KO Lynch and a newest member of our team for this weekend, reigning British KZ2 champion and a visit to the podium in the junior X30 race at IWF in 2021, Ollie Stewart. Ollie, welcome to the team, being our driver expert for this weekend. What can you say about this track, Wilton Mill? It's one that everybody always has to bring their A game.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic track. Having raced here myself, I understand it's a very technical track, a lot of overtaking opportunities, and there's a lot of spots that lead themselves into a very good stage, and Spotlight is very similar to a European stage too.
Kale, good conditions so far this week. It's caught some of us out. It almost feels a little bit more European here this weekend. Practice day was very, very warm indeed. We've already seen one round, of course, yesterday, Saturday, for the start of all the X30 and the Honda Cadet seasons. What have you made of it so far here at Wilton Mill?
Well, definitely. I think we were all expecting some rain for all 3 days we've been here so far. Round one, very dry for the drivers. It was hot yesterday. I think a few of them struggled with how physical this circuit is and how hot it was. But yeah, it's been great so far. So,
a lot to talk about here today. We're going to take you through all of the classes. We're going to give you some build-up as well, particularly if you're new to this Wilton Mill circuit. In fact, let's start with that. Let's learn a little bit more about this venue.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the British Kart Championships. I am here for Event 2 with our IAME and Honda Cadet classes here at Wilton Mill Kart Circuit. Let's have a closer look at our venue. I am here with Dan Russ, the circuit manager here at Wilton Mill. Dan, what a beautiful venue it is with some gorgeous weather, but talk us through your role here for Wilton Mill.
Yeah, I've got a general oversight of the venue, so it's making sure that the venue is looking presentable, especially for the big events like this, for the British Kart Championship. It's making sure we've got the grass cut, the curbs painted. So yeah, that's kind of my role. There's a lot more to it, so but yeah, we've got to make sure it's presentable for these guys.
And tell us, it takes a lot of work for you guys behind the scenes to prepare to have a national championship here at Wilton Mill. Can you tell us what some of that consists of?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on track, so it's dealing with the track team, making sure that the track is ready for racing for this weekend. So it's making sure we're filling in some of the, like there might be some holes behind the curbs that we need to fill in, which we've done. Like I said, the painting the curbs, grass cutting, but also getting everybody into the venue and making sure that it's all presentable and ready for racing.
And of course, it's round one here for our IAME and Honda Cadet classes. Double header, is there anything you're particularly excited for?
Yeah, it's just the close racing that brings. With being the British champs, it's the top level racing. So yeah, looking forward to that always.
Good job there, Kale, taking us through everything that you need to know about Wilton Mill here. And I say we've got the 2 sets of heats and the finals coming up for all 5 categories here today. We're going to take a short break. More after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Wilton Mill live coverage of Event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Racing less than an hour away here with 2 sets of heats and, of course, the all-important finals for the second round of the championship campaigns for all of our X30 categories and Honda Cadets. Now, you may be a new viewer. You may be someone who's been wondering for a while, how do you get on the grid for the British Kart Championships? Well, don't fear. This next little feature will tell you all you need to know if you've never karted before of how to be on the grid for a future event.
But what do you need to do when wanting to get involved with the British Kart Championships? I'm going to speak to some of the key people who you'll meet when getting involved.
Motorsport UK have developed the karting pathway to introduce new drivers to the sport. Starting with indoor, drivers learn the basics and can compete in NKA venues. Outdoor arrive and drive next, drivers learn at higher speeds on many of the same circuits as on the BKC calendar. Club level, the first level of owner karting, learn the mechanical side of the sport before competing at the British Kart Championships, the top level for karting in the UK.
I am here with a driver who's a brilliant example of someone who's come through the foundations of the sport. Harry Grant, talk us through your pathway till now for karting.
Well, I think I was at the age of 3 when, I don't know how I remember this, but I saw my dad watching Formula 1 on the TV. And after that, at the age of, I think I was 7, I had my first session in a indoor NKA kart, at a kart circuit indoors, obviously. And then once I had gone from that, I stepped into outdoor karting, which was then at Lyd in a rental kart. So I did a few sessions in that in the small track. I really got used to it, so that means I think I was ready to hop into one of these. So that means then I started racing in club level, all around the country pretty much, like let's say, obviously at Lyd, sometimes around here as well, PFI, Rye House, so I was literally just hopping around the country in one of these. And then we thought, why not give the British Championship a go, which we're obviously at right now. So, and that's how I got here.
We are speaking to Richard Locke, Operations Director here at the British Kart Championships. Can you talk to us a bit about the assessment process when drivers are looking to take that step from club championship levels up to national level karting?
Yeah, we get a lot of drivers come through from having been on holiday, gone and experienced of karting abroad, then come back to the UK and they want to take it a little bit further. So we have the recognised tracks from the National Karting Association. They'll go in there, do some racing there. Once they've spent some time in the indoor tracks, they'll then venture outside. And there's a standard that we put in just to make sure the drivers are safe, they're competent, their own driving standards, as well as with other drivers out on the circuit. So there's an assessment level there, which can involve flags as well as their driving standards. And then once they've achieved that, they can then pursue this and carry on through to national, international levels as well.
I'm here with Louise Brown, Championship Coordinator. Louise, can you talk us through the initial registration process when a driver wants to enter the British Kart Championships?
Yeah, of course. So it's fairly straightforward. Our classes, for the majority of classes, you do need a national grade licence. So we do require experience. Obviously, some of the classes do differ. So first things first, it's always worth reading championship regs. Then we have an initial sign up for the championship registration, which usually opens in plenty of time ahead of the events. And that's if you want to compete in the full championship, score championship points, have the opportunity at the end of the year to come to our award dinner. Then that's the championship registration. We do permit guests. So if you're on the fence and you're not quite sure, then you can, of course, come and do a one-off event with us, give it a try, see how you like it, and then go from there.
I'm here in a privateer awning with Ollie West and his dad, Dave. Dave, talk us through some of the kit.
So this is basically a standard Cadet chassis, 950 axle. They have various makes available, but we are on a KR. The helmet you need is a CMR spec helmet, which is obviously for part of the safety kit we use. We also have rib protectors, neck braces and other parts. Yeah, can I pass that to Ollie? So, thank you. Yeah, our engine is a 60cc 2-stroke water-cooled electric start. We're allowed to change sprockets, axles, various other parts of the kart to improve performance.
Well, thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed getting an insight on how you can get into the sport. But if you want more information, make sure to head over to the Motorsport UK website.
Very much looking forward to seeing more faces on the grid for a future British Kart Championships event and, of course, all the way through the Motorsport UK karting pathway. Ollie, I want to come to you and ask you what your story of getting into karting was like, starting from a young age, working your way up through the ranks and until last year, you know, winning that first British Kart Championship.
Yeah, I was always inspired by my dad. My dad did racing before I did, and he stopped the year that my sister was born. So I actually wasn't really that interested to start with, but then my dad said, right, we'll get a kart out here and you can have a go. So I said, okay, I'll see what I can do. And I enjoyed it. I loved it. but probably I was the slowest driver that anyone's ever seen, and he's told me that many times, so I'm very, very much familiar with that. But yeah, just continue to work hard with my dad and lad very often, and just continually working hard and making improvements throughout the rest of my career. And yeah, we've got to the point where we are now, and I couldn't be more happy.
Absolutely, great story indeed, and again just shows the level of determination and perseverance that you can get in karting and come through to a good level. Right, let's talk about some of our drivers here today. First up for our previews, it's Honda Cadet. Well, after a warm practice session in Honda Cadet, we're here with Shaylin Srikantan. Shaylin, good to see you back once again here in Honda Cadet. For 2026, we're going to actually look a little bit back to the end of 2025. In some regards, the last round was great for you, wasn't it? It was a win in the second final, and then also a second place in the first final. It was your best weekend to date. But tell us a little bit about the story of that weekend, because it was a strange end to the season, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very emotional roller coaster, especially on Sunday. Saturday, I thought points-wise it was okay because Ronnie still had a lot of time. But then we just didn't know that anything was going to happen. So we thought, because Riley had spun off, we thought Ronnie had won the championship already, even if he got top 5, because Riley was so far back. But because I won, unfortunate for him, but I'm happy that I won.
I'd say that the power of hindsight, we in the box knew that changed, sadly, for Ronnie Jones, lost him the Honda Cadet title. But you taking your first British Kart Championships victory the last time we raced here at Wilton Mill. That must have been a really special feeling.
It was. We were happy and sad at the same time because, like, after the interview that we had, I just started crying because I was happy and sad at the same time. I won. Ronnie didn't win the championship, but we're still good friends.
And the team as well is stronger this year. MJR looking to have a bigger roster of drivers. Is that going to give you a lot of confidence to win more races as a team?
Yeah, we have a lot of. We have got teamwork, but we just got to bring it all together and we can hopefully win the whole thing.
It's a bigger category this year. It's good to see Honda Cadet numbers growing once again after a rough couple of years, but I suppose for you it makes the job even harder now, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot more competition and there's 10 more drivers than last year, or even more than that, so it's going to be hard this year.
Well, there's one last little bit of business for 2025 to conduct. You won that round at Wilton Mill. It was a great drive, and so much so that you were our Wera Tools Driver of the Day. So, Cale, coming to receive the trophy. How do you feel?
Very happy. I am very pleased with this, and I will definitely show this to Ronnie.
I'm here with Honda Cadet driver Luca Bikoki. Luca, you were that final seed heading into another year of the British Kart Championships. You're relatively new to this championship. Can you talk us through your last couple of seasons?
So, in 2023, I moved up to Honda. I didn't really do that much MSUK stuff. I mainly focused on club stuff down in Scotland, mainly at my local track, Grampian Kart Club here, hosting the Scottish Championships this year. So, for like anyone else, the Scottish Championships at Grampian Kart Club this year. So, if you want to enter, you can. And then going into 2024, I did a little bit more confidence. I won my first race and in Honda, and then I did the Lark Hall British in 2024. It wasn't the best, but it was a good start to my British campaign. And then in 2025, I did the full championships, including the All Plate, and I finished 10th, and that's how I've got my number 10 seeding, obviously.
Well, that was a really good result for your first full year in the championship. You've not been to this circuit too many times before. What do you make of Wilton Mill?
It's a really good track. This is my 4th time here. I came here for the All Plate, the double header last year, and last weekend I did some testing, which I won the final. So I'm pretty confident going into this track. It's a really good track. I really like it. You can overtake basically anywhere. It's really fun track.
It's definitely setting you up really well for this weekend then. And do you have any good overtaking opportunities you can point out to us?
I don't necessarily have a favourite.
Gonna keep them to yourself?
Yeah, yes. I do like a dive bomb, but I basically overtake anywhere, so yeah.
Well, thank you very much and good luck for the rest of this weekend, Luca.
A boosted 26-strong entry for the first round in Honda Cadet in 2026. Archie Loveridge was on pole position after 2 heats in the morning. Archie Cannon alongside him on the front row. It was a classic Honda Cadet final. Plenty of drivers involved in the battle for the first win of the year, with Archie Cannon and Archie Loveridge leading early on. Luca Bacocchi was quick in the middle part of the race. Sawyer Henderson as well, looking to make it a repeat of the MJR Racing win that capped off the 2025 season. In a classic flurry to the line, 11 drivers could have won the first final of the year, but it was Archie Loveridge with a last corner gasp move that took the win and started off his new campaign in the best possible fashion. The big question, what would Sunday's final behold here at Wilton Mill? Great stuff there from the Honda Cadets. Ollie, I want to come to you first with this one because you've been around in karting paddocks for a while. How good is it to see 26 drivers on a Honda Cadet grid again? Because it's suffered a bit for a few years, but it's back.
Yeah, I raced in Honda Cadets when I was younger, and the grids were huge, but unfortunately, just in the recent years, they've kind of died down a bit, so it's really good to see the class recovering. And it deserves to have a lot of drivers because it's a great class with a lot of great drivers in it too. And
the stories, Cale, for the drivers in our top 3 yesterday, you've got to feel for Archie Loveridge, that's a great way to come back after the events of here 1 year ago, losing the British Kart Championships in this category at this very circuit. He bounces back and sticks it at P1 at the end of final one. That's really good to see.
Absolutely. I do think for Archie that might have healed a bit of the end to his year. I do think it'll set him into a confident year, good start, and obviously he can re-go for what he thought he had last year. A driver who didn't do too well, though, that we expected to see up there was Oliver Vickers. Oliver Vickers is a rookie in this championship, but a driver who we've seen do well in various championships at the start of this year. He's a driver who hasn't had a great round, but that is a good thing about these double headers. He has another round tomorrow. Absolutely. The current leader in the clubby events here could be bouncing back here today. We're going to take another short break. After this, IAME Waterswift Restricted. Welcome back once again to Wilton Mill, Event 2 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Big thanks to all of the championship partners. We couldn't do this without them. Conditions looking good this weekend for some strong racing here at Wilton Mill. Let's talk about IAME Waterswift Restricted. Ollie, cadet categories, what are they all about?
Yeah, when it comes to cadet categories, they're very inexperienced, and it's very impressive to see the maturity that some of these kids have, especially at such a young age. It's very important, especially down the long straight, down the back there, how much they need to work together. 2 engines are stronger than 1, as you said previously, and it's very important. It is indeed. We caught up with some of our IAME Waterswift Restricted drivers earlier in the weekend, and also had a look at some of their final action from yesterday. Here with Ben Schlivar. Ben, welcome back. British Kart Championships for another year. Racing in IAME Waterswift Restricted again this year. What was your favourite part of 2025?
I'll say the final. My favourite race was Bolton because that's when I had my best results. And yeah.
I say it's similar weather this weekend to what we had at Bolton last weekend. What have you been working on before this first race of the year? Who's been helping you get the kart ready?
Darren and and Ollie.
And your engine builder as well?
Yeah.
Say Johnny doing a good job on that one. Wilton Mill, it's a very tricky circuit, isn't it? What do you enjoy about this track?
I'll say the last corner is better because get to fly over the top of the curve.
I say we don't have not many people who say that answer, but no, fair play. It's a change that we've seen here over the last few years. What do you enjoy about karting as well? How did you get involved?
The speed and how fast you go through the corners it's less fun.
Do you reckon you can win this weekend?
Yeah.
Well, best of luck, Ben. We'll keep an eye out. We won't miss you, of course, in that bright green machine, and best of luck for the season.
Thank you.
Arthur Rhodes, welcome to Wilton Mill. Second event for you this year in the British Kart Championships, but first in the IAME Waterswift restricted category. How are you looking forward to this weekend?
Not very sure. Yeah, not sure, really.
Not sure. That's okay. As I say, you're still in the early stages of your time in the British Kart Championships. What's it like racing in these championships for people who've not done it before?
It's very hard because people like be dumb and smart at the same time and just go move. And it's very hard to get past them.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people who are, are very firm on their racecraft and they know how to defend and keep themselves ahead. In terms of this kart as well that you're racing on, the RCE, it's a good kart. It won championships last year. How do you enjoy driving it?
Like any other kart, really. Yeah.
This one's got to be a bit more special, hasn't it?
Yeah.
What is it that makes it a bit more special? Who's been helping you on the kart so far this year?
My mechanic, Jay.
Is Jay a good mechanic?
Yeah.
Is he the best mechanic?
Yeah.
Good stuff. And Wilton Mill is a circuit. Have you raced here much before? Is this one of your favourites?
It's not really my favourite, but I have raced here a lot.
And has it been a good place for you? Have you won races here before, finished in the top 10?
I'm not sure. I don't remember anything.
But you're going to win this weekend, aren't you?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, Arthur, well done. We'll see you out on track later for the first round on Saturday and then the second round in front of the cameras on Sunday. Best of luck.
Thank you.
The first final of the year for IAME Waterswift restricted, the cadet level in the X30 ladder. Hendrix Fallat and Arthur Bowers led the early stages of the first final here at Wilton Mill. Arthur Bowers for the BMR team getting the best start from the front row of the grid. Both of these drivers were new to the championship this year, closely followed by Benjamin Schlivar, the number 6 seed from 2025, and the number 4 seed, Ollie West. Into the middle phases of the race, there were lots of battles in the midfield. Bowers, unfortunately, would have a problem, and Hendrix Fallat would also be under investigation. The latter stages of the races always knew that the number 15 might lose out, would make Benjamin Schlivar the winner of round 1, the first win for the Bosnian driver in the BKC. It's a close competition though. Sunday could be a completely different picture for round 2 here at Wilton Mill. Tasty final there for the IAME Waterswift Restricteds, their first one of the year. But for Benjamin Schlivar, coming into the season as a seeded driver, he had so many close moments last year. I always remember GYG last year where he thought he'd got his first podium, then had just lost it in a photo finish. To get that first maiden win at this level, Ollie, how big a result will that be for Benjamin Schlivar?
I remember my first win. It's so special. You do everything you can to win, and you put so much work in, not only at the track, but just throughout the week, you're prepping the car out. And to get the final win or the first win that you've ever had, it's so special. Especially when you've got such a close relationship with a dad, obviously being a privateer. Very important.
Absolutely. Cale, I want to bring the attentions to Louis Wilson in the number 63, a rookie to this championship, getting on the podium at the first time of asking within this category. Now, this is a driver that we've both seen, on the club scene so far, do very well this season. Wasn't really backing himself that much when we spoke to him earlier on in the weekend, but just proves that the opportunities in this cadet class are there. A great result there, P3.
Well, absolutely. We have to remember for these cadet younger drivers, this is a really physical circuit. It's obviously bumpy in places, and these drivers can get tired. This is a double-header weekend, especially tomorrow. They're going to start feeling it. Their ribs will be sore. They'll be tired. But for drivers like that, especially a rookie coming into the championship, that's impressive. It's a really strong Waterswift restricted grid this year.
It is indeed, and I'm glad you brought up the point of how physical this circuit is, because we took a moment with senior driver Harrison Whitcomb to take an onboard lap around this track. Here in the race centre with Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison, we're going to take a look through a lap of Wilton Mill here. You're going to pause it and tell us a little bit more about the key points around this circuit. Take it away.
So obviously we're starting this lap, need to make sure we're super nice and wide going into this corner, because we have to open up a really big for the left-hander here, make sure we're fully getting over this curb to fully open up the run up to Christmas, because this straight here is the most important straight to get right, because if you're not getting the exit right here, you're not going to go all the way up to Christmas, and it's going to ruin your run all the way up.
We see a lot of overtaking into this part of the circuit. It's one of the most spectacular places in the championship, isn't it, to get your moves done?
Yeah, it's a perfect place. As long as you get your run right, coming up onto the straight, it's going to be a perfect place to overtake someone up at Christmas. So what we're going to do here, we're going to open it up as much as we can, late on the brakes, sliding into the corner, make sure we're getting our lock nice and tight. Late apex, I'd say, probably about middle through the corner, nice and wide, coming onto this next corner. So now we're going to fully mount this curb, flat through here. It's really important to get this right because, yet again, there's another one where the run is massive into Ashby. I need to make sure we're getting this perfectly right. So we're getting over these two curbs, running in nice and wide, and same again here. We're late on the brakes, about where this dirt patch is here, and that's about our braking point.
And in coming downhill as well into Ashby, it's, you know, on the map it looks similar to Christmas because they're both hairpins, but the fact that you're going downhill into this part of the course, it's very easy to push on, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Like you'll see here through this corner, I'm getting on two wheels coming out of here. You can see the front right there lifting up, and then it throws you wide out here, but you've got to use all the runoff, using all the track that we can use within the track limits. And in this next one here, we're opening up again. As you can see, there's a bit of a runoff here that you can use, and all the drivers are using this to advantage. Braking nice and late, nibbling the curb, just a little kiss, and using all the runoff again, nice and wide. So now we're going into the next corner. Yet again, it's another late braking zone, and it's another good opportunity for overtaking. So we need, us as drivers, we need to make sure we are late braking so people behind us can't get a nice overtake up the inside.
Oties as well as we play it through.
Yeah.
This is a point where it gets really tight on exit here. And then this crucial run into the boot. The boot obviously has changed over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I'd say this corner now is probably your last opportunity to make a real overtake, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I mean 100%. In the last few years, you've been able to make an overtake through this corner, up on the right-hand side, but now with the new layout, it's hard to make the overtakes. You've got to get it done early in the boot, because otherwise you're going to miss the opportunity and you're not going to have a chance for the race win. Again, obviously now with the new track layout that came a couple of years ago, you have to get this right. It's essential. And especially with the new flip-flops, people are going to be watching for track limits. You need to get it perfectly right, avoid both of them, and have a nice run onto the main straight.
And then the last corner as well to close out the lap, arguably, is where your next lap starts, isn't it?
100%. Obviously, that will affect your run up to Christmas as well, so you need to make sure you're getting the run right out of that corner, because it all matters.
Absolutely. Harrison, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Showing us around Wilton.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Good stuff there from Harrison Whitcomb. More on Harrison later when we move on to X30 Senior later on in our build-up show. Time ticking on by till our first heat of the day. Remember, you can watch all of the heats here today and the finals free all the way through the season. And of course, if you miss any of the action, you can watch it back on Alpha Live at a later date. IAME Waterswift coming up. We'll be seeing their highlights in a few moments and their interviews, Carol. But this is again a really exciting category for 2026.
Absolutely. This category of drivers, this field of drivers, has been really impressive over the years, but the start of this year in particular on the likes of European circuits has been really impressive. And I think what today showed so far, they're definitely drivers to watch this year.
Indeed. Let's catch up with some of our Waterswift interviewees and highlights from earlier on in the weekend.
I'm here with Chester Fawkes and Ilyas Sami, two drivers who have been deemed to watch this season. You two have helped each other to success in various championships already. Tell us what the dynamic is like.
Yeah, so far this year we've just been pushing together just to get the advantage over everyone. So yeah, it's been going good so far, so hopefully we can continue throughout the season.
Yes, same as me, Chester, and we've been pushing very good as well, and even with Danny Cole, he's been telling us what to do all the way through, and yeah, we've been running races and all of that.
And you're in a fairly new team in the paddock. Your team owner, Danny Curl, is a former world champion. Is he able to pass his knowledge on to the two of you?
Yeah, he's been passing it on really good. Danny helps so much. Like, since I've joined the team, he feels like he's made probably a lot more out of me than before. So yeah, he's been great to be driver coaching me.
Same as well, but Danny Curl is a very good coach, and he's a world champion as well, so he knows very tracks by his brain, and yeah, and he teaches. When I joined the team, he would make so sense, and then I just do it straight away on the track. So yeah.
And can you give us the inside scoop? Is there a game plan between the two of you this weekend?
Yeah, it's been the same throughout the season so far, just try, push it, break away, do the best we can, work together. Sometimes, you're not always going to get the game advantage over everyone else, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's not up to us about the game plans when we push, and we've done that once at French Quarter and didn't really go that well. And then since then, Danny said, let me do the plans, it's not going to work without you two. So yeah.
Albert J. Stubbs, welcome back to Wilton Mill. Good place this for you. It's where you secured the IAME Waterswift restricted title last year. But stepping up into Waterswift this year, how's the transition been so far?
So far it's been a good day. We have a second and a third. So just hopefully we can carry that on throughout the weekend.
What are your best memories from 2025?
Probably Warden, the first round, clean sweeping it or winning both finals. And Kim Bolton also winning on my birthday.
Indeed, but a new class for this year, Waterswift, the challenge for 2026. New for you, but not for this team, a very strong team, Excel Motorsport. How pleased are you to be with them once again?
After last year, I knew I was just going to stay with Excel because obviously they done really well with George last year and Colby, so I thought I'd stay with them, and by the way the day's going, I'm going to stay with them for a long time.
What is the honest aim for this year? There's some very experienced drivers in this category. You've got an extra year of experience over yourself. Where do you reckon you can finish this year?
I'm aiming for at least a top 5 in the championship, but I feel like a win is possible, but top 3 is definitely there.
What's going to be the toughest thing about this weekend as well? It's a little bit warmer than we would have expected here at Wilton Mill.
Yeah, it's warmer than last year, definitely, but it's not too bad.
Good stuff. Well, Albie, best of luck for the weekend. Best of luck for the new season. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
After a high-quality 2025, IAME Waterswift is back with another strong 2026 class of drivers. Round 1's final saw Chester Fawkes from pole position, lead in the early stages, Rich off good form in Franciacorta in a European race earlier on in the spring. Mason Hibbert, Alfie Davidson, Dimi Uzanov and Ilyas Sami likewise have raced well out on the continent so far this season. That top 5 would break away from the rest of the field. Alfie Davidson led in the middle phases of the race, controlling the pace and controlling his task of trying to get another victory in these championships. But not too far behind, the DK Academy drivers were keeping the Fusions honest, and in the end, Ilyas Sami would break through to take his first win in the British Kart Championships, signalling a new charger in this category ready to win in Waterswift. Once again in Waterswift, it's all to play for here on Sunday. IAME Waterswift restricted there. Round 1, already a potential race of the year. I think they could do the same again today when we get into their heats and their finals. Where do we start? I think we'll start at the top. Ilyas Sami, a first win in the British Kart Championships. Not his first win this year. He had a win out in Europe that was very strong. But we talked about it, didn't we, at Warden Lawcale with the intercategories in particular, how hard it is to win one of these British Kart Championships races at this age group. That's a big result for Ilyas Sami and for the team.
For sure. I mean, Ilyas is a driver who we've seen over the years, recent years, in the British Kart Championships really grow into the talent that he is now. Yeah. And obviously we heard from him and his teammate. They've been really impressive in the European Championships, really working together. They've now been deemed a team to look out for this year also. Another driver to note, though, is Evan Owen for XL Motorsport. Not someone who we particularly would have expected to see there at the front, but when it all kicked off on that last lap, he really gained out of that and took advantage, and he ended up with his first podium ever in the British Kart Championship. So that's another driver who clearly is to look out for this year.
Ollie, I'm going to come to you for the Jade Racing team drivers, of course. Dimi Uzanov, P2 yesterday. I really like this kid. He's got a good spirit. He does a lot of racing. You know, him and his dad have been travelling across Europe as well with a number of the other drivers. That's a big result straight away, isn't it, for Dimi?
Yeah, absolutely. I've worked with him. I know what he's capable of. And Jason Dredge has done a great job with working with him too. Yeah. And he's a fantastic talent, really is. And he puts so much work in, him, his father and Jason. So to see a team bond that closely, and yeah, they go through ups and downs as everyone does together, but to get a strong result in the first round is extremely important. Indeed. I just want to flag as well 2 drivers I think to keep an eye on today. 2 drivers that regular viewers will be already familiar with. Alfie Davidson led that race for a good while.
he'll bounce back from this, I'm sure. And Chester Fawkes as well, the E-plate holder, very, very magnanimous when he won a couple of weeks ago at French Quarter. The first thing that he said was to commiserations to his teammate who didn't win that day. So there was the two drivers that I think we could definitely see bouncing back through here today. But more on IAME Waterswift later, of course. We're going to go to a short break. After this, the juniors.
Wera, what a start from the so hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wilton Mill. We're counting down the minutes before the start of action here today for Event 2 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Myself, Andrew Mather, Kale Lynch and Ollie Stewart, ready to talk through X30 Junior. Ollie, I'm going to come to you on this one with your track record back in the day in X30 Junior, but particularly around this place. It's quite elbows out, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it from that race. Everyone is so close. You don't get a single second to breathe. And I think that's what builds a really good driver as well, because the amount of pressure you're under the whole way around the track. One mistake and you've lost maybe 5, even 10 places. So it's very, very important to maintain consistency.
It is indeed. And we've got a number of seeded drivers who have stuck with X30 Junior for this season. So before we get into those highlights from yesterday's final, let's catch up with some of our potential frontrunners for 2026.
I am here with Satmani Kira, Junior X30 driver. Satmani, you have really been turning heads when it comes to the start of your season. What have you been doing during the off-season to help you get to this point?
I've been doing a lot of training and obviously spending time with my family because that's a big important part to my life.
And you're coming into the season as a seeded driver. This is your second year. Do you have any expectation with your team?
I'm hoping to win the championship.
Well, we love to see that, and you've been looking great so far this year. And of course, you are a driver that is backed by some really strong organisations such as Formula One Academy and the Alpine F1 junior driver team. What's it like to be backed by such a strong organisations?
It's a massive privilege and I'm really happy and I hope I can do well this year.
Max Endicott, welcome back to the British Kart Championships paddock. It's been a busy few months for yourself since we saw you last. An IWF win in X30 Junior and then a good win at French Quarter on the European stage a couple of weeks ago. You must be feeling pretty good heading into this new season.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. I mean, I'm up the front, so I'm looking to try and get inside the top 3, hopefully win. So yeah, I'm feeling very confident coming into the races.
And for the team as well, that continuation of good results so far this season, whether it be club level, other series, European level, there's a good vibe in here right now, isn't there?
Yeah, so far BMR have been very well. I mean, they've been on top so far and we've been doing quite well. So yeah, it's a good vibe.
But I guess the next challenge is everyone's going to be looking at your kart, your number plate, knowing, well, there's some results that can come from that 218 this year. Does that add a bit of pressure?
No, it doesn't really have any pressure. I mean, you just got to perform, but there's always been pressure when you come to the track if you're at the front. So it's just kind of the usual.
How have preparations gone for this weekend? Practice gone well?
Practice was all right, but it's just like maybe getting some seat time because, you got to focus when you get to the real event. So, yeah.
And it's a tough circuit, this, isn't it? It's quite physical at times, but there's plenty of opportunities to overtake.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few opportunities to overtake, but the surface is quite abrasive, so it's really bumpy and it's quite difficult. You end up getting a little bit tired whilst you're driving around.
And with elevated temperatures this weekend, I imagine on tyres that's going to be tough as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, you only get one set of tyres from quali to the final, so I imagine that you're going to have to do a little bit of saving on the tyres to have the best shot to win in the final.
Well, I know you'll rise to all of those challenges, Max. Thanks for your time, and we'll see you out there on track.
Yep, thank you.
A Fusion lockout on the front row for the first X30 Junior final of 2026. Aaron Richardson had won here last year and would lead from pole position in the early stages. Satmani Kira having a difficult start and losing out from P2. Rocco Shenton knows Wilton Mill very well, having raced here since his early club racing days. He would be a big part of the final. Aaron Richardson, though, would break away from the rest of the field, comfortably leading by 2 seconds into the latter stages, and he would repeat the victory that he had here less than 12 months ago to get his season off to a good start. Fusion Motorsport are looking for him to lead the team this year from the likes of Shenton, George Edgar as well for the Mick Barrett Racing team was a factor. But Richardson started 2026 with a strong victory, signalling his intent for championship glory this year. All to play for once again, though, in X30 Junior. It's going to be a tough Sunday for everybody out there. Bit of a boisterous final there from the X30 Juniors yesterday. Before we talk about round 2 here today for Sunday's racing, let's have a little bit of a recap for what we saw in that first final yesterday. Cale, Future Motorsport, they take another win. They take another win in the hands of Aaron Richardson round this place. He won here last year, so in some ways this isn't a surprise result, but there was a lot going on in that one, and he had to fight his way through.
Well, like you say, that is an expected result from Aaron Richardson. Like we know, fast to the circuit already, fast driver in the British, obviously coming into it as one of the top seeded drivers. It is what we expected to see from him. However, that will be confidence building. Obviously, the first round this year, we know how important that is for them to put their best foot forwards. Sutmani Kira, though, a driver who started on that front row of the grid, did not have a good race. She's someone who to watch out for today because she will be on a redemption charge. She will be. She had a proper redemption drive in Franciacorta a couple of weeks ago. Ollie, for yourself, I think I'm probably going to go down the IWF angle again. Max Endicott coming into this season very much had that win at X30 Junior last year at Valencia. Probably not expected. He snatched it right at the end of that race. But now he's won that race, everybody's going to be looking at him for more results. He had a good win at Franciacorta again a couple of weekends ago. Give us your perspective, because you've been there, you've had big results on an international stage. What's that like when you then come back to the British?
It's a strange feeling because you go there with so much momentum and it's all you think about. And then you realise after the weekend is done, you've had a really good job and you've done a really good job. And then you realise, oh no, I have to go back to the UK now and I've got to race against the same people that were at the same pace as I was. Yeah. So you come back, a lot of pressure's on, a big target on your back as well to perform. So it's a high pressure environment. And I would be remiss to not mention Rocco Shenton as well. He knows this place very well. He started his racing here, but as a privateer against all these big teams, you know, I know he's up to the task, second yesterday, but what do you reckon we're going to see out of Rocco today? Yeah, well, yesterday, as we looked at, his defending was absolutely superb. Very, very difficult to get past as a driver. Everyone seems to struggle. But yeah, the pace was very, very good. Although he was defending, he still had the pace to be at the front. So I think with qualifying today, he should be at the front again. And I think he's a contender for the race win. Absolutely. Juniors, we'll look forward to them across the course of their 2 heats and final across the course of today. But of course, we've got one more heat, one more race, one more class to talk about. X30 Seniors, here's the thoughts from some of their drivers at the start of the weekend.
I am here with newly senior X30 driver Nat Johnston. Nat, the biggest change for you this year is that you have taken the step up into senior X30. We know a lot of the drivers find the biggest challenge, the mental game, moving up into the senior field. How have you found it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I mean, I've been quite quick from the offsets. It's just all about, like, as you say, the mental progression, like doing what I can and just keeping going. I mean, it's been sort of similar to junior X30, really. I'm quite new to karting on the whole, so it's all learning for me. But yeah, it's been similar, just quite a smooth transition so far.
And you've been very busy for the start of your season. You've been here at Wilton Mill quite a few times and you've done really well at this kart club before. Is that going to fill you with confidence heading into this weekend?
Yeah, it's a track I really like. I've shown quite good pace, won twice so far this year around here. So yeah, hopefully it'll improve my confidence but I just need to focus on my own driving this weekend and see where I finish.
And you're continuing your campaign with Mick Barrett Racing. Obviously, we know you have a close relationship with your team. How's that going and how are they helping you this year?
Yeah, no, brilliant. I've progressed so much with the guys at MBR. Dan and Mick do an amazing job, and Jack, my mechanic, he's just giving me a thumbs up. And then I've also got Gus Lawrence, 3-time British karting champion, coaching me this weekend, which, like you say, again, just helping with the racing and the mental side of everything. So we'll see how that goes.
Speaking of, let's see if we can catch a word from Gus Lawrence. Gus, many people are devastated to not see you out there on the circuit this weekend. How does it feel to be watching from the sidelines?
No, definitely. It's a different aspect watching, especially seeing your graphics and your kart going around from the PFI guys. But no, I wish them all the best. I chose to make that decision myself and pursue a different avenue. So no, it's good to watch and seek enjoyment from helping other people.
And well, exactly, you're here coaching drivers. What's it like to be able to now pass your knowledge down to the drivers who are hoping to follow in your footsteps?
No, as I said, it's enjoyable. So especially when you see them have a good result, it's good and seeing them progress. So the drivers are all at a very good standard, so it's more about like the mindset rather than the actual technique of driving. So no, we'll see. Obviously, it's the first big race of the year for us, so and see how they get on.
And do we think we'll see you out there for a guest round at some point this year?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. I quite like the idea of that Silverstone, obviously a new track for us, so it's somewhere new to race, where we've all raced at all these tracks for a while, so it's yeah, somewhere different, and see how it races when we get there, and yeah, really see how we get on.
Thank you very much. That's Gus Lawrence.
Here with Mayan Patel in the MDL awning. Mayan, welcome back. Good year last year, race wins in Junior X30, but this is the big one, stepping up to the seniors. How have you found it so far?
Yeah, it took me maybe like a day or two to get used to it. I'd say the weight on the car is just the main difference for me. But other than that, it felt pretty similar. Just drivers are a bit more experienced, and the whole grid is really quite good. So I thought that was the main jump, but sort of now trying to navigate my way through it. Still fairly new to the class, so still getting used to it, but trying to fight at the top as well.
New to the class, and you were mentioning to me before, you know, it's a big time off track as well, going through school exams at the moment. How difficult is that to balance those two sides of the coin?
Yeah, it's physically quite difficult coming in, and obviously even trying to keep myself fit in the gym, still quite hard compared to being kart fit, but still dealing with it pretty well. Also the mental side, being at home, sort of revising instead of racing, probably quite difficult, but still come back, not done any prior testing, and still ready for, still got the pace to race at the front.
As you mentioned, last year was a really good year for you, a good number of wins along the way. I remember, particularly in my mind, Shannington stood out on the Super Prix, those good results at PF in these British Kart Championships as well. But as you say, it's stepping up to seniors. It's a different kind of game. Do you think you're ready for it?
Yes, definitely. I think in junior I sort of learnt my craft with the drivers, and now I'm senior. I'm trying to do the same, trying to bring my previous experience and my previous race wins into seniors, and hopefully I can repeat at least one or maybe even more possible wins in the British this year.
Wilton Mill as a circuit, what do you think of it? How kind or unkind in the past has it been to you?
Well, yeah, it's been very kind to me. It's probably one of my home tracks. However, it's very physical around here. It's quite hard to keep mentally strong while you're maybe physically hurting as well. But I'd say it's been quite enjoyable here. I've had loads of good memories. In particular, last year got a win and had a really good weekend in the British on the last round. So it's been very kind to me, I must say.
Good stuff. Well, Mayan, good to catch up with you, and we'll look forward to seeing what you can do on this first weekend in X30 Senior.
Thank you.
After two heats on Saturday, X30 Seniors grid was a mixed-up affair. Several front-runners out of position ahead of the first final of the year. Sam Lewis would lead from pole position, Max Ewell losing out to teammate Nat Johnston in the early stages through the first couple of corners. Sam Lewis hadn't had a podium in the BKC heading into this race. His best result, P7 here last year. He would break into an early lead, looking to put that record right. Harrison Whitcomb had started from 5th on the grid. A weak qualifying had put him out of position, but the race pace was quite clearly there. Soon up into the top 3, then into 2nd place, and soon chasing in on his teammate. A win at the start of the 2025 season was the highlight for Harrison Whitcomb as part of a double at Warden Law. Could he do the same again here today at Wilton Mill, on his way to the championship lead in the early stages here on Sunday? X30 Seniors' first final in the book, and it's a repeat of what we saw here, well, not here, but Warden Law at this stage of the season last year. Harrison Whitcomb winning the first round. He then went on to win the second round for the first meeting last year. Kale, do you think he can do the same again today?
I mean, he's been looking strong so far. We've seen a lap from him already. He's feeling really confident. I definitely think that that's a driver to look out for the rest of the year. And premium karting as well. Sam Lewis taking the first podium of the season yesterday in 3rd place. You put that on top of the results that premium karting have had with a certain absent for this weekend, but we believe back for later in the season, Freddie Lloyd, who won at Franciacorta in this category a couple of weekends ago.
Premium Karting looking really strong and looking like they could have multiple drivers up at the front end this year.
Well, definitely. They're a team who we didn't see too much of so far earlier this weekend. Definitely underdogs going into the start of this year. Sam Lewis, though, will be really happy with that result. Somebody we didn't necessarily expect to see there so early on. Something to note, though, is the fact that we don't have the likes of Freddie Lloyd or Gus Lawrence this weekend.
Yeah, Gus on the sidelines training some drivers, focusing on his Scooter racing for this year. And as I say, Freddie Lloyd racing elsewhere this weekend. I'm just going to stick with Premium for a little bit longer. Ollie, you heard a little bit of news from Lewis Bird. Great to see Lewis back on the grid this year, but a difficult day for him yesterday.
Yeah, totally. He did a fantastic job to come through as far as he did, but I overheard a conversation between him and his mechanic that his chain snapped. So unfortunate, but it's something that can quite often happen around a track like this. You've got so many bumps, high curbs, it can just get underneath the cart, take the chain off, and it can happen.
Indeed. Senior X30s will be out for their 2 heats in not too distant future. But before we go to racing, let's catch up with some of our drivers, particularly local drivers to this Wilton Mill circuit, for another look at how to be quick round this track.
Well, we are here at Wilton Mill for event 2 of the British Kart Championships, and we are stood right on the circuit where all of the action is going to happen this weekend.
Absolutely. It's a real tough challenge here at Wilton Mill. We caught up with some of the drivers to tell us all about it. Welcome back to Wilton Mill. You're very local to this circuit, only live, 25 minutes up the road?
Yeah.
Turns 1 and 2, really tricky corners these, aren't they, to start the lap?
Yes.
Tell us about them.
Well, I know it's the most trickiest part of the track since they've got the new corner up there.
Yeah, it's a real corner where you've got to carry the speed, haven't you? So how much time do you reckon you lose if you don't get this corner right?
Probably about seconds.
Wow. So that's a lot of time around a circuit here on a kart track. And then, of course, so you've got this bit done, you've got turn 1 done, and then you're immediately into turn 2, the ominously named, well, this whole section is named the Oblivion section, isn't it? Tell us about turn 2.
Well, it's very tricky. Lots of people go off into the barriers. That's why yeah.
And in terms, if it's a wet race as well, what do you have to do differently through here?
You have to go really wide and cut back.
Yeah, so you get that speed up the hill.
There's 2 options. You can go wide and cut back, or you can use some of this curve.
Yeah, and hook into this inside curve to pull you around the corner, indeed. Do you like this part of the circuit? Is this your favourite part?
Yes, it is.
Oliver Vickers, good start for you in Honda Cadet at the Clubbies so far this year. Tell us a little bit about this corner. Christmas corner, it's a really important part of this circuit, isn't it?
Yes. Well, coming out of the first corner, once again you've got to carry a lot of speed out of there. Try not to move too far to the inside. It's a really good fun corner because it's got quite a bit of elevation. You're either really quick at it or not quick. So I find it quite fun because I get a lot quick, and this is where I gain and get a lot of the moves. You're probably apex around middle of the curb. In Hondas we don't hit the curb though.
Yeah.
So because some people do, but I don't find it quicker. I like to turn later and hit the white line. Keep the momentum going because it's quite a fast-flowing circuit. Let the kart run out to the middle of the track because it will set it up for the next corner.
Absolutely. I mean, everything that Oliver has just said there is absolutely on the money here through Christmas. We're going to see a lot of overtaking through this part of the course this weekend. Uphill, hard on the brakes, a very good place to make a move.
Okay, I am here with Junior X30 driver Zach McDonald. Zach, we are here at Ashby Corner, a prime overtaking zone for some drivers. Talk us through it.
Yeah, well, you come into Ashby, you're flat out all the way through the exit of Christmas up to here, and then there's this little patch of road on the left. You're right up against the edge of the road, actually, and you're hard on the brakes. It's a brilliant overtaking zone because the way that the corner goes round, you can just get your car nicely positioned to the inside without someone attacking you on the exit. So it's really great to make the overtake into here. For me, I love the braking downhill. It's so bumpy, so difficult to get right, and if you make that difference around this corner, you gain a lot of time. So you're really turning in aggressively towards the curb on the inside, And yeah, this is why it's my favourite corner.
Well, exactly like you said, this is a physical, bumpy part of the circuit. Do you think that really sets apart the drivers that can handle that kart better?
100%. It's all about how confident you are on the brakes. If you're good on the brakes down this bumpy section, you'll be good around the rest of the track. And if you can get your hands on the steering wheel perfectly in that push position, push into the corner, make sure you settle the kart, you'll be fast.
Well, is this where you plan to make most of your overtakes this weekend?
Well, let's see in the next couple of days if I can make some overtakes into here.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Zach.
Max Ewell here at Ozier's Corner. Looks easy, looks simple on a map, is anything but, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely not easy. I would say it's a very technical corner. Got to be in nice and early, hold the brake. You got to straight after the corner, so you really need to get a good exit.
And the tricky thing on exit as well, especially if you're side by side through here, it can get real tight real quick, can't it?
Yeah, definitely. You see in the racing when people go for a lunge in here and it's side by side, someone always ends up on the grass because it just narrows in the exit.
And the run towards the boot as well, the exit's so important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely, because it's a big straight and you've got to get quick down there. So.
Okay, I am here with another Junior X30 driver, George House. George, you've taken a step up into Junior this year, and we are stood on what you've called the braking zone of the boot. Talk us through this corner.
Well, into this corner, you want to make sure you're not turning too late into the corner, because if you turn too late into this corner, you'll miss the little curb on the left here. What you want to do after this corner, you want to make sure you're not too quick round here so you don't mess yourself out onto the right. You want to make sure you're keeping it in a nice position for this right here.
And if you had to give us the inside scoop on your favourite part of this circuit today, what would you say?
It's a very bumpy track, a lot of fast corners. Yeah, I reckon it's quite hard to get it correct because it's very tricky and bumpy, a lot of corners.
Great to hear from the drivers once again. Wilton Mill set to deliver another very exciting weekend here in the British Kart Championships.
Well, for sure, as you can tell, as we've heard from them, it is a very physical circuit. It's bumpy, it's challenging, and there are a lot of karts out there today. So it'll be interesting what each driver can make of it this weekend.
Absolutely, and with that, back to the studio. Welcome to Event 2 once again of these Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. We're here at a slightly murky and overcast Wilton Mill today for the second rounds for the IAME categories, and of course Honda Cadet, myself, Andrew Mather and Cale Lynch, primed and ready in the commentary position for the first of 2 rounds of heats for all of our categories and the finals later on today. Here's your circuit, 1,200 metres, 12 turns and 26 feet of elevation, particularly up to the top there to Christmas Corner. This circuit, established in 1991, has been a regular feature on the British karting calendar for many, many years. As I say, different conditions today. It was very, very hot for practice day on Friday. Pretty warm yesterday as well. Today, a little bit overcast. Potential for rain as well later on the day, but I'm going to be positive. I think it's going to hold off today. Who am I kidding? It's Wilton Mill. You cannot predict the weather here today. But it is a little bit cooler for the drivers, which is good news for them. Say it was up in the mid-20s on Friday and very muggy as well. As we say, IAME Cadet classes will be coming up soon. It's Honda Cadet that will kick us off for the first thing this morning. Everybody has 2 heats today and the finals later on today. They also all had a round yesterday, so this is round 2, as we say, of the championship. Kale, what did you make of the racing yesterday?
I mean, we had a brilliant day yesterday. It was some close racing between all classes. Now, round 2 yesterday really set the tone, but there are some very mixed grids compared to yesterday's qualifying.
Indeed. We're around 5 minutes away from the start of racing. I'm going to ask James to just turn the dub music down for a bit because I wanted to start today with a little bit of recognition for some really sad news that we had in the motorsport world yesterday. Apologies, folks. This one might be quite hard. Real hero of mine passed away on the 1st of this month. Alex Zanardi, earlier this week, died at the age of 59. For those who don't know his career, I appreciate that this is a name from a slightly different era of motorsport to those for many in the paddock. But yeah, let's start with his karting career. What a career it was for Alex Zanardi, particularly the 1987 FIA Karting European Championship, which he dominated, a lineage of title that, of course, continues today, will be competed for next week at Valencia for their next round of the championship, and I know that's a championship that's close to many of people's hearts in this paddock. He, of course, went on to race in Formula 1 in the mid-90s, and possibly his greatest achievements in motorsport came in 1997 and 1998 when he was back-to-back champion in Champ Car. He, of course, last raced in Champ Car on the 15th of September 2001 when he suffered a life-changing accident which, if we're being honest, could have taken him from us all those years ago. But that was the kind of man, that was the kind of human that Alex Zanardi was. He was the kind of person who would not be told no. Many people said there's no way that he would ever race again in an era where disabilities were seen as a barrier to motorsport. He came back with BMW. He developed the hand control system, one of the first hand control systems to allow him to race, not only to compete, but to be a winner again 4 times in the World Touring Car Championship. That's just his motorsport career. In 2007, he then took up paracycling. Once again, he was told there's no way you could do this. There was no way that you could win. There was no way you could compete. He proved them all wrong yet again when, in the London 2012 Paralympic Games, he took the first of 2 golds, and quite appropriately, for a motorsport individual, he did it at Brands Hatch, where he took the first of those 2 Paralympic golds. He then repeated the feat again at the Rio Games of 2016. And then, just for good measure, he then suffered a cycling accident in 2020, which again nearly took his life. As I say, this is someone who did not know the meaning of the word no. He will be greatly missed by many, myself included, and for anyone who needs a little bit of inspiration in their lives when they're suffering, when they're down a bit. Just remember about Alex, because he took on things that all of us couldn't bear to think about, and he didn't only overcome them, but he competed and he emerged victorious. Rest in peace, Alessandro Zanardi. You will never be forgotten. Shall we go racing, Kale?
Yes, thank you very much for the lovely feature and, of course, paying our respect. But, Andrew, it is almost time for our first heat of the day.
Let's go for it. Heat 1, Honda Cadet up next. Right, let's go racing then for Honda Cadet GX200. They had their first round of the championship yesterday. Of course, this is where they finished their 2025 campaign in very dramatic fashion. Really glad to see 26 drivers on the grid for Honda Cadets for the start of this season. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. I remember the first races commentating on this category around this very circuit and know how good it can be. We've got a big grid and a lot of drivers hoping for great things here today. Let's take you through the grid then for this first heat of round number 2. On pole position from time qualifying earlier on this morning, Bradley Sutton will take his zip kart from the front of the grid. Archie Loveridge was your round winner yesterday. We all know what happened here last year with Archie. This is a new season. This is a new story for the number 3 seed from last year. Henry Colburn and Luca Bacocchi go from row number 2. Carl Kerr and Dino Rowlands go from 3. Mason Becker and Sawyer Henderson go from 4. Archie Cannon and Shailin Srikantan go from 5. It's Ollie Knox and Oliver Ratton on row 6. Jensen Kula, the first driver representing Albania in the history of the British Kart Championships, goes from row 7 alongside Harry Grant, who had a best finish in his career yesterday in the final. Marcus Cooper and Luke Hamill go from 8. Finley Thursfield and Freddie Drury go from row 9. Joshua Adoti and Ali Saunders keep an eye out for Rexy the Kart, my new favourite livery in the paddock, going from row number 10. Edward Fry and Austin Dowell on 11. Archie Tosh and Timon Pensac go from row 12. Ben Bowers and Oliver Vickers. Vickers currently the points leader at the club events here after 2 rounds at Wilton Mill. So expect to see Oliver charging from the back of the grid. Some problems for both of those drivers, Ben Bowers and Oliver Vickers, in qualifying mean they start from the back. So 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the drivers here. If you know you're racing around Wilton Mill, don't take your eyes off this one. It'll be a dramatic start. It'll probably simmer down in the middle a little bit and then crescendo to a magnificent finish. We saw that in the final yesterday that was taken by Archie Loveridge. There he is in the blue and yellow helmet with his father, Michael, on the tools once again. But the number of new names this season at the start of a new year for the British Kart Championships in Honda Cadet is really, really good to see. 19 drivers new to the British Kart Championships, kicking off their season campaigns here this weekend. Just waiting for the final moments for these drivers to be under starters' orders. And just a couple of karts being repositioned here. Cale, they all had a few races yesterday. They had 2 heats and a final. What do you think they'll be taking into today's race?
Obviously, that's the first round for our youngsters. Now heading into the live round. It's nearly time though, Andrew. Are you ready?
It is indeed. Green flag in the air. Ready to go racing here in Honda Cadet in the British Kart Championships. Round 2 of their 2026 campaign is underway. Away we go then for 8 minutes. Plus 1 lap. Bradley Sutton, good start there in that blue number 53 machine. The privateer is away and at the front of the field. 2 wide, 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Look out for Archie Cannon there, the number 5 seed from last year's championship. The S-plate winner from last year. It's a little bit of a moment for Shailin Srikantan there in the middle of the pack in kart number 23. But apart from that, we're looking pretty good as we head down to Ashby for the first time. They're all through, a little bit 3 wide in the middle there. The number 15 of Joshua Adoti caught out there. But they're all still pointing in the right direction, Cale. That's a good start from our Hondas.
Yes, it is. One thing to note is that it is a privateer front row of the grid for the Honda Cadet class. We see a strong lot of privateers in this class, but it's always good to see those 2 at the front. And that was your pole sitter, now leading with that second place of Archie Loveridge, hunting him down. He's coming off a win yesterday, so full of confidence.
Is indeed. So end of the first lap, Sutton leads from Loveridge, Rowlands, Bacocchi, Henderson, Kerr, Becker, Knox, Cannon and Harry Grant's had a good start. Up to P10 already. Here's a move from one of the Project Ones. Looking down the inside there is Mason Becker, who had some good speed in the practice sessions earlier on in the weekend. Very tricky for the mechanics this weekend. I won't say who I was having a little chat with last night because I don't want to spoil their secrets. But the track this weekend in comparison to last weekend for Kart Club, racing very differently, and that's all to do with the rubber that's been going down. Whereas last week you had a good mix of different classes, different tyre compounds, different tyre brands. The majority of the rubber that's been laid down this week, of course, is the Comet tyres from the X30 classes. Teams have been telling me with Honda Cadet that has pretty much thrown all of the data from last week up in the air, and they've had to go from scratch at the start of Friday. And, of course, we've had the elevated temperatures earlier on in the weekend. So drivers that perhaps you saw that were quick here last week, many of them used it as a practice round. It's a changing of fortunes across the course of these 2 days. There was some exchanges back and forth. That was Henry Colburn in the number 75 going through past Archie Cannon. There is that one of the BRKs, the British Racing Kart machines, going down the inside and taking a position. So, as expected, in Honda Cadet, it's all going on, Cale, in that midfield.
Well, exactly. As expected, we have a few investigations in the first couple of laps, but nothing too serious just yet. Fastest driver on track is your man in third place, Dino Rowlands, car number 21. Looks like he's closing in on those front two, a good position to be in. There is now kind of a train at the front of the pack as here they all head through the final chicane. We always see a strong, close grid of Honda Cadets.
5 minutes of this race to go. Good progress being made in the second half of the field by Oliver Vickers, who we saw giving us a little bit of a chat as to how to take this corner during our track walk. It's part of the build-up show. Oh, bit of a moment there for Dino Rowlands in the number 21. He looks over his shoulder, gathers himself back up, is still there in that top 5. But yes, Oliver Vickers up 7 places, is your biggest mover so far in this race, and has broken up into the top 20. Remember, the results from these ones, as we've had a change of lead, Archie Loveridge to the front of the order. The results from these races will carry over into the final, will set the grid for the final, and there's championship points on offer as well for the drivers who finish a little bit higher up the intermediate classification at the end of these 2 rounds. But let's focus in on our new leaders. Archie Loveridge, been in this position before, of course, 4 times a round winner in these championships last year, looking to get his season underway with a double. There's a move coming in here from Luca Bacocchi. Luca was rapid yesterday in the final in particular. That is a driver and that is a team with the Apollo Karts effort that we need to keep an eye on. There was Sheldon Shukanton going through past Harry Grant for P10. And I think Marcus Cooper involved there as well. One of the drivers racing as the Works Project 1 team is up to 11th place. But this is a potential problem for the rest of the field, Cale, that you've got these 2 drivers at the front of the field. Loveridge, Bacocchi, probably the class of the field so far. They could work together over the next minute or so.
Well, you're right. Bacocchi didn't have the qualifying you would have expected to have yesterday. He struggled a bit, but he made his way through the pack into the top 5 in round 1, so he was happy with that. Fastest lap setting out, and he is chasing your leader as they head through turns 1 and 2 now, except Mason Becker just took the fast lap off him. But look at this, up into Christmas corner, and he is really pushing your leader now. One driver to note, though, just before is Freddie Durry. He had a difficult day yesterday, but he is making his way through the pack now. Up 4 or 5 positions, I think. Still 2 minutes and 58 seconds left to go this race.
Good move there from Freddie Drury, another of the Apollo Karts runners. Good to see the Apollo Karts team growing as well. We talked a lot last year about the efforts of Archie Cannon and Margaris Kovetskis in the Waterswift category, which will be up later on today. Margaris has moved teams to the BMR team, but that's not stopped the Apollo team growing their ranks, particularly here in this Honda Cadet category. They are going to win races this year. I'm very positive and very sure of that. Could well be today as well, depending on how the rest of these heats in the final go. But right now, it's Archie Loveridge, now 5-time winner from yesterday's results, as a final winner in the British Kart Championships, leading from the front, keeping things really calm, really consistent right now. This is good stuff from Loveridge and Bacocchi, and good stuff from Bradley Sutton as well. Bradley Sutton holding in there quite nicely, the privateer in number 53, and Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer Henderson having a great run yesterday, won the second heat, and then eventually finished on the podium in the final.
Well, you're right. This is what we expect to see from our Honda Cadet class. All but we are going for a move. That is Luca Bacocchi up into the lead of the race. Brilliant move. We were just saying this is what we tend to see in the last couple of laps for the Honda Cadets. You saw your leader take a look behind him on that last lap to see there is still a very close pack of 5 drivers heading into turn 1 and 2 now, and it is all getting close at the front now.
Sheldon Shukanton, a new fastest lap of this race. We know he runs well around here. Won the last final of 2025 at this circuit and finished second as well on the first day of what was a doubleheader to cap off 2025. So Sheldon now up to P8. Down the hill once again, in towards Ashby Corner. Luca Bacocchi, that was nearly a bit too deep, but just about got away with that. That was good driving from Luca. This is the third season that we've seen Luca appear, the second full season. Started his career in the British Kart Championships up at his nearest circuit for this championship, Lark Hall, on a guest appearance in 2024 as down the inside, Sawyer Henderson takes third place away from Bradley Sutton there. Mason Becker is in the mix as well. Dino Rowlands making it a top 6 at the moment, who are fighting for the best honours in this first heat of the day. We'll have 2 more laps of this one. Here's a move again down the inside. Mason Becker this time trying to get through past Bradley Sutton for 4th place and does so. Dino Rowlands is still there as well and is going to look down the inside and go for 5th place. Bradley Sutton, this is a tough few moments for Bradley, but he's still on for some good points here. He can bring this home at least in 6th place. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, Archie Loveridge starting to get in the peripheral vision of Luca Bacocchi, and Luca knows it, checks over his shoulder to check where Archie Loveridge is. 5-second penalties come in for Ollie Knox. That'll drop the number 82 down the order a little bit. Warning flag as well, we mentioned out for Harry Grant earlier on. Should note that number 5 of Archie Cannon is also under investigation. We'll keep you up to date as and when we receive more information. Henry Colborne has set the fastest lap at this stage, but is back in 9th place. We're going to stick with our front runners here. Can there be a move to take the lead away from Luca Bacocchi? Sawyer Henderson trying to go around the outside. That's going to get tight through the little kink after Christmas. Well dealt with by our Hondas. That could have resulted in drivers going on the grass. It didn't. They gave each other racing room. Side by side once again between Loveridge and Henderson. This is proper Honda Cadet racing. Here comes Mason Becker with the assist to his fellow Project One runner up to 3rd place. That's not good for Mason Becker, who's going to... Well, no, sorry, for Sawyer Henderson, who moves down the order. But all of this back and forth is going to give the win in this first heat of the day to the Apollo Karts team and Luca Bacocchi. Luca Bacocchi wins heat number 1. A great drive, the best result so far this weekend for Luca Bacocchi. Archie Loveridge, there again, P2. That's a good start for Archie Loveridge. Mason Becker home in 3rd. It's the top novice for those drivers who are new to the British Kart Championships. Dino Rowlands 4th, Bradley Sutton 5th, Sawyer Henderson 6th, Henry Colborne, Shaylin Sukantan, Archie Cannon and Marcus Cooper across the line for 10th position. Ollie Stewart joins me on commentary for a moment. Good to have you alongside us, mate. What did you make of that?
Well, hectic. A lot was going on in that race. A lot of good overtaking. And as I said before, very mature driving for such young children in this race. All of them working together and then overtaking at the right point. When you see races like this at a British Championship, especially in a heat when it's not as important as the final, drivers tend to defend around the 1:30 mark. So when they're making that decisive move just before then, you could see that was kind of what secured Luca Bacocchi the win. He made the move at the right point and he bridged the gap, and that's how he won it.
He did indeed. So the drivers heading on in for their post-race checks. Past Dave Hillary there, a familiar face at this venue, and it's all thumbs up at the moment. This is all looking very good for front fairings at the moment. And well, we'll see the Hondas out again later on for their second heat. Meanwhile, let's move on to Waterswift Restricted. Getting ready then for the first heat of the day in IAME Waterswift Restricted, the opening rung of the ladder for the IAME X30 categories. And a new group of drivers for us here this year, well, with some returning faces from last year's championship. Champion from last year, Albie J. Stubbs, has moved up to Waterswift, as have a couple of the other drivers who were seeded last year. So again, we've got quite a few new drivers who've not competed in these championships before. Kale, you're rejoining in the box. 20 drivers in total for this one. This should be good fun again.
Yes, absolutely. We also have Freddie Baker, who we saw in our event 1. He had a really good weekend. Not at the best round 1 yesterday, but he'll be looking to improve on that in today's racing.
Benjamin Schlivar yesterday was your final winner. Patrick Wood taking a first ever podium in the British Kart Championships as well, P2. I was particularly impressed, though, with Louis Wilson yesterday. I've watched Louis race a couple of club events so far this year, and he was a little bit nervous before the start of yesterday's racing, but he excelled in the final, taking a podium in third. All of these drivers, they've done a TQ this morning. That has set the grid for these heats. Let's take you through the grid for that one. On pole position, the number 15 of Hendrix Fallat for the Pantano Racing TW Racing team. Benjamin Schlivar there on the front row of the grid. Oliver Woodall had a difficult time yesterday, but that's the nice thing about these double headers. You can bounce back with a good day on Sunday. Oliver starts P3. Arthur Bowers are alongside there on row 2. Patrick Wood and Freddie Baker will charge, I'm sure, from row number 3. Ollie West, the number 4 seed from last year, starts on row 4 for this one alongside Arthur Rhodes. Hayden Hakura and Bobby Slater, the Slater name, back in British karting for the first time in a while. There on row 5. Louis Wilson, there he is, on row number 6 alongside Harry Murphy. And then running through the rest of the order, Cole Parrish and Logan Hodgetts on row 7. Riley Aston Wilkins and Darcy Durnford on row 8. George Askew and Noah Brad on row 9. And then Max St. Hilaire and Harley Hibbert, the younger brother of Mason Hibbert, completes the 20-strong field. 2 formation laps for everybody, which is useful for these conditions, Cale, because yes, they've had a TQ earlier on this morning, but they haven't sampled race conditions now that it's a bit cooler. A lot of rubber's gone down across the meeting so far, but heavy rain last night as well. It all kind of burst right above us at about 6 p.m. last night. So the track is going to be different to yesterday.
Well, exactly. I feel like we've been waiting for that bit of rain all weekend so far. It's managed to hold off. We had a really hot practice day. Yesterday, again, it was a warm day for the drivers, cloudy at times, but nothing like the rain that we had last night. So, like you say, it was a damp circuit this morning. It's okay now, but it's still cold out there and getting warmer, but it'll be a cold, warm circuit. Obviously, this is the first time our drivers are out today. Driver to note, though, is Patrick Wood made his way through the grid to finish second in yesterday's final. He'll be happy with that, starting from the 3rd row today, so he'll be looking to push for that win this time if he can. Yeah, Patrick had a good run in Europe a few weeks ago. One of many drivers in this category running both a national and a Europe campaign. Here we go then for heat number 1. No, it's not Saturday Night Fever. It's time for an extra formation lap, so we'll go around again. Grid I think it was probably driver's right-hand side there, weren't quite fully into formation, but no trouble for the drivers. Get a little bit of extra time to put heat into their materials. You can see, especially at the top end of the circuit, how, I wouldn't say it's greasy, but there's a lot of sliding from the karts up there at the top end of the track. They'll need to keep an eye on that, especially in the early stages of this one. So the drivers will form up the grid again, with Fallat in the number 15. It was 3rd, of course, in event 1 in the other cadet category that's run as part of the British Kart Championships. So it's already made a bit of an impression so far this season up there at Warden Law. And has raced pretty well through the club races that I've seen Hendrix race at places like Shannington and around this part of the country. What can you do here from pole position? Let's go racing then for the first heat in IAME Waterswift Restricted. It's a good start for Fallat. It's a good start for Oliver Woodall as well. The DK Academy driver immediately up to P2. Benjamin Schlivar down to 3rd. There's a couple of drivers in trouble. I think Cole Parrish was one of them in the number 76. Apologies, didn't quite catch who the other driver was. There's Bobby Slater in the middle of it all in number 27. Downhill towards Ashby Corner. Good on the brakes there was Hendrix Fallat. There's the number 63 of Louis Wilson on the podium yesterday in Darcy Durnford. Oh dear, there is Cole Parrish in the number 76. Out of contention for this one. Cole hopefully be able to get back on track and back into the race. Logan Hodgetts was the other driver involved. Logan's got going again. Unfortunately, already about 20 seconds off the pack. Brilliant start though from Hendrix Fallat, straight off the line there, grabbing the lead, looking behind him, seeing he's got a slight gap. Unfortunate start for Schlivar, but he is now right on the back of Oliver Woodall. Your order then, completing the first lap, is Fallat, Woodall, Schlivar. Wood, Bowers, West and Arthur Rhodes then rounds out that top 7. We've got a move for the race lead already. Oliver Woodall takes a look, but he doesn't quite make it stick. Now this is bringing Schlivar back into contention, but the top 4 stay single file. just about as they head through the next couple of corners.
Oliver Woodall, another of several drivers, particularly in this front three, who run both the IAME and the Rotax Cadet categories, so they're getting a lot of track time out there, particularly in these championships this year. Oliver Woodall looking to get a best result in his time in the BKC so far here today, and there is a move from Ollie Woodall through into the lead of this first heat for the restricted drivers. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Other drivers who've made progress. Ollie West at the back of this group is up to P6. Hayden Hakura as well, up to 8th, and then good progress as well from the likes of Aston Wilkins, Durnford, as there's a challenge again from Hendrix Fallat, retaking the race lead. Not the most conventional place to do it, but Hendrix Fallat made it work for TW Racing on board that Pantano chassis, as Patrick Woods nearly finding the grass there, but gets it back on the tarmac before he does. Is still running there inside the top 6, but my oh my. Once again, IAME Waterswift restricted. We saw some, and there's a definitive point from our re-emerging race leader to keep it focused, keep it pointing forward. It's Benjamin Schlivar who's now up to 2nd place. There's Freddie Baker in that very distinctive bright yellow and chrome helmet, running in 7th place. And I tell you what, this top 6 need to keep an eye on Baker. Fastest driver on circuit right now, Kale, and we know Freddie's got the abilities to race through a pack.
Yeah, you're right. This isn't necessarily what we would have expected from our Waterswift restricted class so early on in the day. Obviously, round 1, this is round 2. This is their first heat of the day. Many changes for the race lead already, but that is Fallat that now leads. Schlivar, though, managed to make himself back up into 2nd where he started from. Schlivar had a great day yesterday. One thing to note with this driver is he is small, and this is a physical circuit. It's impressive for him to be able to do this well.
Is indeed. Onto the infield straight once again then. Just over 4.5 minutes remaining in this race. A couple of in-race time penalties are in, unfortunately. Harley Hibbert, one of them in the number 67. Noah Brad and Darcy Durnford will all be having 5 seconds added to their race times at the end of this one. Everybody guaranteed a spot in the final today with 20 runners. They'll all make it through. No threat of the dreaded repecharge today, as Arthur Bowers goes on the attack down the inside of Oliver Woodall to take 3rd place. Patrick Wood trying to find a way through there as well. He's going to look to the inside down into Ashby corner. Good move from Patrick. I like that. Nice and decisive. Knew there was going to be an opportunity into Ashby. Was brave on the brakes. Not an easy corner to overtake in is Ashby. You can't really tell from the camera just how downhill that approach to Ashby is, but that was spot on from Wood up to P4.
And you mentioned it earlier, but look at where Freddie Baker is now, still your fastest driver on circuit as they're heading through the final chicane. Right now, nearly onto the back of this top 6 pack as the 4 of them head through the main straight and into the turn 1. Once again, I think we are to expect this driver to catch on to that pack.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Just sorry to correct myself. Harley Hibbert has a 3-second penalty. Here goes Bowers again, down the inside, takes 2nd place, away from Ben Schlivar. Could this be Arthur Bowers coming to take this race win then? Results for Bowers yesterday, 3rd in both of the heats, and then P10. As we look a little bit further back in the field, that looked to be the likes of Caden Hakura and Bobby Slater. Bobby, of course, the latest Slater on the British karting scene, after older brothers Alfie and Freddie. Freddie, of course, well, both of them having very strong karting careers. But again, as I mentioned a couple of times, this is Bobby's story, and he's doing well in this first appearance, up there in the top 10. And has been consistently there across the course of the weekend so far. Here goes Bowers for no. Thinks better of it. That time not going for the move down the inside of Hendrix Fallat. Benjamin Schlivar still waiting there. Now the attack comes in from Bowers. Down the inside. That's going to get close, and Fallat's off the road. Does well to keep control of the kart, but won't be happy about that at all. Loses out down to 5th place. That is something we often see at Ashby. Again, that downhill nature, and then you've got to almost turn back uphill. It's very easy to slide out wide there and end up beyond that red and white curb. through the new chicane once again. 1 minute and 45 remaining on the clock here, Kale, and the top 4 breaking away.
Well, you're right. This is what we expected. 1 minute and 40, like you said, left to go. Arthur Bowers still leads. Lost his momentum, though, on that last lap because of the situation with him and Falat. Falat now dropped back behind Freddie Baker, who is still your fastest driver on circuit. Schlivar now has the upper hand heading into this next lap.
Does indeed. I say the drivers 5th, 6th and 7th aren't necessarily out of this one yet, because we've seen over the years here at Wilton Mill, very easy for a battling pack of 4 drivers to lose 1.5, 2 seconds on a last lap. So for Baker, Falat and Woodall, they've just got to keep their heads down. They're not out of this one yet. There could be traffic coming into play as well. I think it's the number 76 of Cole Parrish that we saw in trouble a little bit earlier on in this race. Less than 60 seconds remaining on the clock. Through the chicane once again, starting another lap. That's 8 laps done for our Waterswift restricted, and still Arthur Bowers leads this one from yesterday's final winner, Benjamin Schlivar. Patrick Wood running now in 3rd place. Freddie Baker bangs in another fastest lap of this race so far. That's 2 of the seeds from last year. That's good driving from Cole Parrish, just keeping out of the way of the race leaders, abiding by the blue flags very well indeed. Here goes West down the inside. Good defence there from Wood. Just pinned the number 4 to the apex of Ashby Corner. West had to back out of that one. This is a very good race from these young drivers. Always impressed with these restricteds.
Yeah, absolutely. Benjamin Schlivar now doing all he can in the remainder of this race to push your leader right until the last second. It will be, as Patrick Wood, who has been really strong already yesterday in round 1, is looking to take a better result than he did yesterday with his 2nd place. Here they are along the main straight. Patrick Wood takes a look behind him to see that West and Baker are giving him no time, though, as they head through turn 1 and 2. Oliver Wood will drop down into 6th with Hendricks Falat right behind. Are we going to have a change then? Nope. Patrick Wood takes a look but doesn't quite get the move done just yet. Has to go defensive, does Oliver Woodall from Hendricks Falat, who's trying to make his way back up on the final lap of the race.
Is indeed. Should note the number 98 is under investigation. I imagine that would be for the moment with Hendricks Falat a few laps to go. Look at Freddie Baker approaching now there in 5th place. Wood defending 3rd from Ollie West. No real opportunities to go through as they pass through Osiers there. Over the shoulder checks Arthur Bowers, trying to find where Benjamin Schlivar is. Through the last couple of corners, the chicane still to come. There could be a change here, but as long as Arthur Bowers can get off the corner, which he does, it's going to be on the road a win. And across the line there goes Arthur Bowers, is under investigation. We'll keep an eye on that in due course. Benjamin Schlivar 2nd, Patrick Wood 3rd, Ollie West 4th, Freddie Baker and Oliver Woodall in the top 6. Hendricks Falat the top novice in that 2nd group. Comes across the line in 7th. Good driving as well from the teammates Bobby Slater and Caden Hakura. They can build from there with those top 10s, as can Louis Wilson, who impressed again. The top 10 covered by 5 seconds, so very close again there, Kale. And we'll look forward to their 2nd heat later on in the day.
Definitely. Good job from Baker, managing to make his way back through the grid after he dropped back a bit. Not a brilliant day yesterday, so he'll be happier with the start to round 2. Unfortunate for Cole Parrish, who of course didn't end up finishing the race.
No, well, yeah, Cole had that problem on lap 1. Logan Hodgetts. Actually, I tell you what, we need to keep an eye on Logan, because despite that spin, Logan nearly got onto the back of the field again, despite being 20 seconds off at the end of lap number 1. So, yeah, won't be happy with that P18, but the race pace was definitely there in that one. Just to run through the rest of the order, Harry Murphy 11th, Arthur Rhodes came home in 12th. There is your top 10 again. Bowers, Schlivar, Wood, West, Baker, Woodall, Falat, Slater, Hakura and Wilson. Harry Murphy 11th, Arthur Rhodes 12th, Riley Aston, Wilkins 13th. Noah Brad coming home in 14th ahead of Darcy Durnford, George Askew, Max St. Hilaire and Logan Hodgetts. Harley Hibbert had issues as well, unfortunately. 1 lap off the lead was Cole Parrish. Should note as well, those are on-track positions before any amendments. We saw a couple of in-race time penalties in that one. Thumbs up from Dave Hillary there to a number of our drivers, all coming in. Oh no, I think there's going to be a problem. Yep. Out comes the iPad of doom for Louis Wilson. Oh dear. So that'll be a 5 seconds. But actually, Louis won't lose too many positions with that. I think he'll lose 2 spots because he was a good way ahead of that third pack of drivers. Let's move on then. Next up out on circuit, IAME Waterswift. Getting ready then for IAME Waterswift, race number 18 of the weekend. There on your screens, Bodie Batch, the Argenti Academy backed driver who was second last year in the IAME Waterswift restricted categories, moved up a rung for 2026. Has changed teams as well, as with Excel last year, now running with Fusion. Here's your grid for the first heat of the day. Chester Forks starts on pole position. Bodie Batch alongside on the front row. Dimi Uzanov has had a good weekend so far. Starts this one from row 2 alongside Mason Hibbert. Ilyas Sami was on top yesterday for the first round. Starts on the inside of row 3 for this one, with Alfie Davidson alongside. Hero Tay and Hugo Torpy go from 4. It's Teddy Higgs and Evan Owen on row 5. Evan, a great drive yesterday up into the higher reaches of the final standings. Oliver Tay and Harry Chapman start on row 6. It's then Charlie Clough and Marcus Kovetskis on row 7. Albert Stubbs moving up to this level as well. Starts this heat from row 8. Rudra Gokulnath has been impressive so far in 2026. Theo Tyack and Hugo Williamson go from row 9. And then William Bennett, we spoke to earlier, will be looking to use all of his knowledge of turns 1 and 2 to move up from 19th on the grid. Last year's KZ2 champion and a driver who knows the X30 scene very well from his racing days in the single gear categories. Ollie Stewart joins me in the box. Morning, mate. Proper good morning. He had a little chat to us after the Honda Cadet final, but in for a full race here for Waterswift. What have you made of this category so far? It's been close once again. It was particularly close yesterday in the final.
Yeah, well, first of all, good morning. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. It's actually, the grid is very, very different compared to yesterday. A lot of drivers chopping and changing, a few drivers having slightly worse days, a few drivers having slightly better days. So this is going to make a good race. I think with this class, as we saw yesterday, a lot of maturity, a lot of clean overtaking, and a lot of working together between teammates, especially with the Fusion drivers in the DK Academy. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to do the same today.
Indeed. So once again, it'll be an 8-lap race. An 8-minute race plus 1 lap for our Waterswifts. The plate of Chester Forks on the front row has been in very good form so far in 2026. Are we ready to go racing? Looks like we are. Away we go then for the first heat of the day in IAME Waterswift Restricted. Good start for Chester Forks. Good start for Dimi Uzanov there in the all-black carbon helmet, immediately up to P2, and a good start for Ilyas Sami as well. So this could be danger for the rest of the field, because these three drivers have raced together a lot so far this season. This weekend you've got the first and third place drivers in the DK Academy awning, Dimi Uzanov in the Jade Racing Team awning, but Dimi has raced on the European scene with the DK Academy, so he knows these two very well. They did some great teamwork at Wera about 6 weeks ago, so they could get a bit of a train going here and pull away from the second train of the Fusions there, with Bodie Batch at the very front of this order in 4th place. Mason Hibbert, Hero Tay, and then Alfie Davidson wrap out the top 7 right now. Evan Owens had a good start up to P8. Harry Chapman has as well in that bright yellow machine up to P9. As there's a change within the Fusion ranks. Alfie Davidson, nice calm move there. Ollie past Hero Tay.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic racing so far. A lot going on already just in the first couple of laps here. It's been very interesting to see that so far. Chester Forks starting to bridge a tiny bit of a gap, and the front 3 pulling away from the next 3. So it's interesting to see if these 3 will work together to pull away, or will they start to chop and change.
Indeed, so into the boot they go, and it's going to be a tough race this for all drivers involved. 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go. There are Forks and Uzanov. Ilyas Sami just a little bit back at the moment, but that won't be a worry for him. He's been racing very confidently so far this season. We know right now they've got a good gap to those Fusions behind, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
A very, very powerful Fusion train there behind those lot. I wonder will they be able to catch the front three, but at the moment it looks like the number 8 of Mason Hibbert is starting to pull away from his teammates. I wonder if they've got the tyre pressure slightly higher and are a bit stronger at this stage of the race. It'll be very interesting to see if they catch back up, but for the moment the front three look pretty dominant at this stage of the race.
Yeah, they are indeed. So through to, it's a bit of a moment there for Bodie Batch as Harry Chapman tries to get involved. Point forward there from Dimi Uzanov. So the tactics are clear between these three. They're going to keep working together. They're going to, well, I say that, Ilyas Sami wants track position for second place. He's looking down the inside. And now it could really be danger for the rest of the field, because these two drivers, if you've not watched them race so far this year, Fawkes and Sami, I am looking forward to the point of the season where they realise, if it does go this way, that they're going to be championship rivals. And it's all for each driver out for themselves. But right now, whenever I've seen them race, whether it be here in the UK or overseas on the continent, they have been meticulous in their ability to work together, pull away from the rest of the pack, and then decide on the last couple of laps who's going to take the particular race win. It was Fawkes at Franciacorta a couple of weeks ago. It was Sami at Wera a month before that in the Euro Series. But here in the British Kart Championship, it could be a little bit different as Sami's gone down the inside and taken the race lead away from Chester Fawkes. Uzanov has taken second place, and I wonder if that's a move in reaction to the likes of Mason Hibbert and Alfie Davidson being on the scene. Good move there from Mason Hibbert. Those Fusions have got some good speed in this heat. It just looks to me, Ollie, like their karts are starting to come alive now in the second half of this race.
Yes, absolutely. The amount of time that they've pulled in over the last couple of laps is very significant. I think it was over 3/10, so it looks fantastic at the moment. Ilyas Sami at that stage looked like he was the fastest out of the front three. However, the Fusion's working very well together to catch onto the back of Dimitar there. Dimitar sitting there quite patiently, but he's starting to lose a little bit of time there to Ilyas Sami. I think the move will come very shortly.
Up the hill once again. Hibbert looks down the inside, gets a bit of an assist from Davidson up to second place. That was good work from the Fusion Motorsport team, looking to fight back in this first event of the year. As I say, they've not had as much success so far in 2026 as perhaps they would have expected. The standards that Fusion Motorsport expect so high. That could change here today. As I say, it's a different style of circuits here in the UK to what all 5 of these drivers have been competing out in Europe on. But 2 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Ilyas Sami still leads this one from Mason Hibbert, from Dimitar Uzanov, Alfie Davidson, Chester Fawkes. Good drive as well from the likes of Charlie Clough, up 3 places. As Davidson looks down the inside, Hibbert as well, but thinks better of it. Through goes Davidson. Uzanov had to back out of that one. He's going to get a face full of curb out of Christmas corner. Decisive stuff from Alfie Davidson. Racing here with a point to prove today. Been an up and down start to the season for Alfie Davidson, as Chester Fawkes looks down the inside to return to 4th place ahead of Dimi Uzanov. But one of the things that really impressed me with Alfie Davidson last year, Ollie, obviously it was his step-up year from having won in IAME Waterswift Restricted in 24. Rocky start, but then in the middle part of the season he really started to get into his stride. Was great at Kimbolton, of course, as Hibbert's gone through. Hibbert's taken the race lead away from Ilyas Sami. This is looking good for the Fusions. Quick check over the shoulder from Hibbert, who moves to the middle of the road there to stop Sami getting through. That was nearly a late move from Ilyas Sami trying to get down the inside. This is a properly good scrap. Now down towards Ashby Corner. Hibbert takes the middle of the road. Davidson still there as well in 3rd place. And I tell you what, Ollie, this is good for Fawkes and good for Uzanov, because they're now back part of this lead pack.
Yes, this has brought them straight back into it. I know the Fusion lot, and they work very well together, obviously, with really good coaching from Chris Rogers. He knows exactly what he's talking about. So when it comes to the teamwork, you'll struggle to beat them. And at the moment, he's just made a move through. That is Alfie Davidson up into 2nd place, right on the back of his teammate. I wonder now, will they try to work together to bridge away, or will they start fighting? Be very interesting to see.
Although the point forward there from Alfie Davidson would suggest that they're going to work together. That was really, really shrewd work from Alfie Davidson. Ilyas Sami maybe attacked a bit too early there, as Uzanov's down the inside of Fawkes here for 4th place. Good overtaking there from Dimitar Uzanov. Alfie Davidson was quickly onto the opportunity there on the exit of the toe of the boot to take second place. Checked over his shoulder again just to assess the situation, see how far back Ilyas Sami is, see if there's an opportunity potentially for the 126 into Ozier's corner. Not this time, so the Fusions will keep pushing on. The Fusions will still try and work together at this stage of the race. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one. They'll come over the line with probably about 15 seconds remaining of the clock. But either way, the time is not expired. The last lap board is not out yet. Hibbert from Davidson, from Sami. Ilyas Sami this year, for me, Ollie, he just keeps charging back. Each time you think he might, here's a move down the inside. Sami takes second place away. Look at Ozanov going through. Ozanov round the outside to the inside through Inkermans. Gets all 3 of them. Brilliant stuff from Dimitar Ozanov down the inside. Bodie Batch is going flying in there. Hero Tay is off the road as well. It's all broken down at Ashby Corner. But what a move from Dimi Ozanov, who now leads this race, but still, Ollie, a lap and a half to go.
Wow, that was hard to keep up with there. That looked like a fantastic game plan from Fusion there, but I don't really know what happened there. Just quite a little bit of argy-bargy into the corner, and then suddenly a little bit of a hard moment and a few drivers off the track. But Dimitar managed to take great advantage of that now with a 2/10 gap going into the final lap. It'll be interesting to see if Mason Hibbert is going to be able to surpass him, but at the moment, he's gone defensive now, so we'll have to see. But kept it tight, perfect defending there from Dimitar, and now we'll see if they manage to get a place in the final lap anywhere else.
And keep an eye on Evan Owen, because like the final yesterday, the Welsh driver is having a strong finish here in this heat. Drawing alongside Ilyas Sami, shuffled down a little bit there. Chester Forks now on the outside, is going to lose out through the next corner. What a race this has been from the Waterswifts. Hibbert going this way and that, trying to find a way through past Dimi Ozanov to take this first heat win. Evan Owens works his way up to third place as Chester Forks goes in, rides over the top of the front of the axle for Owen. Top 2 have broken away. It's going to be Dimi Ozanov who takes heat 1 in a crazy heat in Waterswift. Thumbs up from Dimitar Ozanov. P1 ahead of Mason Hibbert. Ilyas Sami comes home in 3rd. Evan Owen and Chester Forks wrap out the top 5. And that's good to see as well. A thumbs up between 2 drivers after a hard-fought race there, Ollie. Once again, IAME Waterswift here to entertain.
It always produces a great race. Great drivers, sensible and fantastic overtaking. Dimitar just sat there very patiently. Almost didn't look like he had the pace in the middle of the race there, but he managed to capitalise on just a little bit of an incident in that corner, and he made it right to the front, and he's won the race. So fantastic job there from Dimitar and the team at Jade.
Absolutely. There is your provisional result then. Ozanov from Hibbert, Sami, Owen and Forks. LBJ Stubbs, great drive there from LBJ. Up to P6, Alfie Davidson P7, Charlie Clough and Teddy Higgs along with Rudra Gokilnath are all in the top 10. Marcus Kvetskis 11th ahead of Harry Chapman in 12th. Bodie Batch, William Bennett and Hugo Torpy complete the top 15. Hugo Williamson, Hero Tay, Theo Tyack and Oliver Tay complete all 19 finish that race, which is good to see, especially considering what happened there at Ashby with a couple of laps to go. So we'll see all of those drivers back out again. Just check my timetable. That'll be at 12:15 that we will see the second heat for Waterswift. First heat of the day still to come up for Junior X30 and for Senior X30. Keep it locked here on your broadcast for the British Kart Championships. And remember, of course, that we've got the highlights on Sky Sports F1 coming up in the week afterwards. Oh no, looks like there's a front fairing there for Alfie Davidson. It's been a tough weekend so far for Alfie Davidson. But having said that, he had a similar kind of run at Franciacorta a couple of weeks ago and still pulled it through in the final to get on the podium. More from the Waterswifts later, of course, then. I think we're just about ready to go to X30 Junior. There are drivers on the dummy grid for this first heat of the day for X30 Junior. Third time they've had a heat this weekend, but of course the first 2 counted towards the first round of the championship yesterday. 26 drivers ready to go in this one, and this was a dramatic category yesterday as well, with Aaron Richardson repeating what he did here last year, taking the final victory for the first final of the weekend for Fusion Motorsport. Rocco Shenton and George Edgar joining on the podium, and could well be those three drivers again racing at the front here today. But it could be others getting involved as well. There's Finlay Lines in the number 9. Finlay had a roller coaster final yesterday, eventually coming home at P4. Had some difficulties in the heats as well. There is Rocco Shenton on the front row of the grid. Knows this place very, very well indeed. I remember watching some of Rocco's first ever races here as part of Wilton Mill Kart Club events some years ago. I won't admit how many years ago, but back on his novice plates in the Hondas. Yeah, he will start this one from the front row of the grid. Keep an eye on the 242 as well. George Clark raced very well a couple of weeks ago at Franciacorta onto a podium. In fact, keep an eye on the whole Team BMR squad. They locked out the European podium in this category a couple of weeks ago. Yes, very different circuit here, Wilton Mill, but they are clearly, based on that evidence, Ollie, a team in very strong form.
Absolutely, and it's very important because sometimes teams have a little bit of a struggle when they go abroad and they come back to the UK, different conditions, different tracks, different tyres, and they go a bit better. So it's not always, it can go either way. You can be fast abroad and then struggle here, or you can struggle here and then be fast abroad, or vice versa, and it's tough. It's not an easy championship over here, and it's certainly not an easy championship over there either.
Here's your grid then. Aaron Richardson starts on pole position for this one. Rocco Shenton alongside on the front row. Sukmani Kira and Jake Flewitt go from row 2. It's Jacob Bachelor, who's one of those drivers who did very well a couple of weeks ago in Italy. Starts on row 3 alongside George House. George Clark and George Edgar, they go from row number 4. It's Zach McDonald and Harley Musk on row 5. Freddie Wood has had a very strong season as well so far in X30 Junior. He starts on row 6 for this one alongside Finlay Lines. Row 7 will be Max Endicott, the reigning IWF champion, and Archie Rogers-Tyler. Luca Narroway, stepping up to juniors this year, will be on row 8 for this one alongside Joseph Davies. Good to see Knight Measures back as well. Starts on row 9 for this one alongside Adam Bourne. Row 10, Harry Myers and Orion Meta. Keep an eye out for Orion if we need to have a switch of tyres today, because he's been very good at that so far this season as Orion. Alex Riley and Zach Sidney go from 11. Alessandro Salas and Max Tay go from row 12. George Quinlan and Ollie Brunt complete the 26-strong field. 2 formation laps for everyone. Keep your comments coming in. Apologies, it's been a busy morning so far. Hello to DG cheering on Alessandro Salas in this one. For those wondering, why does Alessandro's kart number start with a 6? That's because he's a wild card, not a full season entry at this stage of the season. That could change. If it does, he'll become 228. But right now, Alessandro Salas racing with a 6 at the start of his number, meaning that we'll probably only see Alessandro for this race. Hopefully that changes, because we'd like to see as many drivers on the grid as possible. So, here we go then. Richardson and Shenton on the front row of the grid for this one. And Aaron Richardson backed by the Argenti Academy as well here this year. They've got one driver in each of these IAME categories. What are we going to see in this heat? The lights are out. We're racing once again in the junior category. Good start for both drivers on the front row. Richardson will lead from Shenton as they head up the hill for the first time. Everybody checking over to driver's right, defending that inside line. Good start for Jake Flewitt there in the Global Karting 236 up to P4. George Edgar and Zach McDonald going wheel to wheel out of Christmas Corner. Finlay Lines has had a difficult start to this race. I think Finlay's lost a few positions on the first half of this lap as Harley Musk nearly finds himself on the grass there, just ahead of the 217 of Luca Narroway. One of the Excels is in trouble. It's the 267. So that shows it Davies going round. Apologies, no, that was Alex Riley in trouble. So Alex, who had a decent start there, started outside the top 20, but all of that hard work has dissipated away. Top 3 breaking away already here. Ollie, Richardson, Shenton and Sukmani Kira as well. Sukmani has been very quick so far in her second year in Junior X30.
Yeah, this is a huge gap already, only on one lap, and they've made this much of a gap to the drivers behind. Is absolutely significant. And at the moment, Sukmani Kira yesterday obviously getting pole position, and then slightly slower in qualifying today with a P3, but still very much so at the front. Aaron Richardson, Rocco Shenton been very consistent again in qualifying, managed to be at the front. And yeah, at this stage of the race, their pace looks very, very fast. So it'll be very interesting to see if they go off with a great move there down the inside into the boot. George Edgar then also capitalising on that move, making his way up to 5th place, I believe.
Yeah, and George House was the one sending in there. It's an important season for George House as he steps up to the junior ranks. Had a very good year in the minis, the interclasses in 2025. Jacob Batchelor and George Clark go wheel to wheel, two BMR teammates there fighting over 8th place. The key for George House as well is after he'd finished his European campaign, finished his national campaign in what's called IAME Waterswift in this part of the world, immediately moved to the juniors. He's still quite short for a junior, but he's already got probably 6 months of driving that kart underneath him, so he's gone through those initial growing pains. And tell us about that, Ollie, particularly from like a driver coaching perspective of how hard is it, we always talk about it, how hard it is moving from the 950mm chassis, the mini kart, up into the full-size karts here.
There's so many differences, and obviously not just the size of the chassis, but you've got much faster engines, you've got drivers that are slightly more mature and more experienced, therefore they're a bit harder and tougher to go against, and sometimes quicker, sometimes not, but it does prove to be very, very, very difficult. We've got drivers in our team that are significantly moving up through the ranks and quite a quick rate as well, and it does prove to be tough. Although they're very successful in the lower ranks, the kart's been totally different, especially when you've got smaller drivers as well. Each being small and being tall both have their positives and negatives. Being a tall driver, you're able to get the tyres on quicker, so you're faster in the wet conditions or colder conditions, for example, which will play right into Rocco Shenton's hands at the moment. But you've got drivers like Kira Sukmani, much smaller but very fast as she makes a move into 2nd place here on Rocco Shenton. Oh, and a little bit of a moment there for Rocco Shenton. But yeah, being a smaller driver does help sometimes with aerodynamics, although smaller as well. Sometimes when it's very hot, you get drivers that are bouncing on the rubber, but when you're very small, that doesn't have much of an effect in comparison to a taller driver. So it'll be very interesting to see if it heats up through the day and who becomes quicker. Absolutely. I'd say that was Sukmani Kira up to 2nd place. Other things that have happened recently, Freddie Wood got past Jacob Batchelor, who's now up to P9. Luke Narroway has got past Finley Lines. Tough race this for Finley Lines, down in 17th place at the moment. George Quinlan also moving up the order. George racing for the Mick Barrett Racing team, and under the tutelage of a certain Gus Lawrence this weekend. That's not a bad man to have in your corner. Gus not racing today, but is hard at work training a number of the Mick Barrett boys. We'll talk more about that in due course. Here's the fight between Freddie Wood and George Clark. That gets a little bit close off of Ashby Corner. George Clark takes the position. Oh, that could have ended in a lot more tears out of that particular part of the track. And Batchelor's still there, and Max Endicott as well. Max Endicott, who took the IAME Warriors final victory in Valencia at the back end of last year, has properly made a name for himself in this X30 junior category. Has had a tough time this morning in TQ. Started this race from 14th, but keep an eye on Endicott. He's got that longevity, particularly in longer races, to pull himself back through the order. That's close again between Wood and Batchelor, but they've just about got away with it as they run once again down towards Ashby Corner. This is all over 9th place at the moment. Batchelor desperate to get through, it seems. Here they go into Osies, which can be an overtaking opportunity. Freddie Wood trying to hold around the outside. They've done very well there for neither of them to end up going airlines over the Osiers curb. Endicott not quite able to take advantage of all of that. That's bringing others into play. Harley Musk is there. Knight Measures is there as well. Knight having a really good run here. Up to 13th place, having started 17th. Start of another lap here, Ollie. What do you think the tactics will be for these drivers for the remaining 2 minutes of this race as Endicott goes down the inside? Very difficult to say at this point. Everyone seems to be doing something different. Some drivers are working together, some drivers are overtaking. Oh, and nearly a move there into Ashby Corner. But yeah, very, very difficult to say. the BMR drivers obviously together at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if they work together and push forward and try and overtake the driver in front. But at the moment, just one thing I noticed in qualifying as well, the difference between yesterday and today, although both dry conditions, 1.1 seconds between the fastest laps of both qualifying sessions. Big difference, Andrew.
Yeah, really, really big difference, just showing how much the track has evolved. Here's a good scrap. Jake Flewitt and Zach McDonald. Zach had a very good run last year at Kimbolton. It's a good example of that wildcard scenario that we were talking about earlier. Zach started the weekend as a wildcard, and since then has gone through the administration and registration processes and is now a full season entry. Whether we'll actually see the 280 on the grid for every single round this year, we'll wait and see. I was having a little chat with Zach earlier on in the week, but they are hoping to do more than one round across the course of the season. Here's Night Measures having a look there, but trying to take 12th place away from Jacob Bachelor. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Aaron Richardson and Sukmani Kira, 1 and 2. Got to say, both of them have done brilliantly here in this race. They've pulled away from Rocco Shenton. Rocco Shenton might have a bit of bother in the moment in the shape of George Edgar. George Edgar, of course, runner-up last year. How much pressure do you think is on the shoulders of George Edgar going into this new season, Ollie?
He looks very fast, but at the moment George House has so much pace behind him, so it'll be very interesting to see which corner he plans to go for his move. As I think it'll be very soon as he's right on the back there. Rocco Shenton choosing to go slightly defensive into the boot section. But yes, of course, second, and George being too young. I spoke to his parents, and he's too young at the moment to move into the senior X30 category or the KZ category, which he was considering about. But yes, his pace has always been very, very fast, and he's building and gathering experience in this category. So we will see what he has to offer in this final couple of laps. Rocco Shenton a bit sideways there.
Very close moment there in the battle for third place. We saw Rocco Shenton doing a lot of heavy defending, making that bill as wide as possible yesterday. He's doing the same again here to hold on to this third place. George House is down the inside of George Edgar. That's good driving from House up to P4. Here comes Jake Flewitt. Here comes Zach McDonald as well, as they're looking to pick up scraps here to potentially get into the top 5 late on in this race. Top 2 are way, way clear as they'll start the final lap now. Can Rocco Shenton, I would say it's risky this, isn't it, Ollie? Because yes, Shenton's got track position right now, but if he loses one of these positions, I reckon he loses all of them and could find himself quite quickly outside the top 5.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, great attack. Oh, and a little bit of a moment. Oh, no.
Shenton off, Flewitt off as well. George House was caught up in all of that. 3 karts going for the same piece of tarmac, and that's the end result in that one. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Aaron Richardson taking up the mantle from Riley Cranham last year in the Fusion Motorsport team, who won the championship. Could this be a great year for Aaron Richardson? Well, on the form here at Wilton Mill, he's definitely looking like a contender. Won the final yesterday and starts the second day with a win in the first heat. Sukmani Kira across the line, P2. Sukmani will be very, very pleased with that result. I'm expecting big things from Sukmani Kira this year. Could well be on for a first podium today if she has luck go her way and the speed stays with her. George Edgar home in third place after that one. Zach McDonald and Jake Flewitt do get through into the top 5 as the Fusions run home. I'm still having to get used to that new livery though, Ollie, on the front of Richardson's cars. Of course, Argenti don't run as a team anymore in this championship, but they still have their backed academy drivers, and it's making my brain spin seeing both Fusion and Argenti colours on the same cars.
Yeah, there's a lot to get your head around, isn't there? There's a lot of things changing in the karting scene at the moment, but yes, very good race there, very good to watch. Just a bit unfortunate on that last lap with what happened there. A few drivers losing out significantly, but hopefully they're able to recover for the next heat and then get a good position in the final.
And that incident is under investigation. That's just popped up on our screens under the number 276 of George House. Thumbs up then for Aaron Richardson. That's the first part of today's job done. Richardson took both heats yesterday as well, so in fact, yeah, he's still unbeaten in race conditions. That's 4 in a row now for Aaron Richardson.
Kira, Edgar, McDonald and Flewitt in the top 5. George House, George Clark, Freddie Wood, Harley Musk and Jacob Bashler all in the top 10. Should note the 221 of Harley Musk is also under investigation. Max Endicott might be a bit frustrated with that one. P11, but up 3 places. Archie Rogers-Tyler, Knight Measures, Adam Bourne and Finlay Lyons in the top 15. Luca Narroway's had a tough weekend so far. 16th in that one. Max Tay next up. We've got to move on though, because the senior X30 class, they're up next. Senior X30 then, with mere seconds to go. But there we go, the green light at the end of the dummy grid to head out onto track. Let's take you through the grid for this first of 2 heats here today. And once again, it's quite a mixed up grid from what we saw yesterday. Joey Brown has pole for Fusion Motorsport. CJ Bennett, the Irishman, alongside for the MDL team. Lewis Bird had a chain failure yesterday in his qualifying. Not the same today. P3 on the grid and is joined by his premium karting teammate Sam Lewis. Had his best day in the British Kart Championships yesterday in round 1. Row number 3, Tristan Powell and Nat Johnston. Row 4, Monty Brathwaite and Harrison Whitcomb. Darren Marshall and Theo Lestrange complete the top 10. Aaron Brown, new driver for the PF International team, starts on row 6 alongside Max Ewell for Mick Barrett Racing. Morgan Moore and Laith Khan go from 7. It's Cam Edmonds and Mayan Patel on row 8. Liam Karabelov and Alfie Gallagher go from row 9. Levi Zangera and Scott Riley on 10. Alex De Benedictis and João Castro on 11. Dylan Patel and Maisie Hitter, who was in the top 10 yesterday in the final, go from row 12. Dylan Masters and Freddie Farrell complete the 26-strong field. Good morning to Alfie Mayer. I think Alfie's in the paddock this weekend, not racing. I'm pretty sure I saw him in the paddock, or at least someone who looks like Alfie there. But morning, mate. He's cheering on a few of the drivers, the younger drivers that we'll see again out for their second heats later on in the day. Hello to Kai Newman as well, who's cheering Jake Flewitt on in that last race. Logan McAllister, morning, mate. Cheering on Zach McDonald. And Lorraine as well. Lorraine Joss was cheering on Luca Bacocchi. We'll see the Hondas again out after this one. There will be a little break after this particular race. Don't go anywhere though. We'll have another little one of our features played out for you. If you do have to go out anywhere, don't worry, you can take us with you and you can watch back all of the racing action here at Wilton Mill today, uninterrupted, for free, no paywalls. Good stuff once again from the team at Alpha Live. What are we going to see then in this first heat of the day for Senior X30? We're going to find out in the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap. It's a great start for those on the pole side of the grid. Joey Brown straight to the race lead. Lewis Bird up to P2. A little bit of shuffling in the pack in the second half. Great start as well. In fact, tell you what, Premium Karting could make a bit of an impact on this race. I think they've got 3 drivers already up in the top 5. MDL Motorsport up there as well in the hands of CJ Bennett, the Irishman, very experienced in the senior levels of karting. Had a tough day yesterday though, was there down the inside. Is the 341 going through. That's Theo Lestrange, another of the Premium Karting entrants that we need to keep an eye out for. One of the Birrells off the road, that was Liam Karabelov. That's not what you want to be doing on lap number 1, but at least Liam gets back on the circuit. Over the curb, over the flip-flops. Drivers need to be careful with that. That can be an area where track limits are called. Close at the front though, Ollie, top 3 breaking away.
Yes, great job, and it's good to see Lewis Bird at front as CJ Bennett makes a move on Lewis Bird, but it's good to see him back at the front as that chain failure yesterday had a significant effect. He did everything he could to get back to the pack, but it's hard as we see another change back there, and 3 changes in that corner. Very difficult to keep up with this race, but yeah, fantastic moves there. The Premium Karting team, MDL and Fusion, seem to be very good at the front here. We've got the Mick Barrett Racing team starting to catch up again, but for the moment, Joey Brown, CJ Bennett and Lewis Bird looking very good so far. Yeah, Nat Johnston there breaking the pattern of blue and white karts, sitting behind the race lead at the moment. Nat, of course, moving up to the seniors, is another one of the drivers who's being under the tutelage of 3-time British champion in this category, Gus Lawrence. And Nat's been in good form so far this week. 2nd and 6th in the heats yesterday, 5th in the finals. There's a move from another of the MDL drivers moving up the order there. The 355 of Levi Zangera
flying the flag for Canada once again. Joey Brown, though, in good control of this race. Good morning to Harrison Mackie. Hope you're doing well, mate. Pedalling around in the Ginettas this year is Harrison, and doing a very, very good job indeed, and cheering on his former Fusion Motorsport teammate Joey Brown in this one. He's keeping his eyes forward right now, but he's only got 2/10 in hand over Lewis Bird, a rejuvenated Lewis Bird at the start of this 2026 British karting season. Not close enough. Oh dear, as out of the race is Morgan Moore. Well, Morgan Moore was on the podium yesterday in the final, but a very different start to this second round of the championship campaign as Nat Johnston gets through past Harrison Whitcomb, yesterday's winner. Harrison Whitcomb trying to repeat that double victory that he kicked off last year's championship with up at Warden Law, but right now that's looking a little bit difficult. Down to 7th place right now in this one. Do you see a move coming in here from Lewis Bird, Ollie? Because Joey Brown content in first place, but isn't exactly galloping away.
Yes, absolutely. And proving just what I said earlier about the taller drivers managing to get the car on and the tyres on earlier. He's managing to stay there very easily behind Joey Brown, just waiting patiently. But could the kart go off? We'll have to see in the future. It's hard to know right now, but oh, there we go. He goes for the move into Ashby Corner. Successful move there. CJ Bennett trying to follow through, but doesn't quite get it done. And a bit of swapping and changing back there in the background. Oh, I think that was a Mick Barrett kart sideways coming out of that corner, but I think he's recovered well. We'll see what's going on now.
Yeah, big hold there from Nat Johnston. CJ Bennett nearly going over the top of the back of Joey Brown. That's going to lose momentum for the number 9 seed from last year. Over the line, 4 minutes of this one to go. Lewis Bird leads as, oh, the teammates getting wheel to wheel there as Harrison Whitcomb and Theo Lestrange nearly trade a little bit of rubber going into turn number 1. In comes Laith Khan as well in the 378. It's all going on in just inside the top 10. I think Max Ewell is having a good race as well. Max, who was giving us a helping hand on the track walk that you saw earlier on in the build-up show. He's a local to this circuit and knows how to race around here. Gaining a position, also moving up the order there, Monty Brathwaite. Monty Brathwaite impressed me a lot at the club round at Shennington a couple of weeks ago. Really good spirit, really good determination. He's moving up the order now into the top 10. Nat Johnston, new fastest lap of the race. This one with 3 1/4 minutes to go is starting to, I wouldn't say overboil, Ollie, but it's definitely ferocious out there.
Yeah, I would like to describe it as a good old Senior X30 scrap. I think that's a fair way to put it. Looking very good so far. A lot of drivers very strong. Harrison Whitcomb obviously very, very, very strong yesterday, but at the moment seems to be struggling a bit more. Not got the pace that he did yesterday in the dominance, but it'd be interesting to see if he improves on that. Lewis Bird now edging out a 3/10 gap, and then Nat Johnston managing to hang on to the back. Joey Brown being dropped a little bit here, but I think with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, Lewis Bird might need to start thinking about who's behind him if he can't bridge the gap out. So I think this is boiling up to be a very, very close battle with probably 10 to 15 karts in the final lap.
Indeed, Nat Johnston looking to improve on those results from yesterday. It was a good baseline for Nat Johnston yesterday. Here's another move. This is the 320 of Mayan Patel going through. Mayan, who's stepped up to seniors this year, won races in the junior categories last year, was very, very impressive in some of those battles in the junior categories. Good move there as well from the 385 of Scott Riley. Scott Riley, very quick at the start of the weekend, is a newcomer to this championship. Of course, for those watching from the Emerald Isle, they'll know Scott very, very well indeed. Another strong Irish driver in the X30 categories on the scene, joining the likes of Morgan Moore. Of course, Finn McLaughlin a few years ago used to race at this level. Irish motorsport is very, very strong at the moment, and it's good to see. There, down the inside, Harrison Whitcomb takes 6th place away from Tristan Powell. Nat Johnston nagging away there at the rear axle of Lewis Bird. Joey Brown runs a little bit deep through Ashby Corner, but recovers it well for another of the Irish stars in X30 racing at the moment, CJ Bennett. 1 minute and 15 remaining here, Ollie. It feels like it's tempered down a little bit over the last minute or so.
Don't speak too soon.
I know.
Don't speak too soon, Andrew. We've still got a minute left, and they might start to go defensive soon, so they can bring everyone back into it. But for now, as you say, it's starting to temper down a bit. Lewis Bird losing time. Nat Johnson now on the back. I think he might have to start going defensive here. There you go. Nat Johnson goes for the move into Christmas corner. Successful move, bridging slightly a gap now. It will be hard to see if Lewis Bird gets on the back of him here, but no defensive, not even a look behind. Very confident there from Nat Johnston.
Let's head down to Cale Lynch. I think Cale's got an update for us.
Well then, boys, what a race it has been so far. We can see Morgan Moore off on the inside of the boot, now having to watch the remainder of that race. Clearly a tough pill to swallow, but I'm sure he'll be back out as this is only heat 1 for our seniors.
Absolutely. Morgan knows how to face, difficult moments. He'll bounce back, but yeah, I'll be a little bit frustrated that he's out of this one at the moment. We'll have at least some work to do in the final now. Everyone will make it through to the final with a grid of 26. But of course, the results from these first 2 heats combine together to then set the grid for that final. Morgan Moore could well be, at best, looking at the 5th or 6th row of the grid, I reckon, with this retirement in Heat 1, even if he does go and win the next race. As there's a good move. Max Ewell down the inside. Mick Barrett Racing. Drivers finishing strong. Now, change for the through. We've gone Nat Johnson. We saw that a few moments ago. And in fact, this is going to add to this theory as well. Mick Barrett Racing set up karts in 2025 had this tendency to finish strong, whether it be here in the British Championships or overseas. We've been talking about a lot of these drivers do race in Europe as well, and it's going to be a factor that we need to keep on top of here today. The track conditions, whilst they've changed, Ollie, I would say are more what we'd expect at Wilton Mill in early May. So is the guesswork there that a lot of the teams, a lot of the drivers will have data that they can fall back on from previous events?
Yes, this is a familiar track for all of the drivers and all of the teams here, and it's one thing to note and take into account that, well, we're going on to last lap now, but one thing to take into account is that the release agent of the tyre is all the time on the racing line. So when these X30 drivers go out and qualifying with new tyres, sometimes it causes a little bit of a nod there from Nat Johnson.
Yeah,
I wonder,
that is it. That's the checkered flag. Nat Johnston takes the race win. Sorry, I asked you that question at the wrong time there, Ollie. That's my bad.
No problem.
Nat Johnston takes the win in Heat 1. Happy ending to that race then for Nat Johnston. I wonder if the head nod was a bit of relief, in fact.
Yeah, maybe, but one thing I noticed was he almost looked down at the nose cone and then lifted the back of his head. So I wonder, has he knocked the front nose in? Well, hopefully not, but we'll see here. I think with the in the scrutineering bay, but hopefully not, because that was a very clean race, it looked like to me.
Yeah, well, we'll find out in about 30 seconds whether the iPad of Doom comes out. Clouds started to build overhead as well. As I said, it's pretty tricky to predict the weather here at Wilton Mill, but at least provisionally, Nat Johnston takes the race win. Lewis Bird P2. I think Lewis will be quite pleased with that. That's a good start to the day. Joey Brown led for quite a while in that one. Gets good points for P3. Sam Lewis, Harrison Whitcomb, they're in the top 5. Max Ewell, CJ Bennett, Theo Lestrange, Monty Brathwaite and Tristan Powell, all inside the top 10. Aaron Brown ends where he started, P11 for that one. Laith Khan up 2 spots to 12th. Mayan Patel as well moved forward to 13th. David Marshall in 14th ahead of Levi Sangera, who was up 4 places in that race. Scott Riley, Cameron Edmonds, Liam Karabelov, Dylan Patel and Alfie Gallagher complete the top 20. It's Joao Castro 21st ahead of Alexander de Benedictis. And then Freddie Farrell, Macy Hitter and Dylan Masters, the last of the 25 finishers. Morgan Moore was the single retirement from that race. Well, there is a picture being taken for Cameron Edmonds. We'll wait to see. Apologies, we didn't quite catch whether Nat Johnston is all good, but if he isn't, we'll find out soon enough when the formal results do come through. We will see the seniors back out again. Apologies, I'm just going to take a moment to get our schedule back up at 12:45. In fact, we'll have this little pause now. 11:45 is when we've got the next Hondas heat out. 12 o'clock for the IAME Waterswift Restricteds. 12:15 for Waterswift. 12:30 for Junior X30, and then, as we say, 12:45 for the seniors. We'll take a short break here on the commentary. As I say, a little bit of a pause here at the circuit whilst the classes turn themselves around. If you've ever wondered, how do you get on the grid? How do you get part of the British Kart Championships? We'll take a look at this and you'll hopefully learn some new information.
But what do you need to do when wanting to get involved with the British Kart Championships? I'm going to speak to some of the key people who you'll meet when getting involved.
Motorsport UK have developed the karting pathway to introduce new drivers to the sport. Starting with indoor, drivers learn the basics and can compete in NKA venues. Outdoor arrive and drive next, drivers learn at higher speeds on many of the same circuits as on the BKC calendar. Club level, the first level of owner karting, learn the mechanical side of the sport before competing at the British Kart Championships, the top level for karting in the UK.
I am here with a driver who's a brilliant example of someone who's come through the foundations of the sport. Harry Grant, talk us through your pathway till now for karting.
Well, I think I was at the age of 3 when, I don't know how I remember this, but I saw my dad watching Formula 1 on the TV. And after that, at the age of, I think I was 7, I had my first session in a indoor NKA kart, at kart circuit indoors, obviously. And then once I had gone from that, I stepped into outdoor karting, which was then at Lid in a rental kart. So I did a few sessions in that in the small track. I really got used to it, so that means I think I was ready to hop into one of these. So that means then I started racing in club level, all around the country pretty much, like let's say, obviously at Lid, sometimes around here as well, PFI, Riot House, so I was literally just hopping around the country in one of these. And then we thought, why not give the British Championship a go, which we're obviously at right now. So, and that's how I got here.
We are speaking to Richard Locke, Operations Director here at the British Kart Championships. Can you talk to us a bit about the assessment process when drivers are looking to take that step from club championship levels up to national level karting?
Yeah, we get a lot of drivers come through from having been on holiday, gone and experienced of karting abroad, then come back to the UK and they want to take it a little bit further. So we have the recognised tracks from the National Karting Association. They'll go in there, do some racing there. Once they've spent some time in the indoor tracks, they'll then venture outside. And there's a standard that we put in just to make sure the drivers are safe, they're competent, their own driving standards, as well as with other drivers out on the circuit. So there's an assessment level there, which can involve flags as well as their driving standards. And then once they've achieved that, they can then pursue this and carry on through to national, international levels as well.
I'm here with Louise Brown, Championship Coordinator. Louise, can you talk us through the initial registration process when a driver wants to enter the British Kart Championships?
Yeah, of course. So it's fairly straightforward. Our classes, for the majority of classes, you do need a national grade licence. So we do require experience. Obviously, some of the classes do differ. So first things first, it's always worth reading the championship regs. Then we have an initial sign up for the championship registration, which usually opens in plenty of time ahead of the events, and that's if you want to compete in the full championship, score championship points, have the opportunity at the end of the year to come to our award dinner, then that's the championship registration. We do permit guests, so if you're on the fence and you're not quite sure, then you can of course come and do a one-off event with us, give it a try, see how you like it, and then go from there.
I'm here in a privateer awning with Ollie West and his dad, Dave. Dave, talk us through some of the kit.
So this is basically a standard Cadet chassis, 950 axle. They have various makes available, but we are on a KR. The helmet you need is a CMR spec helmet, which is obviously for part of the safety kit we use. We also have rib protectors, neck braces and other parts. Yeah, can I pass that to Ollie? So, thank you. Yeah, our engine is a 60cc two-stroke water-cooled electric start. We're allowed to change sprockets, axles, various other parts of the kart to improve performance.
Well, thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed getting an insight on how you can get into the sport. But if you want more information, make sure to head over to the Motorsport UK website.
A boosted 26-strong entry for the first round in Honda Cadets in 2026. Archie Loveridge was on pole position after 2 heats in the morning. Archie Cannon alongside him on the front row. It was a classic Honda Cadets final. Plenty of drivers involved in the battle for the first win of the year, with Archie Cannon and Archie Loveridge leading early on. Luca Bacocchi was quick in the middle part of the race. Sawyer Henderson as well, looking to make it a repeat of the MJR Racing win that capped off the 2025 season. In a classic flurry to the line, 11 drivers could have won the first final of the year, but it was Archie Loveridge with a last corner gasp move that took the win and started off his new campaign in the best possible fashion. The big question, what would Sunday's final behold here at Wilton Mill? A Fusion lockout on the front row for the first X30 Junior final of 2026. Aaron Richardson had won here last year and would lead from pole position in the early stages. Sugmani Kira having a difficult start and losing out from P2. Rocco Shenton knows Wilton Mill very well, having raced here since his early club racing days. He would be a big part of the final. Aaron Richardson, though, would break away from the rest of the field, comfortably leading by 2 seconds into the latter stages, and he would repeat the victory that he had here less than 12 months ago to get his season off to a good start. Fusion Motorsport are looking for him to lead the team this year from the likes of Shenton. George Edgar as well for the Mick Bout Racing team was a factor, but Richardson started 2026 with a strong victory, signalling his intent for championship glory this year. All to play for once again, though, in X30 Junior. It's going to be a tough Sunday for everybody out there. After 2 heats on Saturday, X30 Seniors grid was a mixed-up affair. Several front-runners out of position ahead of the first final of the year. Sam Lewis would lead from pole position, Max Ewell losing out to teammate Nat Johnston in the early stages through the first couple of corners. Sam Lewis hadn't had a podium in the BKC heading into this race. His best result, P7 here last year. He would break into an early lead, looking to put that record right. Harrison Whittaker had started from 5th on the grid. A weak qualifying had put him out of position, but the race pace was quite clearly there. Soon up into the top 3, then into 2nd place, and soon chasing in on his teammate. A win at the start of the 2025 season was the highlight for Harrison Whittaker as part of a double at Warden Law. Could he do the same again here today at Wilton Mill on his way to the championship lead in the early stages here on Sunday? After a high-quality 2025, IAME Waterswift is back with another strong 2026 class of drivers. Round 1's final saw Chester Fawkes from pole position lead in the early stages, rich off good form in Franciacorta in a European race earlier on in the spring. Mason Hibbert, Alfie Davidson, Dimi Uzanov and Ilyas Sami likewise have raced well out on the continent so far this season. That top 5 would break away from the rest of the field. Alfie Davidson led in the middle phases of the race, controlling the pace and controlling his task of trying to get another victory in these championships. But not too far behind, the DK Academy drivers were keeping the Fusions honest, and in the end, Ilyas Sami would break through to take his first win in the British Kart Championships, signalling a new charger in this category ready to win in Waterswift. Once again in Waterswift, it's all to play for here on Sunday. The first final of the year for IAME Waterswift Restricted, the cadet level in the X30 ladder. Hendrix Fallat and Arthur Bowers led the early stages of the first final here at Wilton Mill. Arthur Bowers for the BMR team getting the best start from the front row of the grid. Both of these drivers were new to the championship this year, closely followed by Benjamin Schlivar, the number 6 seed from 2025, and the number 4 seed, Ollie West. Into the middle phases of the race, there were lots of battles in the midfield. Bowers unfortunately would have a problem, and Hendrix Fallat would also be under investigation. The latter stages of the races always knew that the number 15 might lose out, would make Benjamin Schlivar the winner of round 1, the first win for the Bosnian driver in the BKC. It's a close competition though. Sunday could be a completely different picture for round 2 here at Wilton Mill. Here in the race centre with Harrison Whitcomb. Yeah. Harrison, we're going to take a look through a lap of Wilton Mill here. You're going to pause it and tell us a little bit more about the key points around this circuit. Take it away.
So, obviously, we're starting this lap. We need to make sure we're super nice and wide going into this corner because we have to open up a really big left, well, for the left-hander here, make sure we're fully getting over this curb to fully open up the run up to Christmas, because this straight here is the most important straight to get right. Because if you're not getting the exit right here, you're not going to go all the way up to Christmas, and it's going to ruin your run all the way up.
We see a lot of overtaking into this part of the circuit. It's one of the most spectacular places in the championship, isn't it, to get your moves done?
Yeah, it's a perfect place. As long as you get your run right, coming up onto the straight, it's going to be a perfect place to overtake someone up at Christmas. So what we're going to do here, we're going to open it up as much as we can, late on the brakes, sliding into the corner, make sure we're getting our lock nice and tight. Late apex, I'd say, probably about middle through the corner, nice and wide, coming onto this next corner. So now we're going to fully mount this curb. Flat through here. It's really important to get this right because, yet again, there's another one where the run is massive into Ashby. I need to make sure we're getting this perfectly right. So we're getting over these two curbs, running in nice and wide, and same again here. We're late on the brakes, about where this dirt patch is here, and that's about our braking point.
And in coming downhill as well into Ashby, it's, you know, on a map it looks similar to Christmas because they're both hairpins, but the fact that you're going downhill into this part of the course, it's very easy to push on, isn't it?
100%. Like you'll see here through this corner, I'm getting on two wheels coming out of here. You can see the front right there lifting up, and then it throws you wide out here, but you've got to use all the runoff, using all the track that we can use within the track limits. And in this next one here, we're opening up again. As you can see, there's a bit of a runoff here that you can use, and all the drivers are using this to advantage. Braking nice and late, nibbling the curb, just a little kiss, and using all the runoff again, nice and wide. So now we're going into the next corner. Yet again, it's another late braking zone, and it's another good opportunity for overtaking. So we need, us as drivers, we need to make sure we are late braking so people behind us can't get a nice overtake up the inside.
Otis as well as we play it through. This is a point where it gets really tight on exit here. And then this crucial run into the boot. The boot obviously has changed over the last couple of years. Yeah. I'd say this corner now is probably your last opportunity to make a real overtake, isn't it?
I mean, 100%. In the last few years, you've been able to make an overtake through this corner up on the right-hand side, but now with the new layout, it's hard to make the overtakes. You've got to get it done early in the boot, because otherwise you're going to miss the opportunity and you're not going to have a chance for the race win. Again, obviously now with the new track layout that came a couple of years ago, you have to get this right. It's essential. And especially with the new flip-flops, people are going to be watching for track limits. You need to get it perfectly right, avoid both of them, and have a nice run onto the main straight.
And then the last corner as well to close out the lap, arguably, is where your next lap starts, isn't it?
100%. Obviously, that will affect your run up to Christmas as well, so you need to make sure you're getting the run right out of that corner, because it all matters.
Absolutely. Harrison, thanks for your time. Thanks for showing us around Wilton Mill.
Thank you very much.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chain.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of Event 2 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Let's take you through the grid then for Honda Cadet. Their second heat, determined by the second fastest laps for each driver in qualifying practice earlier on this morning. Luca Bacocchi will be on pole position for this one. Dino Rowlands alongside on the front row. Sawyer Henderson and Bradley Sutton go from row 2. Oliver Ratton and Shaylin Trecanton go from 3. Archie Loveridge has work to do from row number 4 in this one, and will start alongside Henry Colborne, Ollie Knox and Marcus Cooper on row 5. Nathan Becker and Harry Grant wrap out the top 12. It's then Jensen Kula and Finley Thursfield on row 7. Freddie Drury and Archie Cannon, who had a penalty in the first race, they go from row number 8. Carl Kerr, Boom Racing, starts on row 9 alongside Edward Fry, Joshua Adoti and Luke Hamill on row 10. Ali Saunders and Rexy go from row 11 alongside Archie Tosh. Austin Dowell and Timon Pensac go from 12. Ben Bowers and Oliver Vickers, as we saw in the first heat, they had problems in TQ.
So they start this race like they did in heat number 1 from the very back of the field. Hello to Anna Blakemore cheering on Archie Cannon. That's actually Riley Blakemore. Hello, Riley. Hope you're doing well, mate. So probably on Mum's account, cheering on Archie Cannon. And this it's so good to have 20+ drivers. Oh no, we've lost one. Now that is going to be, as I try and work out, I think that might have been Oliver Ratton. No, it wasn't. No, it's the number 83 that has not made it. That's Archie Tosh for the McRae Motorsport team, who unfortunately, by the looks of that picture, will not be taking the start of this race. So it's same again, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Results from this one combined with the results from race number 1 to give us, or heat number 1 I should say, to give us the grid for the final later on today. It was Bukkake from Loveridge, Becker, Rowland, Sutton, your top 5 earlier on today. Green flag in the air there, indicating that we are ready to race here in Honda Cadet GX200. Second heat of the day, 4th of the weekend here at Wilton Mill. Lights are out. We are racing once again in Honda Cadet. It's a pretty even start for those on the front row of the grid, but it will be Luca Bukkake who leads up the hill to Christmas for the first time. They're all through, 25 of them towards Christmas corner. As, oh dear, bit of a spin there for the number 72, the number 14 getting caught out of that. That was Finley Thursfield and Carl Kerr, who have not had the starts to this race that they would have wanted. Archie Loveridge in the middle of it all there. Started this one 7th, has gone back a little bit there in the early stages, but at least is still running, unlike 3 drivers who were hoping to be in the mix at this stage. That was a very dramatic run up to Christmas there, Kale.
It definitely was. Great start from Luca Bukkake, though, who was your pole sitter. We saw him do a brilliant job yesterday after not the qualifying that he wanted. Clawed his way back up through in Heat 1 today as well. So great job from him. He's going to hope to control this for the remainder of the race, but there is a long, just under 7 minutes to go as he enters turn 1 and 2, still in that lead. It looks like there's going to be a change in position, though, for 3rd place as they head side by side, Bradley Sutton and Sawyer Henderson, and it's going to be Sawyer Henderson that heads back through Christmas corner, now up into 3rd.
Good move there from Sawyer Henderson, who impressed yesterday and looking to be the top novice at least once again here today. There's Archie Cannon in the bright green helmet, the former S. I keep having to remind myself he's now running the number 5, because for a lot of last year he ran the S plate, and an S and a 5 look pretty similar on karts sometimes. There down the inside again, move for 2nd place. Good stuff from Sawyer Henderson, and Bradley Sutton's going to get involved. Oh, that's beautiful work from Oliver Ratton for the MJR racing team. We've got a good record around this place. Drawing alongside now is Dino Rowlands. This is all good. In fact, this is very good now for Bukkake and Henderson. They've got a breakaway. They've got a 2-kart breakaway ahead of the rest of them. 3 wide going up through Fine Lady. This is proper stuff. Marcus Cooper in the number 56. Good race number, that. Oh, not a good moment, though, for Cooper. Loses out. Shellingsworth Campton's got many a position there. Out on the grass nearly is Archie Loveridge. My goodness me, this is looking like the M1 on a Friday night at the moment as they go down to Ashby Corner. Out onto the grass is Ollie Knox in the number 82. Back on circuit, loses out, probably down to around 15th place. This is where Honda Cadet develops drivers' racecraft, because you've got to be on your A game, particularly around a circuit like this. It's so well raced. Often drivers come here for multiple championships. They do the club events as well. If you're not on your 99th percentile of performance, you're going to be back in the field, aren't you, Kale?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you can see how close it is there. Sideways action, it opens Christmas corner, wheel banging, but here are your 2 leaders. Sawyer Henderson currently fastest car on that circuit. Brilliant start for Sawyer Henderson there from the 2nd row of the grid, so good qualifying anyway, good 2nd lap. Fastest lap, though, Luca Bukkake has 4 minutes left to go. Is he going to defend? We are seeing right now, though, them working together, which at this stage in the race is to be expected from these 2 drivers.
I had a quick sight there on a couple of shots ago of Ben Bowers in the number 28 for the Team 17 outfit. Ben having a cracking race, up 11 places at the moment to 14th. So keep an eye on that. It's kind of like a purple and pink kart out there. It's charging through the field.
4.25 minutes of this one remaining. Luca Bukaki still leads this one from Sawyer Henderson. Bradley Sutton there in third, and Shaylin Srikantan up to fourth place. Shaylin Srikantan has got good race pace here, was second in the first of the finals last year, and then of course won that very dramatic season finale to close out the 2025 campaign. For those efforts was voted the Wera Tools driver of the day, of course, as there is a close moment between Oliver Ratton and Dino Rowlands. Dino holding on to that position of 6th right now, and here comes Archie Cannon in the number 5, up the order a little bit more. Mason Becker looking to get involved. Off of Ozier's go Ratton and Rowlands, and Henry Colborne as well in that number 75 machine, looking to gain positions. Cannon on the inside there. Forceful stuff as out wide and through the old version of Wilton Mill goes Dino Rowlands. Now that might attract the attention of the race officials to at least take a second glance on that one. Of course, big CCTV network of cameras around this circuit, as here's a move for third place. Shaylin Srikantan down the inside takes that spot away from Bradley Sutton. I like the look of that number 23 machine today. It's looking quick in the hands of the winner here in 2025.
You are right. Srikantan made the choice to lead that kind of third pack, looking for that third podium position, thinking maybe he's the fastest out of the 3 to hopefully draw them towards your leaders who are there off in the distance. Not too far just yet, though. Let's take a look a bit further down the pack. Ben Bowers.
Oh, sorry, Kale. Off the road, Dino Rowlands in the number 21. That looked to be out of Ozier's corner. Spinning round on the grass, and there was a hand in the air to say what happened there to Dino Rowlands. That is a real shame for one of the front runners in the early stages of this race. Once again, we see a driver who started on the front row of the grid end up out the back of the pack in this one.
You're right, it's been difficult for the Hondas so far. Change a little bit further down the order there. That is the inside at Christmas corner. That is the seeded car number 5, Archie Cannon, working his way back through the grid. Now running in 7th in that mid pack. We've seen plenty of wheel banging. He takes a look again, but not quite gets the move done. We've seen lots of wheel banging and 3-way action from these Honda Cadets so far. Still just under 2 minutes to go. But let's, if we have a second, take 2 seconds to look further down the pack. You've got Ben Bowers, who did wake his way up about 12 places, now just dropped down back to that 19th position. Unfortunate for him after such a claw through the pack. Finley Thursfield, obviously one of the drivers who just missed out on that last lap. Now out, Dino Rowlands now, unfortunately, after that first start, and then Archie Tosh, who we have lost. Another Scotsman. We've got plenty of Scottish drivers out here this weekend.
The Scottish drivers are a big driving force behind this renaissance of Honda Cadet racing, and full credit to them. I know we've got a Scotsman in our commentary box this weekend who's got a long journey home at the end of today. But yeah, no, it's really, really good to see. At the end of the day, this is a British karting championship for all parts of the UK. Very, very well supported by the Hondas from the northern parts of the nation. Less than a minute to go then. Luca Bukaki still leads this race as one of those drivers based up above the border. Sawyer Henderson pushing on, and this is falling into your classic Honda Cadet race. You've got 2 at the very front, 2 trying to chase them down, make that 3 actually. Marcus Cooper's having an awesome drive. Told you number 56 is a good kart number, and he's just about to assist Srikantan and Sutton to potentially gain some positions in the latter stage of this race. Here's the battle for 6th place. Archie Cannon ahead of Mason Becker. Henry Colborne still there. That's 6th, 7th and 8th places right now. Right now, if you're this second group, Srikantan, Sutton, Cooper, you've got to keep pressing on. I'll say it again, the number of times I've seen Honda Cadet races at this circuit over the years and leaders lose 2.5 seconds on the last lap because they're battling back and forth, as that's a good move from Mason Becker to be back up to 6th place ahead of Archie Cannon. It can happen. It can easily happen, and you've got to believe, if you're Srikantan, Sutton and Cooper, that it is going to happen for you in the next few moments and still give you a chance of winning this race. We're on to the final lap now, this second heat for the Honda Cadets. Luca Bukaki looking to close this one out, looking to take pole position for the final. Here comes Bradley Sutton. No, they're not going to work together. You're going to get two scraps on your screen now between Bukaki and Henderson, and Sutton going through there past Canton and into third place. Down the hill once again. Middle of the road taken there by Luca Bukaki. There's not really going to be an opportunity for Henderson to draw alongside, or is there? Off of Ashby corner. Good defence from Luca Bukaki. He's got to chop down, got to make sure that there's no route through there through hoses. Spot on from Luca Bukaki there. That was very good defence from the Scottish driver in towards the boot for the final time. Can Sawyer Henderson get down the inside? No, not at that part of the course. It's pretty tight through here now in this new chicane. That was a brilliant last lap from both drivers, from all 5 drivers here on your screen, but it's Luca Bukaki who takes heat 2. Sawyer Henderson along the line in second place. Bradley Sutton, fastest lap of the race, comes home in third. Shaylin Trecanton showing his prowess around this circuit once again with P4, and Marcus Cooper with a really good run there. 5th in the second heat yesterday. He's repeated that result. Sorry, no, that was 5th in... No, it was in the second heat yesterday that Marcus was 5th, so that's a repeat again. That result then led into a final where Marcus was in the top 10 yesterday. We'll see whether that is the same case again, but Luca Bukaki takes it for the Apollo Karts team. It's a great battle this weekend between the Apollo runners and those on Project Ones. It's been fascinating to watch, and it is not over at all. Bukaki from Henderson, Sutton, Trecanton, Cooper. Henry Colborne comes home P6 ahead of Mason Becker. Jensen Kula 8th, Freddie Drury 9th, and Harry Grant's back into the top 10 once again. Archie Cannon, tough heats for Archie today, but don't count him out, especially in a longer final. P11 in that one ahead of Ollie Knox. Archie Loveridge 13th, Oliver Ratton and Ali Saunders up into the top 15. Ali up 6 places in that one in number 58. Joshua Doty next up ahead of Luke Hamill, Oliver Vickers, Edward Fry and Austin Dowell completing the top 20. Ben Bowers did see the technical flag towards the end of that race, so I'm not sure whether that P21 is going to stand, if I'm honest. Carl Kerr 22nd, Simon Pensack in 22nd, 23rd. Finley Thursfield, the last of 24 finishers, 2 retirements, Dino Rowlands and Archie Tosh. Love that livery, it's great. I'm a big sports car fan, and yeah, I like that one. It's like my Lego model at home.
You seem to be favouring the black and green liveries today.
No, I've been very clear. That's an okay use of Dayglow yellow. It's good mixed with the blue, but yeah, no, that stands out. That livery, indeed. So we'll see the Hondas again later on for their final. Could be the first final of the day at 1:30 this afternoon. But for now, let's move on. IAME Waterswift Restricted up next. On the grid then for the second heat in IAME Waterswift Restricted. 20 drivers ready to go in an order determined by their second fastest laps from timed qualifying and qualifying practice earlier on this morning. Having a look there at some of our drivers starting, well, Arthur Bowers on the left-hand side of your screen, number 98 starts on row 3, and Bobby Slater there as well on row number 4. These drivers ready to go for another 8-minute race. Let's bring you up to speed. If you missed the first race and you don't want to hear the result, close your ears now. Arthur Bowers was your winner of the first race ahead of Benjamin Schlivar by 0.078 of a second. Patrick Wood third, Ollie West fourth, Freddie Baker finishing in the top 5. Looking for some bigger moves up the order. Louis Wilson 12th after being on the podium yesterday. Had a penalty in that first race. But that's okay. It's all learning at this stage of the season. There's Ollie West on your screens, the number 4, whose nickname is Egg.
Egg?
Egg.
Can't say I've heard that one.
Yes. I'll be honest, I can't remember the full story. I was told it in waiting for a journey home earlier on in the season by Ollie and his family. But yeah, no, he's done pretty well so far. This weekend has Ollie West, and of course coming with that, that added pressure when you've got a seeded plate on, and especially all the newer drivers looking to beat that one. That's a nice livery as well. Number 81 on your screens of Max St. Hilaire. Bit of a McLaren, a modern McLaren tribute on that one. Again, standing out on circuit. The marshals will like that one as well because it's bright orange.
You can see all the families now stood waiting to watch the Waterswift Restricted for their second heat of the day. Tensions are building now in the restricted grid as they've got short amount of opportunities left to make their way to their final results.
Yeah, let's take you through the grid then. In full for this next race. On pole position again, Hendrix Fallat. Very good timed qualifying from Hendrix earlier on in the day. Oliver Woodall alongside on the front row. Patrick Wood and Ollie West go from row 2. It's Freddie Baker and Arthur Bowers on row number 3. Arthur Rhodes, Bobby Slater, they form up the 4th row for this one. Caden Hakura and Louis Wilson go from 5. Benjamin Schlivar's got work to do. Starts alongside Logan Hodgetts for this one on row 6. Cole Parrish and Harry Murphy go from 7. Darcy Durnford and George Askew start on row 8. It's then Riley Aston Wilkins and Noah Brad in row 9. And then Max St. Hilaire and Harley Hibbert completing the 20-strong field here in IAME Waterswift Restricted. And you know the picture by now. Results from this one, combined with the heat results from earlier on in the day, will set the grid for the final. Second formation lap underway. Hello to Cabby, who was cheering on Mason Becker in the previous race. Let us know. We're keeping an eye on Alpha Live comments. Apologies, I've not got the Karting UK ones on the screen. I've not got enough screens. I've got a big screen for the feed itself, but apologies, Karting UK viewers. I haven't got yours on the screen at the moment. Formation laps continuing. I was a little bit worried about 10 minutes of it go, Kale. I've been here enough times to sometimes be able to call whether it's about to rain. But I think on this occasion, in my head, I was wrong. It's brightened up quite a bit in the last 10 minutes.
It really has. The sun is really coming out there on the last sector of the circuit. I don't think we're in for a wet race. Not for this one, anyway.
Apologies, Kabir. I thought it was Cabby Racers. It's Kabir Aces in the chat. Apologies. Right, ready to go then. All things being well. 0 points on the board at the moment from the first race. Schlivar 2 points, Wood 3 points, West 4 points. Love that shot through the tyre barriers. Now, are we going round again? There was the Saturday night. That might be why we might be going round again. George Askew's got some problems, and yes, the chevron flag is out. Up the hill once again to Christmas Corner, so a bit more time for the drivers to get heat into their materials. Interested to see how, and I kind of like this. I say we've gone away from the 3-lap average method of setting the grids for qualifying. I've got to say I'm in favour of it. It never quite sat right with me, 3-lap average. I think we've got a replay to have a little look at here from earlier on. What's occurring at this point? Is this how George Askew's? Oh dear. The kart says no go. That's a mechanical problem, or it could be an electrical problem for George Askew. Out of this race. So, along the infield straight once again. Hendrix Fallat looking to get some good points on the board. Fallat currently 7th in the intermediate standings after the first heat earlier. So Bowers, Schlivar, Wood, West, Baker, Woodall, Fallat, Slater, Hagura. Oh, that's not a replay, folks. That's the same thing again for George Askew. I think this time we're going to go racing. We're going to go green. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Through the first couple of corners then. Yeah, George Askew has now got going again, but he's going to be at the back of the field. Here comes Patrick Wood. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the big send into Christmas there. You can lean into that corner. Oh dear, as Max St. Hilaire has had a problem in the McLaren kart, the McLaren liveried machine, and it's hopefully going to be back on circuit. Well done, Max. Get back on track and race for the rest of the time on this one. You never know what could happen with 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Down the infield straight there is Schlivar, the diminutive driver there in the number 6. I did ask Ben yesterday, Ben, have you grown since last year? And he gave me a very straightforward answer, no.
I do remember that. I don't think he was too positive about that one, but
it'll happen eventually.
Are we going to have a move down for second? It looks like we are. That's going to be Freddie Baker, who's now up into second. Patrick Wood trying not to let that happen as he stays relatively close on the exit of Christmas Corner, and that is now going to be Freddie Baker taking a look again for the race lead. Full confidence of wide all the top four go, but it's going to be Freddie Baker that comes out on top into the lead of the race already. What confidence from that driver. We saw a brilliant Heat 1 from him, making his way back through the grid to now lead the early stages of this race. That's a brilliant start.
It is indeed. Well, of course, Freddie had a very good run at Event 1 in the other half of the British Kart Championships. Took second place at Warden Law to start the season, but of course this is a second campaign for Freddie Baker here in IAME Waterswift Restricted. You do often see that from the cadet drivers, because at this age, track time is so valuable. Patrick Wood having a look down the inside for second place. Oh, a little bit of a squirm, and Fallat's finding himself on the grass there. Oh dear, Hendrix Fallat having not the best of luck so far in these heats. Just wondered, did Wood lose the back end of the kart ever so slightly? Might have been with a little nudge, a little bit of a bump draft assist from Ollie West behind. And then it's actually quite a quick corner, Christmas. It's one of those that on a map, you look at it, it's a hairpin, and you think, oh, that's going to be quite a slow corner, isn't it? But because you're uphill and it's cambered down towards the apex, you can swing through that corner, but it tightens on the exit. So if you've got two karts trying to go side by side through there, that is what can happen from time to time. 5 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Freddie Baker is extending his lead now to 0.4 of a second, ahead of Patrick Wood, then Ollie West, then Oliver Woodall, and then Arthur Bowers, the first of the novices right now, completing the top 5.
Brilliant start for Freddie Baker once again, managing to make his way up into the lead, pull that gap to about half a second, but Patrick Wood has reined him in a bit, now only 0.2, and it looks like those top 4 are going to be working together. Freddie Baker, though, like you say, a driver who we have seen in the other half of the championship, looking to do well, didn't have the best run in yesterday's round 1, but clearly hopes are looking higher for him this weekend. Here we see a fusion train. That's what we've seen a lot of this weekend. Also the fusions working together in various classes. Hendrix Fallat, though, dropping back down the order. Unfortunate for him, that's happened to him quite a few times this weekend so far, but he'll be trying to make his way back up. 4 minutes and 18 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's all part of the learning though at this stage. Say Hendrix Fallat in his first year of racing in the British Kart Championships, has raced in other championships. Now investigation underway for Ollie West. I wonder if that is something to do with that moment that we saw up at Christmas a few moments ago. We'll of course leave the race officials to do their work. Commentators are not a formal official of the race meeting. I'm still going to get that on a T-shirt. 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this one, and we've got a proper scrap for the race lead. Freddie Baker and Patrick Wood at the front of the order. Then the two Ollies. Hello to some of our colleagues as well, who, if I've got my facts correct, are watching from Biggin Hill at the moment. Piers Pryor and Chris McCarthy. Hello, boys. Hope you're doing well. And Piers sends his apologies. Was originally meant to be here, but of course there's been a bit of a schedule change with F2 because of things that are happening in the world at the moment. Oh no, Hendrix Fallat's got a problem. Oh, and it goes from bad to worse for Hendrix Fallat. The kart comes to a stop up towards Christmas and is definitely out of contention for this one now. Here goes Bobby Slater down the inside on his teammate Caden Hakura. This is a good scrap between two new names to the championship. Arthur Rhodes not too far behind as well. Benjamin Schlivar trying to move his way up the order. I tell you what, it's really tight for who's going to be on pole position here today in the final. Currently 3 drivers, all scoring 5 intermediate points. And remember that these stages do count through to championship points as well. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Those 3 drivers in question are your race leader, Freddie Baker, Patrick Wood and Arthur Bowers. Now, the key thing to remember as well, folks, on a tied score, as Woodall goes down the inside to take 3rd place away from Ollie West, we go back to the TQ performance earlier on today. That's what determines the tiebreaker. So right now it would be Arthur Bowers on pole position. But if Wood can find a way through past Freddie Baker, Wood would take pole position for
the final later on this afternoon. Onto the infield straight, down towards the boot. That very big point forward from Patrick Wood to say, let's keep going. Oh, needs to be careful there on the entry to the boot. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. I think the drivers have suddenly got the message that there's a pole position to be won here with this race, Kale. It's properly heating up.
Well, it sounds like it. Arthur Bowers, though, not a bad position to be in. Was the fastest driver on circuit, just at the back of this 5-pack for the race lead. Not too bad. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. We are to expect these drivers to start battling as there is about to be a change for third place, but he doesn't quite make the move stick. Ollie West trying to get back in front of Woodall, but doesn't quite get it done. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, plus a lap. Investigation for a driver who dropped towards the back. Max St. Hilaire, unfortunate for him, but let's keep on to this front pack. Patrick Wood, really strong so far today. Obviously going to be waiting for his opportunity to pounce for the race lead. We're not going to see it just yet, though, because that is Oliver Woodall, who is right on his rear bumper now.
Yeah, something's not quite adding up in my head at the moment. We'll come back to that because this, Patrick Wood just got wide on the toe of the boot. There's a little berm just on driver's left-hand side. I wonder if Patrick just caught that with his rear left wheel. Either way, it's allowed Oliver Woodall through and up to second. But I tell you what, Oliver Woodall could be on pole position for this final. He's got to find a way through past Freddie Baker first. Just to come back to that point of what's not quite adding up in my head at the moment. Max St. Hilaire was sore in trouble as down the inside for third place goes Ollie West for third place. Max is now back on the back of the field. So he's gained that time back, and I'm not quite sure how. Maybe that's something that's just being looked at with the under investigation. 10 seconds to go. I think they might get another... no, I think they'll get last lap this time around. Here, 3, 2, 1, time is up. So last lap board will be out this time around. There it is. Freddie Baker still has the lead of this race, so it's 2 drivers now tied on 5 points for a share of the lead, but only one of them can be on pole position not tomorrow, this afternoon in fact. Freddie Baker still leads this one. That's where he needs to finish if he's going to be at the front of the grid. Arthur Bowers could further consolidate that pole position, though, if he can find a way through past Patrick Wood for 4th. It's one of those that the drivers will just not be sure what's happening at the moment, so they'll be racing hard, if in doubt, flat out at this stage. Towards the boot once again then. Freddie Baker is going to win this heat. He's got a good gap over second place through the new chicane, round the final corner, round paddock and to the line. Freddie Baker will be on the front row as things stand for the final later on today, but as the scores stand, it'll be Arthur Bowers on pole position, both of them on 5 points, but Bowers a little bit quicker in time qualifying earlier on this morning. Plenty of close scraps up and down the order there in IAME Waterswift, but there's your race winner. Could it be a first British Kart Championships win in a final later on today for Freddie Baker? Go one better than Freddie achieved at Warden Law in event number 1. Well, we'll have to wait and see till 2 o'clock for that one. But let's take you through that provisional order then. Freddie Baker wins from Oliver Woodall. Ollie West at home in 3rd place. Patrick Wood and Arthur Bowers in the top 5. That should be enough, all being well, for Bowers to be on top of the intermediate classification and also take the full complement of 65 championship points at this early stage of the year. Caden Hakura, good drive there from Caden, up 3 spots to P6 ahead of teammate Bobby Slater in 7th. Louis Wilson home in 8th place. It's then Logan Hodgetts and Arthur Rhodes completing the top 10. Benjamin Schlivar, bit of a difficult race there for Benjamin, drops down the order a bit in those intermediate points with that 11th place. Harry Murphy 12th, Cole Parrish, Riley Aston, Wilkins and Darcy Durnford all in the top 15. Noah Brad, George Askew, Max St. Hilaire and Harley Hibberts, the last of the 19 finishes in that one. Hendrix Fallat was a retirement with technical issues about halfway through the race. So Bowers and Baker there on the front row for the final, all being well. Of course, these results are provisional. Wood and West on row 2, Woodall and Schlivar on row 3, Hakura and Slater row 4, Wilson and Rhodes row 5. The rest of those drivers will update you in due course to where they'll start that final, which will be at 2 o'clock here at Wilton Mill. second round of the year for the IAME Waterswift Restricteds. There's number 67, Harley Hibbert, and a thought for Hendricks Fallat as well. Not what we want to see, but I'm sure that Hendricks will be back stronger than ever in the final. We'll take a short break here on the comms. Next up after this, Waterswift. Welcome back, everybody, to Wilton Mill. Slightly bright and sunny Wilton Mill for the start of the next heat, which is the second one of the day for Waterswift. Alfie Davidson on pole position for this one, alongside on the front row, winner of Heat 1, Dimmy Uzanov. Chester Fawkes and Harry Chapman go from row number 2. Bodie Batch and Evan Owen starts from row 3. Ilyas Sami and Hugo Torpy start on 4. Mason Hibbert and Teddy Higgs, they wrap out the top 10 for the start of this one. Charlie Clough and Margaris Kvetskis of Lithuania go from row number 6. It's Rudra Gokulnath and Oliver Tay on row 7. Hero Tay and Theo Tyak go from row number 8. Albie J. Stubbs and Hugo Williamson start on row 9, and William Bennett completes the 19 runners. But I think we're down to 18 because I could see a fusion, or I could see a fusion, in trouble. I think it's Oliver Tay. Yeah, the 123 is not clocking up on our timing screens. I think I saw a fusion off to driver's left, running up to Christmas corner. So that is a real shame for Oliver. All these drivers will make it through to the final, but Oliver had penalties in the first heat, so it's guaranteed now he's going to be starting at the back for the final. Ollie Stewart rejoins me in the box. Dimmy Uzanov for the Jade Racing team, a team you're very familiar with, of course. Top of the table at the moment after the first heat. What do you reckon he can do here?
Yeah, he's done a great job. Yesterday, obviously, struggled a little bit in qualifying, just didn't quite get the track position right. But today, new day, as I said to him already, and what a day he's made of it so far. Winning the first heat, and now he's starting at the front for the second heat. So we will see what he can do in this heat. They're all going quite slow at the moment, so hopefully no one oils up too much. But you can never say never, can you?
What do we mean to the uninitiated, what oiling up means?
Okay, so it's when the engine gets flooded with too much fuel. So what happens is when the spark plug in the top of the engine ignites the fuel, and that's what causes the piston to go up and down, which gives you drive. So when it oils up, there's too much fuel, so basically the spark plug can't handle it, and it just will not go anywhere. So you need it to be clean. And lights out, here we go, and 8 minutes on the clock. Lap 1 and we race.
Absolutely good start for Alfie Davidson, who needs a good result in this one after problems in the first race. Had a front fairing penalty in heat number 1. That's the best possible start for Alfie Davidson. Chester Fawkes helping there. Oh, close on the apex of Christmas corner. Bodie Batch did very well to get out of that situation and hold on to third place. Ilyas Sami is straight there on the scene, up to P4. Mason Hibbert. It's these same familiar names that you're going to learn a lot across the course of 2026, whether you're following this championship or this same category out on the continent. It is a category that British drivers, or British-based drivers, have done very, very well in the past few years. 7 minutes and 10 seconds at this one remaining then. End of the first lap. Alfie Davidson is going to be your race leader after lap 1. Chester Fawkes up to P2. Batch, Hibbert, Sami, Uzanov. Great start for Hero Tay as well. Tay up 8 places to P7. Charlie Clough there as well in the 151 is up 3 to 8th. There's William Bennett on the scene as well. Great stuff from William Bennett, the Welsh driver for the Jade Racing team. Has gained 6 places in the early stages. There's problems for Margaris Kvetskis there. Ollie, what do you make of that?
I didn't quite see there what just happened, but one thing I will say is Dimitar just got a bit of a bad start there, down to 6th place from the front row of the grid, and all making a move. Oh, who's that? The
That's
number 152.
yeah, the 152.
Unfortunate for him, that's going to cost him a lot of time, and it's unfortunately for the heat, for the race as well, for the final. He'll struggle to get up there in the grid now. I don't know where that puts him in the intermediate classification, but it's not going to help him anyway, for sure.
Yeah, and Kvetskis, who had the great run here last year when he was part of the Apollo team, looking to add to the 9 top 10s that Margus has had. Well, actually, no, 10 top 10s now after yesterday's results. But I don't think it's going to be 11 today on the basis of what we've seen so far. I hope I'm wrong, of course. There's a move. Ilyas Sami through. Decisive again, and I've got to praise Ilyas again, because as Charlie Clough goes down the inside there of the 162 of Dimi Udinov, Ilyas this time 12 months ago wasn't in the best of places. Had no luck. If he'd had no bad luck, he'd have no luck at all, and was outside the top 10, you know, not with a happy smile on his face, and the work that not only Ilyas has done, of course, as the driver, but Danny Curl's done as well. For those unaware, DK Academy, Danny Curl, former world champion, has been a pleasure to watch so far this season. And if there's one thing I'm going to pin on for Ilyas in terms of where he's improved, it's his decision-making in terms of, yep, I can make this overtake, and I'm going to go for it. I'm going to get down the inside and get the job done. I've seen him race a good few times out in Europe already this year. And of course, here last weekend as well, we were keeping an eye on him for Kart Club, and it's really, really positive to see. And I think similar to what we were saying with some drivers at Warden Law, drivers who are maybe outside the top 10 now and thinking, oh, I'm not maybe cut out for this. Don't think that for a minute, because with time, with training, with experience, there's always opportunity to turn things around.
Yes, absolutely. I think his decisiveness when overtaking contributes a lot to his overall performance. And the one thing is, I was probably the worst driver I've ever seen, or anyone's ever seen when I started. I was terrible. My dad used to buy me an ice cream every single time I didn't get lapped. So, yeah.
And now you're a British champion.
Well, yeah, it can all turn around for you, and that's for sure. And that's for everyone at home and all the younger kids out there. All definitely can turn around for you. So no matter how you're doing right now, as long as you keep putting the effort in and keep working hard and listening to your parents as well, then there's no reason why you can't be at the front.
Indeed. So into the second half of time on this one. Davidson leading from Forks, from Batch, from Hibbert, Sami, Tay, Clough, Uzanov, Owen and Chapman. It's a bit of a calmer heat so far for the Waterswifts. I think that is mostly due to the pace that Alfie Davidson is putting in right now. Just stretching this one, using the materials at this stage as Sami goes down the inside. Another decisive move, nice and calm, not getting rattled. Calmly through past Mason Hibbert there for 4th place. Hero Tay there at the back of this group is the first of the new drivers to the British Kart Championships this year. All brothers, all 3 of them here today. Hero, Oliver and of course Max up in the junior categories. Through the toe of the boot once again. Looking a little bit elsewhere in the field, who's making good progress. Rudra Gokilnath up 2 spots. Rudra I've had the pleasure of watching a good number of races of so far this year. Unbeaten in finals up the road at Shennington in their club meetings so far this year. Been very impressive indeed, as once again down the inside, Ilyas Sami takes 3rd place away from Bodie Batch, and unfortunately for Bodie, loses another couple of positions to teammates Mason Hibbert and Hero Tay in all of that. And again, it just shows how quickly things can change in this category, Ollie.
Absolutely. I mean, look how close they are. I haven't seen a single race here where they've not been bumper to bumper. I know there's sometimes little bits of gaps between certain drivers, but throughout the field there is always quite a few together, as we see another attempt into the boot there by the 124 on the fusion chassis of Hero Tay. But this is looking good and it's looking spicy. 2 minutes to go and everyone is still in contention to be at least on the podium for this race.
With this age group, Ollie, what's kind of the big 3 things that you focus on when you're training them and working with them? What is it that you kind of look at as there's a battle here between Batch, oh dear, Bodie Batch round, Close moment there with Charlie Clough, and last year's runner-up in IAME Waterswift Restricted will not be happy with that. And once again, Evan Owen coming up the order. This is the third time that we've seen this from Evan so far this weekend. Hero Tay going in on Ilyas Sami and through into 4th place. Oh dear, that is not what Bodie Batch would have wanted there. And we'll drop him down the order, not just in this race, but in the intermediate points. But just to go back to that question earlier, this age group, top 3 things, what do you try and work on them with?
Well, the thing is, every driver's got their strengths, every driver's got their weakness, okay? But when you're younger, there's a lot of times it's consistency, because younger age, younger brain, a lot of the time there's a lot of distractions. People want to go out, they want to go and play afterwards, you know. There's a lot of the time where you're in the middle of a data room and their attention span's not quite there. So sometimes it's just a case of being able to stay consistent, whereas we see a move there for the number 8 into, I believe that was 2nd place, passing Chester Forks. But yeah, it's the consistency, I would say, is the number 1 thing that we need to focus on. Second of all is the racecraft, working together with your team and as a teammate, because a lot of the time drivers, they see a teammate and they're friends with them, but on track, all they want to do is beat them, as we all do, for sure. But there's times where you could both benefit from working together. Like, for example, now, I know they're not teammates at the moment, but if Mason Hibbert and Chester Forks work together here, they could quite easily catch Alfie Davidson. Well, I say that, but he's got a pretty big gap going into the penultimate lap, so we will see. What can happen? You see another change there for the 124 passing Chester Forks. Hero Tay is on a mission at the moment, I believe, Andrew.
This is a really good drive from Hero Tay, but back come the DK Academy boys. Chester Forks down the inside, Tay trying to hold it around the outside. Oh my goodness me, Evan Owen. Owen Airlines for a moment there off of Ashby Corner. Charlie Clough takes advantage of that and is back up into 6th place. And Dimi Uzanov could catch up and get some more points on the board as well right now. Once again, like we saw in IAME Waterswift Restricted, the battle for pole position has been blown wide open with this one. 5-second penalty though for Charlie Clough. Now I wonder, is that for the moment that we saw with Bodie Patch up at the top of Christmas Corner? Either way, plus 5 seconds for 151 right now. We're on to the final lap of this one. Mason Hibbert right now with 2nd place on the road, would be on pole position for the final. Down the inside on his teammate goes Ilyas Sami, takes 4th place. Great move there from Ilyas Sami to get ahead of Chester Forks. Chester Forks is going to try and, whoa, no, they've come together. Oh, a little bit there. Through comes Charlie Clough as well. Dimi Uzanov gets 2 positions for not much of a price at that stage. Uzanov trying to get back down the inside of Charlie Clough there for 4th place. Oh, well, it was quite calm earlier in this one. It's all got a little bit boisterous in the latter stages. Not for Alfie Davidson, though. Classy drive from Alf out of the final corner. Davidson looks behind. Barely anybody there. Mason Hibbert over the line with that 2nd place will be on pole for the final. And then it's anyone's guess how the rest of the top 10 finish up. Tay 3rd, Clough 4th, Forks, Uzanov, Sami, Owen and Chapman. Top 9 covered by 5 seconds. But Ollie, that's an impressive drive from Alfie Davidson. It's not been the easiest of weekends for Alfie Davidson, but I do like the spirit of this driver. He always has that ability. Every new race is a new opportunity to show us what he can do.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that number 5 on the side of his car is a statement in its own. You know, he's worked hard, and right now he's doing really well, and he's at the front. That's all you can ask for as a driver. But one thing worth noting, though, Charlie Clough with that 5-second penalty, it's going to drop him a fair bit down, I think, outside the top 10. So very interesting and unfortunate for him. Right now in the provisional standings, he sits in 5th place, but after that penalty is applied, he will probably drop a fair bit. So he'll have a lot of work to do in the final race.
Will do indeed. I think we'll, at the moment, as things stand, go down to 11th place. So Davidson from Hibbert, a Fusion 1-2, in fact, a Fusion 1-2-3 with Hero Tay there in 3rd. Charlie Clough 4th as things stand. Chester Forks, Dimi Uzanov, Ilyas Sami, Ethan Owen, Harry Chapman, and a good try from Albert J. Stubbs there as well. Good place this, of course. This is the same circuit he wrapped up the restricted title last year. Up 7 places in that one. The driver based out in the UAE. Teddy Higgs 11th, Rudra Gokulnath 12th ahead of Hugo Torpy. Bodie Batch recovers to 14th. Theo Tyak 15th, William Bennett 16th. Hugo Williams in the last of the finishers. 2 retirements from that race. Margaris Klovetskis, and unfortunately there on your screens, walking back to the paddock, Oliver Tay did not see the start. Thumbs up there for
Rudra Gokulnath. That's another livery I quite like on that one, the black and the chrome gold.
Does look
very
good.
nice indeed.
And the helmet as well goes very well with it, I say.
Absolutely. The Waterswifts will be out for their final, of course, later on today. Time on your watches is 2:30, so 2 hours time for the second final of the season for IAME Waterswift. As the recovery for Margaret Skavetskas as well, and yeah, not what Margaret would have wanted here today, but it's always the good nature of an IAME Waterswift final, and Margaret definitely has the ability, the driver from Hereford, to drive back through the field. It's a winner at Three Sisters a couple of seasons ago in the Honda Cadet days for Margaret, driver who's come through the karting pathway. We'll take a short little break. Junior X30 up next. Time for, or nearly time, for Junior X30 to get their second heat of the day underway here. You're watching live coverage of event 2 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather on commentary duties, and I'm joined right now by reigning British KZ2 champion Ollie Stewart. Ollie, this is of course the category that you had one of your greatest days in your karting career at IWF back in 2021. What will the drivers be thinking at this precise moment?
Well, every driver is different. Some drivers may have had a bad qualifying, some drivers may have had a positive qualifying, but regardless, the mindset going into this will need to be positive. It's a very intense grid and a very tough grid at that, so you need to make sure that the whole time you're staying positive, thinking about the opportunities to overtake, and constantly thinking about getting in front of the driver that is in front of you. That is the most important mindset to have in this race, and making sure that you're staying consistent throughout the race as well, because as we've seen previously in many of the races, drivers make a small mistake and it immediately brings another driver into play, so you need to make sure that we are hitting our markers at every point in this race.
Depth of talent in this field, really, really strong. Let's take you through the grid then and tell you how they line up for this second heat. On pole position, remember, second fastest times for each driver in qualifying practice this morning set the grid for this race. George Edgar starts on pole with Aaron Richardson, the currently unbeaten Aaron Richardson here this weekend in race conditions. That's your front row. Freddie Wood and Rocco Shenton, they go from row number 2. It's then Jake Flewitt and Zach McDonald on row number 3. George House and Jacob Batchelor go from row 4. Harley Musk and George Clark complete the top 10. Sumani Kira, second in the first race earlier on today, has work to do, as does Finley Lyons. They both go from row number 6. Archie Rogers, Tyler and Knight Measures start on 7. Luca Narroway and Adam Bourne start on row 8. Ryan Meta and Max Endicott, who's not had a good day so far today, start on row 9. Harry Myers and Max Tay go from row 10. It's Zach Sidney and Alessandro Salas going from 11. Alex Riley, Joseph Davies, they're on row 12. Last row of the grid is George Quinlan and Ollie Brunt. Quick update for you in terms of what we saw earlier. Close your ears if you don't want to hear it and you want to watch it back later. Richardson, well, you already know, is the winner from heat number 1 because he's unbeaten so far this weekend. Kira alongside top 2 last time out. George Edgar was 3rd. Zach McDonald 4th. Jake Flewitt, George Clark, Freddie Wood, Jacob Batchelor, Max Endicott and Archie Rogers Tyler completed the top 10 from the first race. And work to do. All of them will make it through to the final, of course. No repechage today. George House had problems. He was classified 20th. Rocco Shenton also had a demotion in the first race for a front fairing. We did think about that. Whenever you get a heat like that first one where it's close, those 5 seconds, the 5 seconds don't change, of course, with the ruling for front fairings, but if it's a tight race, that can often be a lot of positions, can't it?
Yes, absolutely. And there's a few times where in my career I've had a 5-second penalty and we've been fighting at the front, but there has been a few drivers way further back. So actually you can still get a podium with a 5-second penalty. However, I've also had it on the other end of the scale where I've dropped from maybe 2nd to about 20th. So it's pretty significant, it can be, Andrew.
Indeed, so here we go then. All eyes on George Edgar to get us going for this 8-minute plus 1 lap race in Junior X30. We're underway once again here at Wilton Mill. It's a good start for George Edgar. Aggressively chops across
stops Aaron Richardson getting a good run into the first couple of corners. Freddie Wood has taken advantage of that in the early stages and got up to second place. Round the outside, Zach McDonald take a bow. What a move that was from the F1 Kids commentator. Round the outside of Rocco Shenton. We'll rack that one up in the replay machine because that was brilliant.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable move. We've seen very similar to like Macaulay Bishop did on the last lap of one of the races back here in the British Championship. Oh, and again, a great move into the boot, passing the Fusion driver. Wow, he is on a mission already. It's only lap 1, remember, but oh my, he is on an absolute mission right now.
This is good news. As long as Zach McDonald is putting moves in like this, he'll stay on racetracks and not move into commentary boxes. Our jobs are safe, everybody. 7 minutes of this race to go. Freddie Wood looking around the outside. Good defence there from Zach McDonald. Downhill once again comes the race leader. George Edwards had a good start to this race. We had a quick sight there of Mick Barrett watching on the sidelines, and I'll be liking this scene. It's the red and white at the front of the order, clear by 0.8 of a second from Aaron Richardson. Then this fight for third, fourth, fifth. McDonald trying to break away, and Rocco Shenton looking forward, looking backwards, assessing where Jake Flewitt is in all this. And what a start for George House as well. George House there in 7th place aboard the XL Motorsport machine. There you can see the signals from the crews at the side of the circuit encouraging their drivers. We've only had 2 laps of this one, Ollie, but you can start to feel the tension rising in what's the penultimate race of the weekend for all of these drivers.
Yes, absolutely. And Max Endicott going up 6 places as well. There's a lot of big movers in this race. People getting very good overtakes. And again, as we see Rocco Shenton going for a move there. But yes, tension building going into the final race. Everyone's trying to get the maximum they can out of this weekend. Obviously, points very important both in the heats and the final. So everyone needs to make sure that they maximise the heats so they start in a good place for the final to also maximise the points they get in the final.
Keel Lynch's trackside. Keel, what do you have for us?
Well then, thank you boys. It was a brilliant start for George Edgar. We did see down here in the pit lane some frustrated hands in the air, but he obviously knew what he was doing with that slow of a start. Now off in the distance, but Aaron Richardson from the pit lane here is looking pretty fast. We do know he is just setting purple laps, so we'll have to see.
He is indeed. He's closed what was that 0.8 second gap down to 0.2, but remember, those MBR machines do have a tendency to finish races very, very quickly. Is this just George Edgar taking the pace down a bit to be strong later on in the race? We'll wait and see. Alessandro, so I say taking the pace down. George Edgar himself is still setting personal bests within this heat. It's just that Aaron Richardson is that little bit quicker at this moment over the line at start of lap number 5. Can see these top 2 working together actually over this next phase. Not until Aaron Richardson though is going to go down the inside and take the race lead. So Aaron Richardson with the confidence here to take the battle to the driver who beat him to the 2nd place spot in the championship in 2025. Unbeaten, as we say, so far in race trim over the last 36 hours. This is impressive stuff from both Richardson and Edgar. Zach McDonald now is going to have, well, if he had wing mirrors, he'd have them full of Rocco Shenton in a few moments' time. I reckon we're going to see some moves there for 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. George and Aaron Richardson showing the pure pace that they've got at this moment in time. But Aaron Richardson really bringing his pace to the competition at the moment. And as we see a fastest lap set by Sukmani Kira down in 10th place. She has had a good weekend, but unfortunately in qualifying yesterday she had a very good weekend, but it seems to have had a little bit more of a struggle today. So hopefully she can come back to defeat. As we see another move from Rocco Shenton in there on Zach McDonald for 3rd place. He is on a mission. Those 2 are both on a mission, so let's see if they can catch the front 2.
This is good for Rocco that he's on the attack in this race. In the previous heat he was more on the defensive, and he was the same in the final yesterday as Max Endicott and Freddie Wood have a bit of a debate over 12th place there. Jake Flewitt driving really well today there. Top novice. It's all a little bit too much for some at the side of the start line. Here's Sukmani Kira. Now, we'll come back to that story about Sukmani. Here's George House down the inside of Zach McDonald for 4th place. But I do need to make a note about Sukmani Kira as McDonald responds back down.
the inside of George House to take this this 4th place back. Myself and Guillaume Alvarez did Sukmani a bit of disservice at Franciacorta a couple of weeks ago in what was a crazy Junior X30 final for the second round of the Euro Series as George House goes in again. We'll come back to that story because this is a proper good scrap between Zach McDonald and George House. That's going to be joined by Harley Musk and Sukmani Kira. I'll try and get the point out before we make the next move. Sukmani had a problem on lap 1 of that final in Italy. Down out the back, thought, oh dear, that's the end of the day. We're not going to be talking about Sukmani again. And then she came back from the back of the field to 4th in a Euro level final. It was a brilliant drive, but we didn't talk about it that much because there was so much else going on in that race. Like just crescendoed right at the end. She got a couple of positions on the last lap to just be off the podium. She's driving really, really well so far this year. Took her first podium in Junior X30 at Wera at the previous round of the Euro Series, and it's why I am quietly confident that we're going to be seeing the Alpine Race Her Academy driver feature in the top 5, if not the top 3, a lot this season in this category.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would go as far as to say that in the future we will very likely see her in the F1 Academy, obviously backed by Alpine. She's a fantastic driver. Just watching her driving step. Oh, and that's a bit of climbing on top of the cart there. I don't know who that was.
That was Adam Bourne going airborne for a moment there for the MDL Motorsport team.
Yeah, seen that a few times this weekend, but hopefully getting it settled down now a bit. But yes, she is so fast, so smooth, and another move there from the 273. But yes, the driving style, so smooth, so neat and tidy, gentle movements on the steering wheel, so nice to the tyre as well.
And she knows the circuit really, really well.
Yeah.
Like with Rocco, I remember Sukmani joining the grid in Honda Cadet, the older version of Honda Cadet, at this place for Kart Club.
Older version? I was in that.
Well, yeah, it is the older version, mate. We all have to come to this conclusion at some point. Oh, fight for the lead then. Richardson is not having things. Oh, George Edgar. Oh, that's spectacular. That is superb. Round the outside of that left-hander. Oh, it's a shame that it's only in a heat, because if that was in a final, that could have been move of the week. I mean, it might still be move of the weekend, and it might be the one that gives George Edgar the win in this race.
Yeah, I've raced around this track many times, and I don't think I've ever seen a move at that corner. Especially, well, I have on the inside, but definitely not on the outside. That was an absolutely fantastic move, and it could be the decision-making move in this race as he goes defensive into Christmas corner.
I say heat versus final. What am I talking about? I think that's going to be in my top 10 overtakes of the whole year.
Yeah,
that was immense from George Edgar. Aaron Richardson's furiously pointing forward, saying, "Why are we fighting for this? Rocco Shenton is closing in." I tell you what, Rocco's got a chance of winning this race because we're not on the last lap yet. Timer has expired. Big point forward from Rocco, who will be loving this, and has got down the inside of Aaron Richardson and taken second place. Well, it looks like the run of victories is going to end here for Aaron Richardson. Now we're on the final lap. George Edgar has the race lead by 1/4 of a second ahead of Rocco Shenton. Aaron Richardson still there in third. Absolutely anything could happen in this one between 3 of the seeds from last year. It is one of the things I'm liking at the start of this season for Junior X30, that we've got a good number of them still here in this junior sector, that they've not had the chance to move up to the seniors yet, or they've elected not to, into these double left-handers. Bit of defence now for Shenton. I think George Edgar's going to have this race won, as long as he doesn't make a mistake through the boot. George House would have been wishing this one to go a little bit longer because he's closing in 4th place. But after that spectacular move round the outside of Aaron Richardson, George Edgar will have a smile on his face after that one. George Edgar takes the second heat in Junior X30. Rocco Shenton P2, Aaron Richardson P3, George House 4th, Zach McDonald after that. Two great overtakes in that one, with Zach McDonald on lap 1 as well. Jake Flewitt home again in P6. Sukmani Kira up 4 spots in that one to P7. There was so much going on in that one, and it's not over yet. George Quinlan's got a 5-second penalty in that one that we didn't even mention what that does to the intermediate scores and who's got pole for the final. It's Richardson. It's a tie of 3 points between Richardson and Edgar. Again, we go back to qualifying practice. and how the drivers did in that one to break the tie on that one. Big smile on George Edgar's face, big smiles on the faces of us in the commentary position. That was superb from the runner-up in this championship last year, who's going for that #1 plate, of course, when we get to the autumn. Shenton P2, Richardson, House, McDonald, Fluid, Kira, Musk, Clark and Endicott all in the top 10. Archie Rogers-Tyler 11th ahead of Jacob Bachelor. Freddie Wood, difficult race there for Freddie, down 10 spots to 13th. Luke Narroway and Max Tate in the top 15. Orion Meta, Adam Bourne, Knight Measures, Alex Riley and Harry Myers in the top 20. Alessandro Tarlas, Joseph Davis, George Quinlan, Finley Lyons. Finley's having a torrid day here. He's normally got a really good record around here, but problems for the #9 seed from last year. Zach Sidney and Ollie Brunt mean that all 26 drivers made it through to the end of that one. Very quickly, before we move to the seniors, it's Richardson and Edgar on the front row for the final, as that was Max Tay pushing that Fusion into the chicken run. Sukmani Kira will start on the inside of row 2. That's a useful place to start round here. Zach McDonald on the outside of row number 2. Fluid and Clark on row 3. Endicott and Bachelor on row 4. Wood and Rogers Tyler on row 5. We've got to move on though. Seniors up next. Let's take you through the grid then for the last of the heats here this weekend at Wilton Mill. Nat Johnston starts on pole position here in Senior X30. Harrison Whitcomb alongside on the front row. CJ Bennett and Joey Brown there on row 2. It's then Lewis Bird and Max Ure capping out the top 6. Sam Lewis has been on great form this week. Starts on row 4 for this one alongside Tristan Powell, Monty Brathwaite and Leith Khan complete the top 10. Morgan Moore needs a big result in this one. Retired from the first heat, is on row 6 alongside Aaron Brown. Viola Strange and Maya Patel go from 7. Alfie Gallagher and Joao Castro on 8. David Marshall and Levi Segura on row 9. Alexander De Benedictis for the SWRD team goes from row 10 alongside Cam Edmonds. Dylan Patel, Liam Karabelov, Scott Riley, Dylan Masters, Macy Hitter and Freddie Farrell completes the 26 strong field on rows 11 through 13. We'll catch a break, a little breath, Ollie, whilst this second formation lap is underway for the seniors after that spectacular junior race. What's going to be going through the thoughts and the minds of the drivers in this one? Nat Johnston, nice position for him here. Was your winner of the first heat and has got pole position for this one. So sounds easy, right? Doesn't it? Win from pole position, get in this heat and get pole for the final?
Sounds easy, yes, but when you look at the calibre of drivers he's got behind him, it's definitely not an easy job ahead of him. If he watched that junior race, will he be thinking he can pull off the same move as George? Watch his teammate, try and replicate that, and the same with Max Yule? I don't think so. I think that'll be a very difficult move to pull off ever again, really.
Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Aussie, Max Trags as well, and more as well. Keep the messages of support in the chat. Remember, you can watch all of the races from today back, and don't forget we've got the highlights as well from the whole weekend on Sky Sports F1 in the week. What are we going to see here then for this next 8-minute +1 lap race in Senior X30? Well, immediately we see a good start for those on the pole side of the grid as Johnston and Bennett take first and second places up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Good start for Lewis Bird. Not quite sure. Oh dear, as it's all getting a little bit too close in through Christmas. Liam Karabelov in the worst of troubles, and one of the MDLs is off in the background there. Looked like Alexander Benedictis was also involved in that initial incident up at Christmas Corner. Not the best of starts for Harrison Whitcomb. It's difficult. Talk us through starting P2 here as, oh dear, wheel off the 355 of Levi Sangera. So I said that one of the MDLs was off. That was not driver error. Maybe a little bit of finger trouble on the K-nuts for the rear right, I think that was. Oh, no, it's the rear left for the 355. Sangera out of this race.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That is one of the most, as we see another great move. Oh my, that is a big moment there for Joey Brown. Very fortunate to keep it on the track there, and he's going to lose quite a few positions. But yes, it's one of the most frustrating things that can happen. Obviously, we all work as a team together, but when a driver, something happens is out of his control, it can be very frustrating because you've done everything you can to get yourself to the best position that you can be in, and then something completely out of your control happens that costs you a lot of positions, a lot of time, and it's going to put you in a worse position for the final.
It does indeed. Here's Sam Lewis on your screens. I've been really impressed with Sam so far this weekend. Came into this first meeting for the IAMEs having never had a top 5 in the British Kart Championships. His best result was here, a 7th last year, and he surprised quite a few people yesterday with a run high up the order. Macy hit her there. Macy, experienced driver, but hasn't raced in the British Kart Championships before. Has done a bit of single-seaters, the 19-year-old. She was up in the top 10 in the final yesterday. Oh dear, bit of grass tracking going on for one of the R1 Rookie Racing drivers. That's Alfie Gallagher. Alfie Gallagher, best result for Alfie, actually all the way back to 2020, if my stats are correct. Back at Clay Pigeon in intercategories, the P4. We're looking to improve on that perhaps today. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Lewis Bird on the attack, down the inside. Lewis Bird to the lead. Brilliant stuff from Lewis Bird. And he's going to be followed now by teammate Harrison Whitcomb. So it's a Premium Karting 1-2 again. I've been really impressed with Premium Karting this past month or so. They've done some great work with the likes of Lewis. Lewis had a very good run right at the start of the year at PF in one of their club run events. Oh, Joel Castro's out of this race. Problems at the right-hand side there. I think that's his dad Alavo just having a little look at what has happened there, but not good for Joel Castro. Will be in the final towards the back of the field now. But yeah, no, the Premium Karting really have turned up the pressure on the likes of Fusion, the likes of Mick Barrett Racing, MDL as well. No Freddie Lloyd here today, of course, you will have noticed. Freddie's racing in another category out in Germany. I do understand that Freddie will be back for the second IAME British meeting and then the rest of the season. So in theory, he could still retain his #1 plate for next year, but he'll have to do it without drop scores and without attendance bonus points. But the way that Premium are performing at the moment, Ollie, I really wouldn't rule that out. Freddie Lloyd, who the last 2 weeks has been a final winner in multiple categories.
Yes, fantastic driver, and always proves to be an exciting driver to watch too. Obviously, we've seen at Bolton last year how close the finish was. I've never seen a finish as close as that in my life. But Premium Karting are showing some serious dominance at the moment in the Senior X30 in regards to pace.
And in a way, this could be the bad news for Freddie Lloyd, that it's his teammates in this team who are scoring very well in the championship here today. They know they've got a big opportunity. They will have their ambitions, particularly Harrison Whitcomb, who comes into this meeting and says, oh, clouds the curb there. That is Harrison's style round this circuit. He uses the curbs a lot, and he used them to great effect yesterday. He went on to win the first round.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say that was a little bit of a mistake there, but just pushing the cart a little bit too hard. Hopefully he just gets that settled down and stays back in the position that he's in. But on a move for the lead there, a fantastic move over the curb on Lewis Bird into there. But yes, we've seen many horror stories of teammates coming together, so
that's proper racing in my book, Ollie, because Lewis started to turn in but didn't keep turning in. He made it difficult for Harrison Whitcomb to get through there, but in a very fair manner. I like that a lot, and it's brought Nat Johnston and Max Ewell into play. Could Mick Barrett Racing get another race victory here with a late flourish? Laith Khan's under investigation. There's been a warning flag out for Morgan Moore as well a few minutes ago. I wonder if that was for the moment with Joey Brown earlier on in the race. Downhill once again towards Ashby Corner. At this stage in the final yesterday, Harrison Whitcomb kind of just disappeared off the front of the pack, but something tells me he's going to have to work a little bit harder here today. 2 minutes remaining in this one. Other drivers, just to note, having good races out there. Two of the novices to the BKC. We mentioned them before and we'll mention them again. Scott Riley up 9 places, the Irish driver for Excel Motorsport. And Macy hit us into the top 15 for Jade Racing Team. Macy, I think, has impressed a number of people here this week, particularly that run, as I say, to the top 10 yesterday in the final, Ollie.
And me. Impressed me too. But yes, also just to draw some attention back to the front. Oh, as we see another move there from 8th place up to P5 there. So fantastic move on Sam Lewis. But this looks like premium karting versus Mick Barrett at the moment. Yeah, very, very close. But one thing to mention was you were talking about Harrison Whitcomb driving away, Andrew. But Lewis Bird wasn't there at the front yesterday.
No, he
wasn't.
No, that is a very, very good point to make, mate. That Lewis Bird had that chain failure in TQ yesterday, and it was a bit of a damage limitation day, and did very well to get back up the order. The number 7 seed from last year was 13th and 14th in the heat, and then finished in the top 6 in the final. And as I say, this is going to be a close championship battle, which it could well be. We saw it last year between Freddie Lloyd and Gus Lawrence. Every single point could matter when we get to the autumn.
Absolutely. And just to go back to the previous point, being a rookie in this championship is very important to impress other drivers, not other drivers, but sponsors potentially, or teams that may be looking at you. So there's been a very good spotlight in the British Karting Championship that we have there. Many teams watching, F1 teams and teams from other categories such as GTs. It does provide a potential career path for a lot of these drivers here.
It does indeed. 20 seconds on the clock, so we'll get 2 more laps out of this one. Harrison Whitcomb, nice and calm at the wheel, raced in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last year, representing Motorsport UK as the ASN here in the UK. He's the first driver in the senior category, and once again there'll be another 2 drivers heading to the FIA rounds later on in the spring to compete across both the junior and the senior categories. But here, back in these national championships, many people say it's one of the toughest national karting championships in the world to be successful in.
Absolutely. And one good thing to look at here as well, 2 tall drivers and going on to the final lap, but usually 2 tall drivers, very aggressive on the steering wheel. If you notice, not many inputs for these drivers, very smooth, although pushing hard. Not too many turns of the wheel, just about 1 in every corner, which is exactly the kind of finesse that you need to drive these karts fast.
Indeed. Lewis Bird looks really, really good on the brakes here. This is not done yet. Harrison Whitcomb, that's the first time he's checked over his shoulder in a few laps. Sees that Lewis Bird is only behind by a kart length at max 2 kart lengths. Nat Johnston and Max Ewell still there as well. Looking like they're going to come home in 3rd and 4th places. I think the drivers are just going to bring this one home nice and calm, knowing there's bigger things to play with when we get to the final. Harrison Whitcomb wins the 2nd heat and will be, not on pole for the final. We'll update you on that in a moment and explain why. Lewis Bird 2nd, Nat Johnston 3rd. 1st and 3rd for Johnston gives Johnston pole for the final. So it'll be Johnston and Bird on the front row, Whitcomb and Lewis on row 2, Ewell and Brown on row 3, Bennett and Brathwaite on row 4, Powell and Brown on row 5. Calmer finish to that race. Ollie, what did you make of it?
I think that was a very mature drive.
Yeah.
You know, Lewis Bird had the pace there, and he potentially could have made a move into the complex section there, but he decided to sit and wait patiently and maybe save that move for the final. You know, the move could have been made. Teammates, no point coming together. Just be sensible and work it out in the final.
There we go then. Harrison Whitcomb takes another heat in Senior X30 on an important weekend for Whitcomb's championship hopes this year. Lewis Bird makes it a premium karting 1-2. Great work from that team. Nat Johnston and Max Ewell, 3rd and 4th for Mick Barrett. Fusion Motorsports get 5th place in the hands of Morgan Moore in that one. Sam Lewis, CJ Bennett, Monty Brathwaite, Tristan Powell and Joey Brown all in the top 10. Mayan Patel moving forward again, up to seniors this year of course. P11 in that one, a gain of 3. Aaron Brown, P12, ahead of Laith Khan, Scott Riley and Macy Hitter. Those 2 novices to the championship there, 14th and 15th, up 9 and 10 places respectively. Dylan Patel, Theo Lestrange, Cam Edmonds, David Marshall and Alfie Gallagher all complete the top 20. Freddie Farrell up 5 places in that one as well to P21. Liam Karabelov, Alexander De Benedictis, Dylan Masters, the last of the finishers. 2 retirements from that race, Joao Castro and Levi Sangera. Drivers heading down the chicken run then and towards Dave Hillary, and as long as Dave gives a thumbs up, it's all good. No one's getting any pictures taken of their front fairings at this stage by the looks of things. That concludes the heats. That's 2 heats for everybody completed. Finals will be coming up after the lunch break, of course, but don't go anywhere because we're not going to go silent here for things at Wilton Mill. The paddock show from yesterday is up next.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Wera, what a start from the start. Heading up into the top section.
Welcome everybody to the Paddock Show, event 2 for this year's British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Cale Lynch with you for at least the first 10 minutes of this one. Ollie Stewart will be joining us later on. Let's dive straight into it. Jensen Cooler, introduce yourself please to the British Kart Championships paddock. Your first time racing in this championship, and also, I'm reliably informed, the first driver to represent Albania in the championship's history.
Yep, that's right. So basically, when I got into karting when I was 6 years old in like rental karts, and then I was really good at it. So my mum and dad bought me an owner kart, and then I started at Rye House Club Grounds, and then I got better, and then they just put me in the kart champs and the British, and then yeah, I've just improved a lot over the years. So yeah.
You're about to go into your first ever final in the British Kart Championships as we're recording this. Nervous?
Nah, not really. I mean, it just, like, I don't know, I'm not nervous, but like, I don't really know what to expect going into it, so yeah.
Well, best of luck. We'll see you out there on track. We'll see you on Sunday as well for the live broadcast. Let's run it in. Cale.
Yes, I've managed to collar another Honda driver for us to speak to. Come on in. Can you remind our audience of your name and your class?
I am Dino Rowlands and I race in Honda Cadet.
And we've just been talking about your day so far. This is a double-header weekend. You've not had a brilliant run in qualifying, but you've been clawing through the pack so far, haven't you?
Yeah, so we tried our hardest. We didn't give up. We came from P15 to P6. Quite happy with that because Heat 1 we didn't do as good. We only gained 2 positions that one. So happy with the redemption, really.
And of course, this is round 1 of the year. What are your ambitions for this weekend?
Hopefully we can get a top 5. We start in P12 next race because we don't have a great Heat 1 but good Heat 2. So hopefully we can get P5, but I'll be happy with top 10.
And before we quickly move on, you have a book here to show us. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so me and my dad wrote it. It's all about like my journey and like a guide for future racers, or like if you're already racing and you're just starting and you want like a guide. So it tells you like everything, like all the costs, everything that happens behind the scenes, everything that happens on the track, everything that goes behind like my head and everything.
And where can people find or see your book?
You can find it on Amazon, my website, and Barnes and Nobles and Waterstone, I think.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of this weekend.
Brilliant stuff. Let's skedaddle down the lane a little bit. A quick note on BMR. Look out for them this weekend. Very good run out in Europe at Franciacorta a couple of weekends ago, where on the road they were 1, 2, 3, 4 in the junior category. Max Endicott taking the win in that race. Max hasn't had a win yet in this time of his career in the British Kart Championships, but that could well happen this weekend with the form that BMR are in. Let's introduce another new face to the paddock show as well. Louis Wilson, step on in. Racing for Tim Wilson Motorsport this weekend in IAME Waterswift Restricted. Louis, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us about the kart as well. You've been running very well at places like Shennington so far this year.
Yeah, I've been finding it a pretty hard year at Shenny as well. I know British Champs is not the same, but just has to be more challenging.
What do you enjoy about karting?
Well, I don't know.
You like the speed?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck for the weekend, Louis. But yeah, keep an eye on that number 63 machine for Tim Wilson Motorsport. Looking pretty good. I've lost Kale. I'm not quite sure where she is. I think she's just popping into the Apollo Karts tent. As we're recording this, the Honda's about to go out for their first final of the year. Kale, who have you found in the Apollo's tent? Lots of Scottish representatives in the tent this week.
Well, absolutely. Here for Apollo Karts, it's Luca Bakoki. Luca, how's your weekend going so far?
Practice was pretty good, but in quality we had a technical flag on lap 3, so we didn't really get a good quality. Started 15th for heat 1 and we then went down a little bit after a little incident on lap 2, but came back up to 11th, so I'm pretty happy with that one. And my second fastest lap was like really slow in quality, so heat 2 I was starting 24th, but I managed to make 15 positions up and finished 9th.
Well, congratulations. We'll of course see you building on that for the rest of the weekend. Tell us, we know for you youngsters, this track can be difficult, it's bumpy, it's physical. How are you finding it?
When I first drove here, it was really bumpy, but you kind of just get more used to it as you drive, but you do get the odd bump.
Well, thank you very much, Luca. We will move along quickly, and good luck for the rest of your weekend.
Good to see Luca Bakoki there. As a number of really strong drivers in this Apollo Karts awning.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the likes of Archie Cannon. Cannon back for another year is the seed number 5 going into this new season. And good to see Honda Cadets back in good numbers as well. It's suffered for a couple of years, but more than 20. I'd like more. I always want more Honda Cadets on a racetrack. If we can get up to that full 34, that would be fantastic. But best of luck to all of these drivers. BRK team we've just passed there. That's another one of the new teams, particularly in Honda Cadet. They're running some good machinery here this week. Mick Barrett Racing. You went in there yesterday, Kale. I'm feeling a lot of quiet confidence. We're not going to go in there right now because we've done a good number of interviews with them already, but quiet confidence for MBR going into this new season. Nat Johnston in particular looking very quick in seniors.
Yes, we did. We caught up with Nat yesterday, which you'll see he's had a promising start to his year, especially here at Wilton Mill. He has clean sweeped in other championships, and I think he's feeling confident. He has Gus Lawrence coaching him this weekend, which is another massive confidence boost to have a good foundation behind him. So I think Mick Barrett in general will be a team to look out for this weekend.
Similar to what we said with Senior Rotax a couple of weeks ago for Event 1 at Warden Law. A bit of a changing of the guard, I think, for the senior category. As you mentioned, Gus Lawrence at the moment focusing on his workout in America. He's racing in the Scooter event, of course, X30 Pro champion at the Super Nats last year. He's going for those big money prizes, but still earning his keep here in the UK driver training. No Freddie Lloyd here this weekend as well, last year's Senior X30 champion. He's doing all of his racing all the hard way. He is racing this weekend, but in another championship. As far as I am aware, we will see Fast Freddie back for the next meeting for the IAMEs. He can still win the championship, but he'll not, of course, have any drop scores to play with across the course of the season. Let's go into Croc. We've got a few minutes before the end of part number 1. Oh, Caden McQueen in the house here. We'll have a very quick chat with Caden, if that's all right. Caden, I know you're not racing this weekend, but good to see you. What are you up to?
Make myself look busy.
How's life going? Another one, we were just talking about Gus racing out in the States. You've been doing the same, flying the flag for British karting.
Yeah, it's a good move, and the weather is a lot more like today, so that's nice. Yeah, it's good. It's exciting, so yeah.
We miss you though here. Go well, mate. We're good to see you. Let's have a chat with Monty Brathwaite. Monty, step on up. Great drive from you at Shannington a couple of weeks ago in one of the clubbies. How are we feeling going into this round of the British?
All right. I think it's just been a struggle so far in the heat, but it's going all right. We've done better than I thought I would.
You mentioned that heat. It's caught a lot of us out this weekend. It was particularly tough yesterday in the free practices, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not very good in the heat personally, but yeah, it's been hard.
And tackling those curbs as well around this circuit, it's got to be done, hasn't it?
It's a bit brutal. I'm like a bit hurt and everywhere. I'm
Hopes,
not very strong.
Hopes for the season though, what are we aiming for?
Hopefully a seed. I mean, I've not done the British since 23, so hopefully a seed, yeah.
Good stuff. We'll catch up with you later. Kale, have you found anyone? Have we found any more?
Yes, I was going to do a quick time check before we head on to the next part of the awning, but let's catch a driver very off guard. Can you tell the audience your name and class for this weekend?
My name is João Castro. I'm racing Senior X30 with Croc Promotions.
And how have you been feeling so far this weekend? Of course, double header weekend. You've had heats already. How's it going?
Well, I mean, the heats could be better, just involved in incidents with particular drivers, but the pace is looking pretty good so far, so excited for the final and tomorrow.
What do you make of Wilton Mill? Is this a circuit that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I've been Wilton a couple of times, especially last year for the O-Plate and last round of the British. It's a good track, but yeah.
And this is always a tricky question for the drivers, but any predictions going into this weekend?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, everyone here's got really good pace, so it's just going to be whoever can hack it the most in the races.
Well, thank you very much, and that is absolutely correct. Good luck for the rest of your weekend. Like we said, hearing from many of the drivers, this is a physical circuit.
Yeah, it's a busy circuit. It's not really a circuit where you get a lot of rest time. It's corner after corner. It's not the oldest circuit on the calendar, but it's a well-established racetrack as well, so it's had those kind of changes over the years that drivers who've been here a lot have got used to. We're a little bit tight for time today, so we're not going to go down that far end of the paddock, but just to note, Rocker Shenton down there looking very good in the juniors. A lot of the MJR racing team down there as well, another good number of our runners in Honda Cadet. And in fact, we caught up with one of our Honda Cadet runners from last year as well, who had a very, very significant run here at Wilton Mill to finish off 2025. Well, after a warm practice session in Honda Cadet, we're here with Shaylin Srikantan. Shaylin, good to see you back once again here in Honda Cadet. For 2026, we're going to actually look a little bit back to the end of 2025. In some regards, the last round was great for you, wasn't it? It was a win in the second final, and then also a second place in the first final. It was your best weekend to date. But tell us a little bit about the story of that weekend, because it was a strange end to the season, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a very emotional roller coaster, especially on Sunday. Saturday, I thought points-wise it was okay because Ronnie still had a lot of time, but then we just didn't know that anything was going to happen. So we thought, because Riley had spun off, we thought Ronnie had won the championship already, even if he got top 5, because Riley was so far back. But because I won, unfortunate for him, but I'm happy that I won.
I say the power of hindsight. We in the box knew that changed. Sadly for Ronnie Jones, lost him the Honda Cadet title. But you taking your first British Kart Championships victory the last time we raced here at Wilton Mill. That must have been a really special feeling.
It was. We were happy and sad at the same time because, like, after the interview that we had, I just started crying because I was happy and sad at the same time. I won. Ronnie didn't win the championship, but we're still good friends.
And the team as well is stronger this year. MJR looking to have a bigger roster of drivers. Is that going to give you a lot of confidence to win more races as a team?
Yeah, we have a lot of we have got teamwork, but we just got to bring it all together and we can hopefully win the whole thing.
It's a bigger category this year. It's good to see Honda Cadet numbers growing once again after a rough couple of years, but I suppose for you it makes the job even harder now, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot more competition and there's 10 more drivers than last year, or even more than that, so it's going to be hard this year.
Well, there's one last little bit of business for 2025 to conduct. You won that round at Wilton Mill. It was a great drive, and so much so that you were our Wera Tools Driver of the Day. So, Cale, coming to receive the trophy. How do you feel?
Very happy. I am very pleased with this, and I will definitely show this to Ronnie.
Hello and welcome back to the second half of the Paddock Show here at Event 2 at Wilton Mill Kart Circuit. And I'm here with now Ollie Stewart, and we are going to get going with a quick run through some of the teams. How's your weekend going so far for starters?
Yeah, I think it's great. It's a really good opportunity to be here. I never really thought I'd be doing this, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And a nice day on Saturday, so.
Let's head into Excel. It's been a very empty morning since we told everyone we were coming in, but let's have a chat with a driver. Can you remind us of your name and class?
Harry Myers, Junior X30.
And how's your weekend going so far, Harry?
Not that bad. It's all right. Just had a bad crash at the beginning at start of that heat. Heat 1 was all right, yeah, P14.
What are you making out of the circuit of there today? Yesterday it was hot. There was a very grippy track. How are you finding it?
I'd rather it a bit less hot, to be honest. I feel like it's too hot here.
Well, thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of your weekend. You can see we've had a very mixed condition so far this weekend. It's been windy, it's been hot. Some drivers have been struggling with that. But Ollie, who have you found to have a chat to?
So I'm here with Knight. How do you think your weekend's going so far?
Yeah, really good in the first practice session on Friday. I think we was quite fast, lost a bit of time towards the end of the day, but I can't really fault. I think for Heat 2 we've got it all back and finished in the top 10, so yeah, it's going quite well.
So weekend sounds positive so far. What improvements do you think you need to be getting right to the front and to win races?
Probably racecraft is the hardest thing. I think I could improve a little bit with that and maybe my last sector, but everywhere else I think is pretty mint.
Good. And we all know this track is very technical, a lot of overtaking opportunities, but a lot of corners are very difficult to pass. Where do you think the key moves are going to happen over the weekend?
Probably there's a boot, you can do the good move into there, Chris Mush and down into Ashby. I'd say they're the best places to overtake.
Well, it's been great talking to you, Knight, and we will find someone else to talk to. Thank you very much.
Let's move along. It's got very quiet in this morning since we walked in.
Yeah.
So let's see who else we can find if we head out. You can see obviously this is round 1 Saturday here at Wilton Mill. So the drivers have completed qualifying and 2 of their heats. This is the build-up for the finals. You as a driver can know how intense that can get with us trying to shove cameras in their faces right before their finals.
Totally, and the fact that it's a double-header weekend as well, it gives a lot of drivers sometimes just enough time to reset. You know, you have a bad result on the Friday or the Saturday, and then you can reset, go again on the Sunday, new opportunity, more time to improve.
Exactly that. But let's go into an awning we've not seen too much of this weekend. We are in premium karting. Let's see what drivers we can grab a hold of. Can I be very rude and interrupt? Are you okay to have a chat with our paddock show?
Yeah, sure, I don't mind.
How's your weekend going so far?
It's been a really, really tough weekend, to be honest. I've struggled a lot with pace and a little bit with the racecraft. I'm a bit on the back foot going into this weekend. I've not driven a lot this year because I have GCSEs on Wednesday. But I have a lot of bad luck as well with the engine, a lot of engine problems. But yeah, I just have to improve and hopefully do a bit better in the final.
And you've mentioned you're going through exams at the minute. Can you remind the paddock show your name and your class?
Yeah, I'm Laith Khan. I'm in Senior X30.
So you're a driver who's battling exams and racing. Is that adding to the pressure of your weekend?
When I'm on the racetrack, I don't really think about exams as much. I'm more just focused on trying to get a good result. But yeah, I mean, definitely it can be a bit of a distraction at school, thinking about racing, thinking about the pressure going into the weekend. But I don't think it affects racing as much in that sense.
Well, thank you very much, and good luck in both school and karting for the rest of the weekend. There is a driver. See, these drivers are not just battling their on-track battles this weekend. They, of course, it's GCSE season. But Ollie, who have you found?
I'm here with Orion. Just tell me again how you think your weekend's going so far.
It's going okay, up and down moments. So for Friday in the practice, it was looking quite promising, with first 3 sessions going quite quick. And then for the last few, I just faded a little bit. I think the physicality was getting to me. Today, however, first 2 sessions not quite on it. Qualifying was a bit hard, but then I got to the heats, reset my mind, and did okay. And for the second one, I kind of brought it back, getting quite a few places again.
Well, we all know this track is extremely bumpy and it can be really technical at times. Where do you think the corners are that you struggle with the most, both physically and mentally?
Probably turn 1, turn 2, and the last few corners, because they're the ones where you need the most precision and most patience to get the better exit.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, it's extremely technical, this track, as I said before, and there's a lot of mistakes that could be made. What do you think the key to winning a race this weekend would be?
Patience, confidence, consistency, and making sure people see how quick you are.
I love it. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Well, it was good to hear from some of the premium drivers, a team who we haven't seen too much of so far this weekend. They've been flying under the radar ahead of the double-header weekend. But let's see who else we can find. We've got a very quiet paddock so far.
At the moment, yeah, it looks it. We'll see who we can find. I know there's a lot of privateers around this area. Privateers, a lot of them actually running right at the front, especially in the Honda category at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see who we can find in here.
That is right, but let's go to TWR, a fairly new team, and see if we can collar any drivers. Is there any drivers in here that we could chat to? Okay, we might wait a sec then, but fairly new team if you're seeing them out there on circuit this weekend in the bright yellow and black karts. It looks like we're just going to have a driver very shortly, but we will wait in the meantime. They're all, of course, prepping ahead of their finals, which are happening very shortly.
Yes, and they will be feeling the pressure as it's a British Championship weekend. Some people it's their first time, so it'll be definitely difficult, for sure. I think we've found a driver here.
Here we go. He's just getting his suit put up. But Hendrix, how's your weekend going so far?
Good, thank you.
Of course, you're in the Honda Cadet class, aren't you? Moving up from Bambino. How is that?
It's good, competitive.
And tell us what you're making of the Wilton Mill circuit. It's obviously been bumpy. It's physical for you younger drivers.
Yeah, it's hard. It's fun and it's technical.
And do you have any ambitions for this weekend? Any results that you're looking to get?
Try and get a top 3 in this final.
Well, thank you very much and good luck for the rest of your weekend. Let's make a swift move on. We're running on a very tight time schedule for the remainder of this paddock show. Let's head this way. Our caravan's getting lost, but he is on the right route now. Let's see. Here we've got a driver. Ollie, do you want to see if you can collar him?
Yes. Hi, buddy. So just tell us, what's your name?
Hugo.
Hugo, okay, and you've been racing this weekend?
Yeah.
So tell us a bit about just how you're getting on this weekend and what you think you need to improve on.
It's been quite tough this weekend because it's my first British Championship, but I think we're struggling quite a lot in the first 2 sectors. So if we work on that, we should hopefully be up at the front. So, but yeah.
Yeah, obviously that's very good. And what category is it that you're racing in at the moment?
Waterswift Inter.
Okay, so Waterswift Inter have been a very competitive grid, a lot of very fast drivers, and obviously we all know that the toe is extremely important. So just wondering what you think, again, the key elements will be over a lap and where you think you can find the most time, as not only for you, but as a driver in general.
I think a lot of time is the run up to Christmas and getting all your exits right, because obviously it's just really important to get a good run down the straight. You also need to get the hairpins quite right, so you overall just have a really strong middle sector as well.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time and good luck this weekend. I think Kale has managed to find another driver here for us to interview.
Yes, I'm here with Aaron Brown. Aaron, you're replacing Gus Lawrence. Can you explain what class you're in and what team you're racing for this year?
So I race in Senior X30 for Paul Fletcher, obviously PFI, kart track. So yeah, qualified 7th and 8th for the heats, and I finished 4th and 5th so far. So yeah, not too bad.
And we know that's not exactly where you wanted to qualify, but you've been looking promising so far this year. Do you think that's going to affect the rest of your weekend?
No, I mean, so far really, points-wise, I think we're starting 4th for the final, so obviously we want to be higher up, but to be around the top 3 all the time in the points would would probably do, it's good for the championship. It could be a lot worse than that. So.
And of course, you're stepping into the shoes of not only a one-time British kart champion, but a multiple British kart champion. Yeah. Is that any pressure on you?
No, not really. I feel my drive. I don't feel any more pressure than I did before. I've got Pod as a mechanic now, so he knows, what advice to give me at what time, which is good, which I haven't had as much before. So no, I'm enjoying it and try and better the results from here.
Well, that's great to hear. Good luck for the rest of your weekend. Thank you for having a quick chat with us. We've not got too much time left on the clock, so it looks like that is going to be the end of your part 2 for the Paddock Show here at Wilton Mill. Ollie, thanks for joining us. We know you're going to be in the commentary box this weekend, so that will not be the last you hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well then, thank you very much. I am on the grid with our Honda Cadet class for the first time this year. Let's speak to our pole sitter, Luca Picocchi. Pole, first round this year, how do you feel?
Yeah, pretty good. Today's been really good compared to yesterday, which I got quite unlucky. I'm looking forward to this final.
You looked really strong in the heats. We saw you have some serious overtakes coming through the field. Do you have a game plan with your team for this one?
No, not really. Just go and win.
And what are your predictions then for the first lap? What are you going to try and do?
Like everyone always gets up to Christmas and defends it. I'll do that and then just go from there.
Well, thank you very much. We will leave you to it and good luck this weekend. Let's have a chat though to who is joining him on the front row, a privateer driver, Bradley Sutton. Bradley, front row of the grid, how do you feel?
I feel really good because I've never done this championship before, and it's just amazing to be on the front row of the biggest championship in the UK.
Absolutely, front row of the grid. Do you have a game plan for this race?
Not really, just work together and try to pull a gap and hopefully get a top 3 finish.
Absolutely, well hopefully we will see that from you. Let's see if we can get a quick word from someone a little bit further down the grid. Let's see if we can talk to Sawyer Henderson. Sawyer, are you able to have a chat? How do you feel? How have your heats gone so far today?
The heats have gone good. I'm feeling quite excited. I'm just going to try to push away and battle for it in the last couple laps.
This is the first round this year. Do you have any goals for this year as a whole?
I'm aiming for top 3 in the championship, which is going to be very hard, but hopefully I can do it.
Well, thank you very much and good luck. That is it then from our Honda Cadets for their first race of the day. We'll take you back to Andrew and Ollie in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Kale. Getting ready then for this Honda Cadet final. Just over a minute before the whistle is due to go to indicate the start of the formation laps. Ollie Stewart alongside me, reigning British KZ2 champion. I'm really looking forward to this race, Ollie. I'm sure you're looking forward to this race as well. 26 drivers and a fair few Scots in there as well.
Yes, absolutely. Love to see the Scottish flag out there in the British karting paddock. It is amazing for me as well. I love it. But also, for me, racing in the Honda Cadet category, nothing better, to be honest with you. Built up the start of my career. Fantastic little drivers, fantastic little kart. What a race this is going to be.
Absolutely. So the grid being cleared then by the mechanics for this race. This is the second final of the year for the Hondas. And you can see there on the front of the grid, we'll take you through the grid in a moment's time. Could be a 12-minute race for the drivers. Quick note on championship heading into this one, because we've already had 3 scores at this stage. Loveridge leads by 8 points from Henderson. Bikoki a further 2 back. Let's take you through the grid then for this second final of the year. Luca Bikoki starts on pole position in the number 10. Bradley Sutton alongside on the front row. Sawyer Henderson, Sheldon Srikantan, that is row number 2. Henry Colborne and Archie Loveridge start on row number 3. Marcus Cooper and Jensen Kula have done nicely to line up on row 4. Harry Grant, Mason Becker, they're row 5. Oliver Ratton, Dino Rowlands, they're on row number 6. Archie Cannon and Ali Saunders go from row 7. Freddie Drury and Ollie Knox on row 8. Luke Hamill and Kyle Kerr go from row 9. It's then Joshua O'Doherty and Oliver Vickers completing the top 20 on row number 10. Finley Thursfield and Edward Fry go from 11. Austin Dowell and Timon Pensac go from row 12. Ben Bowers and Archie Tosh complete the 26-strong field for this second final of the year in Honda Cadet GX200. And then another just quick rundown of the championship scores. Loveridge 187, Henderson 179, Bikoki 177, Cannon 174, Harry Grant currently in the top 5 on 171. That's off the back of the 2 scoring stages yesterday. The intermediate classification and the first final, and then the intermediate classification as well today. So, drivers lining up then. I don't think we've got Oliver Ratton on the grid. The number 22 is reported as missing from the grid. So, unfortunately, Oliver is not going to be racing. Was due to start 11th on the grid. There was a quick sight of Sheldon Srikantan, who won here, of course, the last time we raced in Honda Cadet on a Sunday in the British Kart Championships. Eyes on the lights then. They'll come on one by one. Standing start, of course, for Honda Cadets. On they come. 3 lights, 4 lights. Here at Wilton Mill, we're racing in Honda Cadet. It's an even start across the front row. Bradley Sutton looking for the race lead as they go through turn number 2. Luca Bikoki runs out a little bit wide, but will have momentum up the hill. They're side by side, running up towards Christmas Corner. Archie Loveridge trying to look down the inside to move up from 6th place, but through goes Sutton into the race lead. Good start for Sawyer Henderson as well. Sawyer there in the pink helmet is now going for the race lead down the inside into Ashby. Great stuff there. We've got a new race leader.
Yeah, fantastic start there. Very clean, actually. Not very many banging there at all from anyone. So that was fantastic driving there from all of the drivers here. But yeah, clean start, looking good, and all the karts welded to each other's bumpers as usual.
Yeah, it's what we come to expect in Honda Cadet. If you're new to Honda Cadet racing, this race will start busy, then probably just go into a nice stable phase in the middle as drivers try and keep themselves in play for the last 2 laps. That is often where we see racers in this category, particularly around this circuit, decided. Sawyer Henderson checks over the shoulder, doesn't defend. At the moment, the top 3 are trying to break away and reduce the numbers game at this stage, but that is easier said than done. Sheldon Srikantan there in 3rd place, just ahead of Henry Colborne, as there's a bit of a moment there for Archie Cannon down the hill. Of course, his father Ryan was KZ2 champion back in the day. Oh no, Rexy's out. The Rexy kart of Ali Saunders has become beached in the infield and is out of this race. There is the number 58 now being pulled back onto circuit, and we'll get back into the race, but Ali Saunders out of contention here today, Ollie.
I just wanted to check. I don't know if this is right, but has Ben Bowers made 10 places on the first lap?
Yeah, he has. From the back of the grid, Ben Bowers, who did a lot of overtaking during the heats earlier on here today, could be a driver that we watch out for in the second half of this one. Meanwhile, Sheldon Srikantan down the inside takes 2nd place away from Bradley Sutton. That's the position he finished the first of the double-header finals here last year at Wilton Mill. Can he go one better? Can he add to the victory that he had in the second of the finals here in 2025? Moving up the order there as well, Freddie Drury, another of the Apollo karts running well, is up 4 places so far in this race. Also moving forward, Cannon up 3. A couple of drivers in the second half of the field have gained a few places, the likes of Carl Kerr, Oliver Vickers, Finley Thursfield as well. But got to keep an eye on Marcus Cooper, shooting back up the order, up to 4th place now in the number 56. That's a gain of 3 from where he started, Ollie.
Yeah, this is an incredible race so far. Look at these drivers, how close they are at the start. You will not see this in many of the other categories. Young drivers, not so much power. It's very important they work together. So looking at this right now, as we see them change for the 4th, 5th place, 6th place there, with one of the Apollo carts, the number 10 going through there of Luca Bicocchi. Yeah, up to 6th place, as I said. Very close. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, Luca Bicocchi moving back up the order after that difficult start. And it's got Archie Loveridge, yesterday's round 1 winner, for good company at this stage of the race. So Sawyer Henderson leads this one in the number 27. Then it's Shaylin Srikantan, Bradley Sutton, Marcus Cooper, Henry Goulbourne in the top 5 right now. This is the point of the race where it'll just simmer down. We'll get into a nice rhythm. Everybody at the front of the order will know at this stage that if you make a rash move, you could easily lose out and fall back down the order and then be out of play for the latter stages. 5-second penalty has come in, unfortunately, for the number 15. That's Joshua Adotti down in, what's that, 19th place. So Adotti is going to have a tall order today to try and break up into the top 15 at least. We've got 8 minutes of this race remaining. Nice, calm driving at the front of the field, of course, Ollie. This is all going to plan right now.
It is, and I've just noticed Mason Becker set 53.966, about 2/10 quicker than anyone else at this stage of the race. So a very, very fast lap time from him. He's right in a good spot to get a draft off the drivers in front. Hopefully bring him up to the front of the pack too.
7.5 minutes remaining then. As things stand, Sawyer Henderson would leave Wilton Mill as the championship leader, but only by a single point over Archie Loveridge. Here's a scrap going on for 4th place. Henry Goulbourne wants to be a little bit further up the order. This could be a chance for the top 3 to break away. There's a little bit of dissent in the ranks in the second half of the top 10. This is what can happen at this stage. Driver down the inside there is Mason Becker going through past Archie Loveridge. Should just note as well, got news during the lunch break that the top privateer here at Wilton Mill is going to get a prize from Project One Racing of £500, £500 credit with Project One Racing, which is a great prize for the top privateer here today to win. And at the moment, that could well be Shaylin Srikantan, 2nd place at the moment. It's in goes Luca Bicocchi trying to get through past the number 56 of Marcus Cooper. That is for 4th place. Over the curbs once again through the new chicane. 6.5 minutes remaining. Henderson still leading from Srikantan. Bradley Sutton holding there in 3rd. What will this top 3 be trying to do now, Ollie? Because they've got a bit of a gap back to Cooper and Bicocchi.
Yes, I just had a look. Bradley Sutton had a look over his shoulder there. I think he'll be trying to push away and just work with them. There's no need to go for the lead or into 2nd place at this stage of the race. He might as well work together with those other two drivers, and push away from the back 3. Then, in the last 2 or 3 minutes of the race, it all comes down to it then. They can fight as much as they want with no consequences.
No, not at all. You can often lose a couple of seconds around this circuit by fighting. So right now, by that measure, you're still counting all the way back to 12th place. Harry Grant probably being in play for this one. Luca Bicocchi, though, similar to what we saw yesterday, Ollie, very quick in this middle phase of the race. He had to do a bit of a fight back yesterday, 24 hours ago in the first final, and he's caught back up to the top 3 now. Half a second covering the top 4. That was a new fastest lap of the race of 53.590 from Luca Bicocchi. And here goes Shaylin Srikantan up the inside at the same corner where he made the move to win the final round of last year's championship. He's hit the front of the order now, taps on the helmet to say, let's keep working together, because we've got still a great chance of strong points here today. That's not changed things further back. Still Sutton from Bicocchi, Cooper and Becker fighting over 5th place. But that's a statement of intent for me, Ollie, by Shaylin Srikantan. He knows how to win round this place. Last time here, it was with a bit of a cloud, of course, as things changed how the championship order shook out at the end of last season. That's not a worry here today for Shaylin Srikantan, simply going out and winning this race and moving up to 2 wins in the British Kart Championships. That's the order of the day, and right now with 4.5 minutes to go, the chances of doing so are looking very good.
Yes, absolutely, and you can see in the final that their body language has actually started to change, as we see Luca Bicocchi go for 3rd place now, making his way right through the field, again still with the fastest lap of the race. But yes, The body language, as I say, has changed. You can see them. They almost look more hungry to win this race, which is going to be a key element of winning this race. But yes, still, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 karts within only a little bit of space on the track. So anyone can win this race still with 4 minutes on the clock.
And we've been talking about the setups for the Honda Cadets so far this week and how it's been different to what they experienced last week when many of the drivers here today raced as part of the Kart Club event here at Wilton Mill to get themselves ready. The different tyre compounds that have gone down from the other classes. As here's a move from Luca Bicocchi down the inside, through into Oblivion. Well, they call it Oblivion for a reason. It's because it's a brave, brave place to make an overtake, and that's exactly what Luca Bicocchi's done there to move up to second place. Move from teammate Archie Cannon as well. Cannon through now into sixth place, downhill ahead of Archie Loveridge into Ashby. And I'll make the setup point again. This is where in these longer races, we've now gone beyond the time of what a heat gives us. This is where the tyre pressures are going to come into their own, isn't it, Ollie?
Yes, absolutely. The Apollo karts look flying at this stage of the race with both Archie Cannon and Luca Bicocchi. And then also not to forget in the background, Freddie Drury is coming through as well. So yes, still plenty of time to make it happen, and Luca Bicocchi is flying at the moment. Archie Cannon catching back up to the front. Obviously didn't have as strong as qualifying today, but yesterday was a really good day having a podium. So can he make a podium happen again, or even a win? We will see.
Less than 3 minutes on the clock then. Cannon, fastest driver on circuit, looking for the move, as there is a move for third place. Mason Becker through into the podium positions. Yesterday for Becker, it was 6th in the final. So as a debutant in the British Kart Championships, this would be a maiden podium if Mason Becker can hold there for the Project One racing team. Project One, so many years of history, particularly in Honda Cadet racing. There's so many drivers that have gone on to great things in karting and other forms of motorsport have cut their teeth. It is a great platform for drivers to learn how to race, how to think a competition through. Over the curb once again, a little bit of a touch there of the flip-flops over the new chicane. Another lap ticks on by, but here comes Luca Bicocchi. Luca Bicocchi is called onto the rear axle now. Shaylin Stricanton up the hill, wants to get to Christmas corner. Here comes the Apollo up the inside to take the race lead. Luca Bicocchi back to the front of the order. This has been a superb drive.
Yes, absolutely. He is flying right now. Both the Apollo machines are. Archie Cannon coming right back up the field now into 5th place, still with the fastest lap and right on the end of this pack. But Luca Bicocchi looking very dominant at this stage of the race. I wonder if Srikantan just struggling a little bit with the pace at the moment. Probably went a little bit too high on the pressures and is starting to fall into the clutches of Mason Becker. So we will see when he makes his move.
This is a big moment for Luca Bicocchi. This weekend has already got a best career finish in the British Kart Championships. That was the 5th place yesterday. But he'd love to beat that record again, and he'd love to get a maiden victory. The young man from Inverlochy up in Scotland has got just under a minute plus 1 lap to hold out here, and again doesn't defend. That is sensible tactics from all of these drivers. No one's making their move just yet. They're keeping themselves in play. The numbers have been diminished. It's probably a top 6 now that we're talking about for the race victory. The likes of Marcus Cooper, Freddie Drury, Archie Loveridge just a little bit too far back. Loveridge would still be the championship leader at the end of today after his win yesterday. That would be a great return after the difficulties at this very venue less than 12 months ago. 2 more laps then. Drivers will have probably about 10 seconds on the clock as they come over the line. This is where the pressure starts to ramp up. Ollie Stewart, how do you think Bicocchi's going to deal with this?
Yes, if I was looking at Bicocchi right now, I would definitely be starting to go defensive. Maybe even a lap previously, but it just looks like Srikantan is sitting there at the moment, not trying to... There we go, he's gone defensive now. Everyone's going defensive. So on, Mason Becker goes in tight. And
no! Oh, out goes Becker, out goes Srikantan. It will not be a repeat of the victory for Shaylin Srikantan here at the end of 2025. You are absolutely spot on there, Ollie. It's the last two laps of this race. The race has now begun, and with that flashpoint, it's looking pretty good now for both Luca Bicocchi and Sawyer Henderson. Henderson, who was 3rd yesterday in the final, is going one better. Srikantan is out of the race. That is such a shame for Shaylin Srikantan. And here comes Bradley Sutton as well, has not given up
in the fight for third place with Archie Cannon. Over the line then, last lap board is out. Luca Bacocchi leads for the Apollo Karts team. This would be a big result for the Apollo Karts team. MJR Racing, they've won rounds of the British Kart Championships before. Of course, here at the end of 2025, it's these top two running down the hill now. The corners are ticking on by. Can Sawyer Henderson get close enough to go for the race lead? Archie Cannon defending third place. I think Archie Cannon knows that third is about as good as it's going to be here today, but it's solid points at the championship. Henderson trying to get down the inside. Bacocchi trying to close the door into Ozius. Just enough there from Luca Bacocchi. We saw Luca do that during the heat. Now we've got a few corners to go into the boot. That's probably the last opportunity for Sawyer Henderson to get through, because it's this tight new chicane to finish the lap. Luca Bacocchi for Apollo Karts wins at Wilton Mill. The Apollo has landed once again here in the British Kart Championships. Luca Bacocchi takes a maiden victory at this level and will take the championship lead as well. Honda Cadet is back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a brilliant title fight this year, and keep an eye on this young man. Luca Bacocchi takes round 2 of the 2026 championship.
Wow, what a drive and what a race. I can't help but feel so sorry though for Srikantan there, just in the final laps of the race. It's so devastating. You put all the work in over this weekend. You get to the final laps of the final, and then something happens and you're out of the race. It can just happen like that, and it's so unfortunate.
And what a win for this team as well. They are in the middle of a very long run of events here at Wilton Mill, but they've got a win in the British Kart Championships in the hands of Luca Bacocchi. Sawyer Henderson, third yesterday, second today. Well, on that path, that win is going to come for Sawyer Henderson. Archie Cannon on the podium. That is another podium. That's a fifth podium for Archie Cannon in his time in the British Kart Championships. Bradley Sutton and Freddie Drury in the top 5. Harry Grant, Marcus Cooper, Henry Colborne, Archie Loveridge and Jensen Cooler in the top 10 there. 11th place today for Mason Becker. Lost out, of course, at the end of that race. Ollie Knox, Ben Boas, Carl Kerr and Oliver Vickers all in the top 15. Luke Hamill, Joshua Adoty, Finley Thursfield, Edward Fry and Austin Dowell complete the top 20. Archie Tosh, good recovery from Archie. Had problems earlier on in the day. Gained 5 places in that one to finish 21st. Dino Rowlands, Timon Pensack and Ali Saunders, the last of the 24 finishers. 2 retirements from that race. Shaylin Srikantan at 1 retirement, and 1 did not start, of course, Srikantan and Oliver Ratton. But there's your newest winner in the British Kart Championships. Luca Bacocchi will be speaking to Cale Lynch in a few moments' time. And look at this. This is what I love to see. This is a big moment for Luca Bacocchi, but a great moment for this team, this growing team in Honda Cadet, and all the development work that's been put in by these young drivers. These aren't just drivers here to have a go and compete. They are actively working as part of this team to make this Apollo chassis quicker and quicker and quicker. The Project One, as we say, has been around for a good few years, hasn't it, Ollie? But this is great to see drivers not just learning their racecraft, as there's Seb, his mechanic. Great to see down there in Parc Ferme. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then in that final. This was the race start. Did not start well for Luca Bacocchi, of course. Didn't get the best of starts from pole position. Bradley Sutton took the early lead. I actually want to have a little look at what happened to Luca on this first lap. Well, there he was, losing second place to Sawyer Henderson. And then in a semi-fashion, he got slightly freight trained down the order a bit and had to fight back from, he was all down to about 7th place at the end of the first lap. That was a near moment as well for Archie Cannon on the grass. Ali Saunders had that problem in Rexy the go-kart, number 58. I'm sure they'll be back for more in the future. Good scrap as well with Marcus Cooper in the number 56. Finished in the top 10. This was when we thought it could be another win for Shaylin Srikantan. That move down the inside of Bradley Sutton put Srikantan up to second place. And not too long after that, Srikantan would go for the race lead. Bikoki working back through. These were crucial moments, weren't they, Ollie, for our eventual race winner, efficiently working his way through the pack?
Yes, absolutely. At the time that you go down the pack, you need to make the moves as decisively, efficiently and fast as possible, because if not, you run out of time and you will not get to the front. So the fact that he was so far back and made it back to the front and won the race is down to his key moves and how fast he completed them.
That was the move from Srikantan to take the race lead. The numbers were dwindling. This was another move from Bikoki, as I say, using up to Christmas corner very effectively. This was the move for Bikoki to get back into the race lead past Srikantan. Then moments later, there would be problems for both Srikantan and for the number 52 of Mason Becker, both of them out of contention at that point. Thankfully, both drivers able to either drive away or walk away, but that was the end of the race from Srikantan's perspective. Over the line then, Luca Bikoki. What a brilliant first win. Let's head down to Kale Lynch, who, fingers crossed, is with our winner.
Well then, after a very interesting race, I am here with your third place finisher, Archie Cannon. Archie, we see it was an emotional one for you there. How do you feel?
Good.
Obviously, 10 places gained. You came through from the 7th row on the grid. How was that for you?
Very intense.
And you were a driver who were able to gain out of the situation on one of those last laps. How did that play out?
I don't really know. I just got flipping, like, oh, someone's behind me. Oh, I better drive away quickly.
Well, congratulations. We know how much that one meant to you from right through the grid. Congratulations, Archie. But let's talk to our second place finisher. Thank you very much. Let's talk to Sawyer. Sawyer, come on in. You finished one place up from where you started. How do you feel?
I'm really happy. It's my best British Kart Championship final result, so I'm really happy.
Absolutely. Round 2 of the year, podium. Happy with that?
Yeah, I'm really happy. It was a very fun race.
And obviously this is a brilliant start to your year. Do you and your team have any more aspirations then for the rest of it?
Yeah, just try to keep up the good work and the good results, and just hopefully get a good result at the end of the year.
Well, thank you very much and congratulations. Let's see if we can catch a word from our winner, Luca Bikoki. Come on in. Congratulations. Round 2 of the British Kart Championships, you are the Honda Cadet winner. How do you feel?
Really good. I got scared at the start when I had a relatively bad start, got stuck on the outside, but I'm so happy to regain that position from my first ever win at the British Championships.
And you're right, that was a difficult one for you there at some point. You lost the lead. You had to fight all through the race to get back into it. What was that like?
It was quite hard because I got behind some people that they were so fast I could barely get past. But then when I got past, it was drive onto a pack, get past, drive onto another, and just pass them, and then at the end defend. So yeah, I'm so happy.
Well, absolutely. We can see how happy you and your team are. Congratulations. We will let you go and celebrate. And let's head straight on to our next race.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Wilton Mill. What a Honda Cadet final. Really looking forward to what we've got in store for Honda Cadet over the course of this season. We stick with the cadets, though, for the next race. IAME Waterswift Restricted are up next out on circuit for their second final of the year. And drivers and mechanics rolling out onto the grid on circuit. I always like this for the finals. In terms of the race procedures, it's the same of being on a pre-grid, being on a dummy grid. But it's not a dummy grid because you're on the circuit itself. How's that feeling for a driver when you're marching out onto circuits?
Yeah, it's very strange. And also at Bolton, I was going out with the last race of the year with the opportunity to win the championship, and I was on the grid for a fair bit of time. It's weird because you're in Parc Ferme, and you're speaking to a mechanic and you're getting an understanding. The minute they clear the grid, it almost like immerses you in the fact that that's it.
Yeah.
No going back.
No
You're
going
here
back.
now, and that's it.
And as I say, it's a bit of a mixed-up grid, I think, today for the IAME Waterswift Restricted, based off what we saw in time qualifying. The heats have really mixed the order up. Having said that, Freddie Baker is going to be potentially one to watch in this one. There's Ollie West in the number 4, just getting himself ready. Benjamin Schlivar there as well in the number 6, winner of the final yesterday. And Bobby Slater there as well, a familiar surname to those who followed British karting and the drivers coming up through the ranks the last few years. This is the latest one, of course, looking to make his mark, his very own mark. And with his teammate Hayden Hakura, they're going to start this race as maybe dark horses or long shots, but they've raced well today, those two novices for Fusion Motorsports, and could work up from row 4.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what happens here. There's a lot of drivers here at the front, and a lot of good ones at that, so we'll see.
Let's head down to Kale.
All right, thank you very much. I am on the grid with our Waterswift restricteds. Let's waste no time and talk straight to our pole sitter, who has been looking very good so far this weekend. You've taken a win. You came 5th there in that last heat, which managed to make you come on pole position. How do you feel?
Happy.
Very happy with that. Tell us, do you and your team have a plan heading into this race?
Yes, with that we're going to win.
And tell us, how do you think these next few laps are going to play out? Can you give us any predictions?
Hopefully pull away from the field and then win.
Well, good job. We're going to let you focus. But let's talk to Freddie Baker, because Freddie didn't have the best day yesterday, but has been coming back up through the grid. Freddie, we have seen you at event 1 with the British Kart Championships. How do you feel to be on the front row?
Good, nice and fast.
You've been looking really fast today. Have you and your team been working hard overnight to make you this fast today?
Yeah.
And tell us, is there a game plan going into this race?
Get at the front and just drive away.
Well, good luck for your race. Let's see if we've got the time to talk to a driver who's a little bit further down, but nonetheless, we usually see him at the front. Benjamin Schlivar. Let's see if we can have a quick chat before we get going. Benjamin, we know Andrew spoke to you earlier on this weekend. I asked you if you'd grown at all, but we've seen you taking a win. How do you feel?
I feel nervous. I'm going to try get to the front and then try push away or just overtake and drive off.
We know you're not starting exactly where you'd want to be. Do you think that's going to make it a bit harder for you to get on the podium today?
It's going to be a bit harder, yeah.
Well, good luck. Let's leave our Waterswift restricteds to it then and head back into the box with Andrew and Ollie.
Thank you very much, Kale. Benjamin Schlivar may be small in stature, but he has definitely grown as a driver out there on circuit. As I say, the winner from yesterday's final is one of several. I'd say pretty much everyone in those first 6 rows. I think they've all got a chance of at least a podium today here, Ollie Stewart. These are our youngest drivers in the IAME ladder. And this circuit, as we've seen with the Hondas, it's not an easy one to keep yourself in the mix. What would you be telling a driver if you had them out on circuit right now?
Well, sometimes there's some drivers that start behind you that are faster. So if they go past, get onto the back of them, learn as much as you can, and try and stay with them. If you get the opportunity and you're at the front, push away. But one thing's for sure, if the opportunity comes to overtake, you have to go in. And the amount of times that I've said that sentence over this weekend, and especially on Friday, you have to go in.
Indeed. There is Benjamin Schlivar with Down Beavers on the tools this week. They've already got 1 win under their belts. Just a final little checks there of the Johnny Shocks performance engine that Benjamin's running. And Arthur Bowers there on pole position. 3rd in both of the heats yesterday, 10th in the final. Didn't quite go his way yesterday. Could this be a point where Arthur is able to beat the a couple of third places that he got last year in this category? Keep an eye on this young driver as well. Patrick Wood in the number 7, one of our seeded drivers from last year, was 2nd in the final yesterday. That already is a best result for Patrick Wood in the British Kart Championships to date. The clear grid whistle sounds, and now the drivers are just left to their own thoughts, to their own plans for how they're going to tackle the start of this race.
Yep, they look very confident, I would say.
Mm.
A couple of very short answers there, which tells me they are in the zone. So, yeah, we will see, I think, some very solid performances throughout this race. Look, they're all looking ready to go anyway, that's for sure.
There will be, of course, the formation lap for this one. And then it'll be a rolling start for the IAME Waterswift Restricteds. Let's get ready for it then. The second final of the year for IAME Waterswift Restricted. Quiet times at the moment until that point there. Engines fire for the second final of the year in IAME Waterswift Restricted. Arthur Bowers starts on pole position for it with Freddie Baker alongside on the front row. Patrick Wood and Ollie West will be looking to use their experience from last year as they go from row number 2. Oliver Woodall and Benjamin Schliver likewise start on row 3. Caden Hakura and Bobby Slater form up an all-fusion row 4. Louis Wilson and Arthur Rhodes go from 5. Harry Murphy and Hendrix Fellat start on row number 6. Watch out for those two potentially coming through the field. Logan Hodgetts and George Askew go from row 7. Noah Brad for TW Racing starts alongside Max St. Hilaire on row 8. Cole Parrish, Darcy Durnford there on row 9. Riley Ashton Wilkins and Harley Hibbert start on row 10. Lots of new faces to the British Kart Championships here this year for their first broadcast final of the year. They'll have their second formation lap. Crucial moments these, Ollie Stewart. Drivers trying to get their materials up to temperature, especially for that long run up to Christmas Corner on lap 1.
Yes, absolutely. Tyre temperature is one of the most crucial things, especially at the start of the race. Drivers need to get on it on lap 1, lap 2. That's where some of the biggest gaps can be made and sometimes break the toe. So races can actually be won on lap 1 or 2, so as we've seen previously. So let's see what can happen here.
So just coming through the infield now, and this brilliant 1200 metre Wilton Mill circuit that's hosted so many British Kart Championship finals over the years since its creation in 1991. For many of these drivers, they were just a twinkle in their parents' eye back in the early 90s. I'm sure they're going to be putting on a great show here today. Drivers just needing to be careful in the early stages that there's no problems here on these formation laps. So, round the boot, slow end to this formation lap with Arthur Bowers and Freddie Baker on the front row of the grid. Both of them looking for a best result in their time in the British Kart Championship so far. We're into those tram lines. Revs are rising, and no, we're going to go round again. That's a false start. I think that was a little bit too quick for the liking of the race officials, so understandable from my side of the desk, Ollie, as to why that was a false start.
Yes, absolutely, and sometimes it's strange. They were going very slow to start with. They're obviously trying to oil them up a bit, the karts behind, which I'd have mentioned previously. Oiling up means that you have too much fuel and oil in the engine and the kart will just not go anywhere because it's over flooded, as we like to call it. So yes, going from that to and completely another extreme of going too fast. Yes, just keep it calm, boys, and see what happens in the next one.
Keep your messages coming in. Hello to Linda. Chloe's not racing today, but Chloe McGill will be with us, I'm sure, at PF International for the third event of the year. But thank you for getting in touch, Linda. Thank you for your continued support of the British Kart Championships. Hello to Chris McCarthy as well. Hello, mate. I hope you're doing well. Watching from Biggin Hill is on Formula 2 duties today. And I've just spoilt the secret. Well, it's not really that much of a secret that they do many of the FOM commentaries from that part of the world. But either way, great to be, of course, part of the Sky Sports F1 community as well. All the highlights from this weekend will be on the show in the week. What highlights are we going to get then from this IAME Waterswift Restricted Final? We're away and racing 12 minutes plus 1 lap here at Wilton Mill. Oh, it's a bit tense through the first couple of corners. Our pole sitters had a problem. Bowers down the order, and it's Patrick Wood who's come to the fore in the early stages. Oliver Woodall down the inside there of Ollie West. West holds round the outside
and retains second place. Downhill then into Ashby Corner. Hendrix Fallat looking to make early progress on board that Pantano number 15. Oh, problems for Riley Aston Wilkins. The number 46 is out on lap 1. Fallat down the inside, gets through, I think that was on Bobby Slater, to gain a position. Benjamin Schlivar in the mix there as well. Oh, that got close between Schlivar and Fallat into the boot. But Patrick Wood leads at the end of lap 1.
Yes, fantastic drive there, fantastic start. Just a few drivers there having a bit of issues, but looks all clean so far, and it's looking like a good race, and it's going to be, I'm sure. But 10 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock, long way to go, and we'll see if these two drivers at the front start to work together. Not seeing too many moves into Christmas corners, so at least seems like everyone's settled and knows where they need to get to, but it's a long way to go, so let's see what happens.
Downhill towards Ashby Corner then. Little adjustment there from Ollie West, as there is Freddie Baker moving back up the order, back up to 5th place ahead of Caden Hakura in the number 99 Fusion machine. Round towards Ozier's. Everybody but that number 46 that we saw in trouble earlier for Riley Aston Wilkins running in this race. But here comes Ollie West. Ollie West, best place so far in a final in Ollie's time in the BKC. 4th, 4 times. Yet to get that podium, yet to get hold of one of those podium trophies at the end of a round. Could today be the day? It was 5th yesterday for Ollie West. Sensible choice there. Ollie West just staying behind Patrick Woodson, like we saw with the Hondas. Ollie, this is drivers just trying to keep the powder dry right now, not do anything too rash, keep themselves in the battle, which will be decided in the second half of this race.
Yes, and I'm just noticing Ollie West dabbing the choke there into the end of the straight, seeming very, very relaxed at this stage of the race. Second place, drivers right behind him, dabbing the choke. A lot of confidence going into this. I'm sure he'll be a strong contender to win this race.
So what's West trying to, for the uninitiated again, Ollie, what's West trying to achieve with that?
Okay, so at the end of the straight, a lot of the time, the revs are very high, so the engine is under a lot of strain. Sometimes the engine lacks a little bit of fuel in the top, so what they do is they put their hand over where the air goes into the engine, which is part of the mixture. So it basically allows there to be more fuel in the mixture between fuel and air, so there's less of a chance of the engine, well,
having a problem.
Having a problem, exactly.
Indeed, good work there from Hendrix Fallat. Is up to 8th place. Benjamin Schlivar following through. Keep an eye on those two. They've been very, very quick so far this weekend here at Wilton Mill, and could be a factor for the podium positions if they can move their way back up the order. We've already seen one cadet. Good teamwork. They're not teammates, but they are effectively right now. Patrick Wood and Ollie West trying to edge away from Ollie Woodall there in 3rd place. It's not Ollie Woodall anymore, it's Arthur Bowers. Bowers back up into the top 3 as we've got some penalties coming in. These will be start infringement ones, as they're 3 seconds. One of them to Bobby Slater in the number 27 and the other to Harry Murphy. Oh dear, I may have put the curse of the commentator on those two. We thought we were going to have a good start. That was the close moment as well between Louis Wilson and Caden Hakura fighting over 6th place. There down the inside goes Oliver Woodall for 3rd place. Takes it back away off Arthur Bowers. This is good for the top 2. They've got a chance now to break away from the rest of the field. Meanwhile, 3rd group on your screens. Hendrix Fallat goes down the inside, trying to get in another position and back up into the top 7. Oh, and Louis Wilson's off the road. Louis Wilson will not repeat the podium that we saw for the number 63 yesterday. What happened there for the young driver running the Tim Wilson Motorsport colours here today? Out of contention, top 5 fully broken away now. Ollie, this is looking good for these young drivers.
Yes, a 2.2 second gap. Oh, and that's a great move again into Christmas. He's going to get the move followed through. Yes, he is. Perfect. Both of those drivers now up into 3rd and 4th place. Oliver Woodall dropping 2 places, and he's also lost a fair bit of ground. So he's going to need to try and catch that up if he wants to have a chance of winning this race.
Yeah, it's Arthur Bowers going back through, and Freddie Baker. Oh, Freddie Baker's not going to try and do what George Edgar did during the heats, is he? No, the switchback from Freddie Baker, brilliantly executed there from the XL Motorsport driver, who, of course, is a team. XL Motorsport had great success in this category last year in the hands of LBJ Stubbs and Bodie Batch, 1st and 2nd in the final championship standings. They didn't win. Well, no, they did win, I think, both of the finals here last year in the hands of those two. They want to get back on top with their newest charger, Freddie Baker, who's looking to make it back-to-back podiums, of course, in British Kart Championships events. As here comes Shlivar. Shlivar on the attack is up to 6th place, ahead of Caden Hakura. That's a good bit of progress for Shlivar. What has happened to Hendrix Fallat? Fallat's fallen down the order. He's now outside of the top 10 as Bobby Slater is down the inside of Arthur Rhodes. That's for 8th place. Logan Hodgetts in the red, white and green helmet trying to move up the order in the top 10 and does so. Good move from Logan Hodgetts up to P9. It's great racing again in IAME Waterswift Restricted. We saw this throughout the course of last year. We saw it in 2024 as well, with some high quality driving from some drivers who've then gone on to really good things in the Waterswift categories and beyond. Back with our top two, Ollie. This is textbook, isn't it, at the moment, between these two and how they're managing this race?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, but never mind, and he's gone straight in and had the choke on the way into the move. That is fantastically calm and controlled, and a wave to tell him to get on with it. Brilliant move there from Ollie West, and very calm too.
So can the dad and lad efforts of the West family take their first victory in the British Kart Championships? Ollie West hits the front of the order. The egg is cooking right now as they go down the infield straight into the boot once again. This is going to be a big lap, this next lap, Ollie, I think, for West, because if he can start to edge away from Patrick Wood, and Patrick Wood maybe drop back into the clutches of Baker and Bowers, this is where Ollie West could, you know, mentally really start to assert himself on this race.
And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Ollie West, and there you go, Freddie Baker making his move on Patrick Wood, cleanly through, no problems there, and not going to cost him too much time either. Freddie Baker is on a mission in this race, and honestly, I don't think Ollie West is going to get away. I think Patrick Wood will do his best to work with him. Well, never mind, it looked like he was trying his nose there, but we'll see. Caden Hakura and Benjamin Shlivar need to work together as well if they want to have any chance of catching this top 5. They've dropped a fair bit away now to reaching over 3.2 seconds, which is a significant gap at this stage of the race.
So just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Bowers down the inside, takes 3rd place away from Patrick Wood. Oliver Woodall still in the mix as well there in the DK Academy machine in 5th place. More on the DK Academy team of later, of course, here today. Freddie Baker, fastest lap of the race. That is exactly what the XL Motorsport team needed from Freddie Baker. At this stage, he's answered the call, is less than 3/10 behind Ollie West now. Logan Hodgetts, meanwhile, is up to 9th place. And here's the move for the race lead, down the inside. Baker pounces, takes the race lead through Ashby Corner, defends a little bit before the next corner. West may have the opportunity into Osiers. No, thinks better of it. Goes back into that previous role that he had in this race of pushing the new race leader along this time. As a little nibble into the boot there does Ollie West, but Freddie Baker has already had a great 2026 karting season. He's won races before in other championships, in other regions, but now leads in the British Kart Championships for the first time in this final here today. But back could come West. That was a good run out of oblivion, up through Fine Lady, down the inside, little choke dab again, and into the lead once again goes Ollie West. I don't want this to end, Ollie Stewart. This is a brilliant race. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Any chance of an extension for this race? This is very enjoyable. But yes, Ollie West, strangely, Freddie Baker looked so much faster at that point in the race, but Ollie West has come back again. Freddie Baker's initial move started all the way from the last corner. He made up so much time through the first and second corner and gained someone a little bit of a close moment there, but both recovered nicely. Ready to go again down the straight. We'll see if they can draft each other up and get past each other into Christmas Corner.
Arthur Bowers up to 3rd place. He finished there twice in the finals on his debut appearance in the BKC last year. He still counts as a novice because he's not gone through the threshold of races competed in so far before this season. So that's why he's still top novice at the moment. Oh, look at this side by side once again. Baker may lose out though. That was a little bit rash perhaps. No, he's recovered it really well, has Freddie Baker. In 2nd place, it's given Ollie West a little look at the point again from Ollie West saying no, let's keep going forward. There's still a lot of racing to go in this one. Best part of 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining.
onto the infield straight once again. Still, Oliver Woodall not too far behind there in 4th place. Patrick Wood's having to dig really, really deep right now as there's a mechanical failure flag out for the number 76 of Cole Parrish. Over the curb once again. We'll have 3 more laps of this second final of the year. Here comes Baker up the inside into oblivion. He's not quite got the position yet. Still side by side. Baker runs out wide. West retakes the lead. Gets an assist from Bowers and from Woodall up towards Christmas Corner. Baker suddenly now off the podium. Oh, round the outside. Beautiful from Freddie Baker. Back up to 3rd place. But was that a little bit of a rash moment again from one of our youngsters here, Ollie? He went for the big move through the first turn, but in fact lost out in that exchange.
Yes, I was just about to say, very mature driving there. Earlier on in that race, he went for a move and he realised it wasn't going to pull off, and he pulled out of it. That is one of the most intelligent and best decisions he could have made at that stage. However, in there, he tried the move, didn't have enough pace, and it unfortunately didn't pay out for him. However, he's still 3rd, still in contention with 25 seconds left on the clock. We go on to the penultimate lap now, and let's see what we can do from there.
2 laps to go. Ollie West, this has been a superb performance from this young driver, but he's got to make that kart as wide as possible now, up towards Christmas Corner, keep it under control. Baker, oh, he's not going to do it again, is he, round the outside? Yes, he is, to the inside of Inkermans, back up to 2nd place. Goes Freddie Baker. Woodall trying to go in there on Bowers for 3rd place. They just about, they're having a little conversation with one another off of the corner, but they just about made it work. That allows Baker and West a little bit more breathing room. There is a back marker who may come into play here on the last lap. Oh, there's more drama now for Ollie West, who I doubt has ever had a race like this in his young karting career. Can he and his dad Dave take a win for the first time at this level? It's Harley Hibbert who is going to be shown the blue flag, or has been shown the blue flag already. Keeps to one side. That's good driving from Harley. Very good indeed. Doesn't get involved with the leaders. We're on the final lap now. Ollie West, oh, you don't need to defend too much like that, Ollie. There wasn't anyone too near you. That's going to have lost a little bit of time. Freddie Baker is now back on the rear bumper of Ollie West, down towards Ashby Corner. Little dab of the choke once again. Is there going to be a chance for Baker off the corner, side by side once again towards the next corner, which is a left-hander? Ollie West has got to check down. He's not able to do so. Freddie Baker's through. They touch. Bowers still there in 3rd place. Freddie Baker, has he constructed a masterclass here to take his first win in IAME Waterswift Restricted this season? Through the last couple of corners, only the new chicane to go. Freddie Baker is going to continue XL Motorsport's great record in this class. Freddie Baker wins at Wilton Mill, and there's a big celebration over the line as well for Ollie West, who finally has a podium here in the British Kart Championships. Drove a brilliant race. Him and his dad and the whole West family can be thoroughly proud of that one. Arthur Bowers as well announces his intents for the season. 3rd place in this one today. What a race, Ollie Stewart. What a group of drivers.
That was one of my favourite races so far. So mature of the drivers there. Freddie Baker, very disciplined, had the opportunity to try an outside move, but instead sold a bit of the dummy, lifted out of it early, allowed him to go into the corner a bit too hot, and then just got underneath him. Perfectly executed, and that's why he's won the race. Great job.
Look at this for championship. Well, we'll come to championship scores in a minute. There's your top 10. Baker, West, Bowers, Woodall and Benjamin Schlivar in the top 5. Caden Hakura, P6. Hendrix Fallat, Logan Hodgetts, Patrick Wood and Bobby Slater all in the top 10. Arthur Rhodes comes home P11 in the end in this one. Harry Murphy, P12. Good drive as well from Louis Wilson. Had problems, fell back, recovered back to 13th. George Askew and Darcy Durnford, in the top 15. Max St. Hilaire in 16th. Noah Brad, 17th. Cole Parrish, Harley Hibbert and Riley Aston Wilkins all at least fell 1 lap off the overall lead. But just before we head down into Parc Fermé, this is going to be a really good class this year, folks. We've had 2 full rounds now of the British Championship for IAME Waterswift Restricted. We've had 4 stages of awarding points. Sometimes you're already starting to see a particular driver breaking away. Not today. Not in these.
Wow.
Bowers, 240. Schlivar, 240. Baker, 239. West, 238. 2 points. All of that racing for the whole weekend. 2 points between 4 drivers.
That is unbelievable. You don't see that very often. Sometimes even at the end of the championship, you don't even see that anywhere. So that is incredible. After 4 point scoring opportunities, that is amazing. So fair play to all these drivers for being so consistent.
And Patrick Wood fans will be jumping up and down and throwing things at the TV right now. I've not forgotten that as well. Patrick's only 7 points back from that top couple of drivers. So well done to Freddie Baker. As I say, he's had a very good start to the 2026 season. That is a first win for Freddie Baker. So he was second in Event 1 up at Warden Law in the other half of the categories for the British Kart Championships. And now he's got a win. It could be a real force to be reckoned with across the course of this season, is Freddie Baker. And there's Ollie West as well. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. A really entertaining race. This was the race start. Quite close again. It's a great start for Patrick Wood, as there was a little bit of a moment for Bowers spinning towards the back there. I think that was Riley Aston Wilkins having problems in the early stages. Good fight in the middle of the field as well. The likes of Hendrix Fallat and Benjamin Schlivar looking to get themselves back up the order like they were yesterday. There was one of the spins. That was the number 49 of Noah Brad going round on lap 1. Louis Wilson had a podium early on in the weekend during the first final. Had a decent race, and the number 40 of Oliver Woodall was always in the mix at the front. So this is what happened with Louis Wilson. So it was a moment there with, I think it was the number 15 of Hendrix Fallat out of Ozzy's corner. You often see that. It's another one of those corners that really does tighten up at the end of the sequence there. This was one of the... In fact, I tell you what, this was a key move from Freddie Baker. That was him maybe practicing for later on in the race to move back up to third place. Benjamin Schlivar, a bit of a damage limitation job today, as we say, but does hold the championship lead at the end of today, or at least shares it with Arthur Bowers. This was the move from Baker up the inside, and this was another one from Baker down the inside. And we thought at that stage that might be it, that Baker was going to break away. But Ollie West, I've got to say, that's one of the best races I've ever seen from Ollie West. He never gave in. He was determined to control it as much as he could. I love the gestures from our young drivers. Then there was this sequence here. Baker trying to run round the outside. That one didn't quite work. This one he had a go as well. I thought this was the point where Freddie Baker had kind of not thrown it away, but put himself really on the back foot, dropped down to fourth place, went round the outside of Oliver Woodall here to take third, then did it again off of Christmas Corner. These were key overtakes as well from our eventual race winner. And then look at how he gets Ollie West off the racing line. Not this point, it was on the last lap, but from here. So gets West off the main racing line. West does really well to hold alongside, and then this corner here just lifts off the throttle, dips in underneath. That is superb racecraft from such a young driver, Ollie, that gives Freddie Baker his first BKC win.
Yeah, absolutely. Just fantastic, the two of them. Absolutely fantastic. And it was good. It was really good to see both of the drivers, and also giving it a dab of the choke when you're in a situation like that. Yeah. That is composed for sure.
Let's head down to Kiel. What have you got for us?
Well, thank you very much. I am here in the pits with our Waterswift Restricteds. Arthur, pole position. It was very close out there, and you managed to come away with the podium. How do you feel about that?
Good. I think it was a good battle between me, Freddie, Ollie and Oliver.
Talk us through it, because you guys managed to break away a considerable amount halfway through that race. Were you working together during the middle?
Yeah, my mechanic was telling me to push, so I just started pushing, then we broke away.
Well, exactly that. But podium for you for round 2. Are you and your team going to be happy with that one?
Yeah, I think I might be leading the championship now, so I'm happy with that.
Well, congratulations, Arthur, and we hope to see you back very soon. Let's have a word with Ollie West, though. Ollie, we saw how thrilled you were with that result, although you've just managed to lose the lead on one of those last laps. Talk us through that race.
It was a good race between me, Freddie, Patrick. Those were the main ones, and we, at the start, Patrick and me, we just pulled away, and then Freddie dropped in, and then the battle at the end was between me and Freddie.
Well, we know that was great to see from you. Andrew Mather said it was one of the best races he has seen from you so far. We know how much this will mean to you and your family. Tell us what that will mean as a privateer driver.
Amazing, honestly. It's my first time driving at the British as a privateer, and it's my first time I've ever got a podium at a British before.
Well, congratulations, Ollie. We know how much that meant to you and your family. Hopefully we'll see you back on the podium very soon, but let's see if we can have a chat with our winner, Freddie Baker. Come over here. He's currently helping his dad take his wheels off right now. Freddie, we spoke to you on the pre-grid. You managed to take the win on the last lap. Talk us through that move.
So I was waiting for him to defend because my coach said if you defend it, go up wide and I'll get the switch, and I did the switch back.
Absolutely, you'd been really fast all day. Is this going to carry you with plenty of confidence heading into the rest of the year?
Yeah.
Well, congratulations, and talk us through your relationship with your team. You and your dad, obviously on the tools, has been obviously working really hard with XL Motorsport this weekend to make sure that car is perfect for you. How's that?
It's good. Got my racing engine, no, my race builder with my engine, making a good job of it, making me feel fast and smoking.
Well, congratulations, well done from you. We will see you very soon, Freddie, but let's head straight on to our next race of the day.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wilton Mill, getting ready for the second IAME Waterswift final of the season. This could be pretty good, folks. They have been very quick this week, these set of drivers. Ollie Stewart rejoins me in the box. Ollie, I've no idea who's going to win this race because a lot of these drivers have been racing out in Europe. I've had the pleasure of watching them probably 3 or 4 times by this stage of the season, and they are so evenly matched across probably 7 or 8 competitors in this one.
Yeah, well, we've seen the heats, we've seen the finals, but from yesterday, wow, they were very exciting. All the drivers right close to each other at the front. We've seen Danny Curl's team pushing each other, working together. We've seen Fusion working together. We've seen the XL drivers working together. So, will it be a 3-team battle or a 4-team battle, perhaps with Dimitar Uzanov? We will see.
Now on your screen, Ilyas Sami, winner of the final from yesterday's event. There is Dimi Uzanov with his mechanic and coach, Jason Dredge. Jason's done an incredible amount of work with this young man over the last 15 months, if not more. They do a lot of racing. They're not just racing in this national level. They're racing out on the continent. They're doing a lot of. They're basically any weekend they can get Dimi out on circuit, whether it be in this category or others. They've got him on track, and he's learning so quickly.
Yeah, they put so much effort into him. Jason does a fantastic job, and then you've got Scott and Ross Allen of Jade Karts doing the engines, and they are also flying at the moment. So I know Dimi, and I know he will do well this time. So good luck to everyone, and good luck to Dimi too, because I'm supporting him. Being a Jade Karts driver, I have to support him, right?
Yeah, indeed. So I was just having a little chuckle there at the moment with Ilyas Sami, and there's some good sportsmanship as well between the different teams, the different entrants. Danny Curl, what a job that Danny and the whole team of DK Academy have done. But this is where it gets harder because they are going to be contenders in this race. Let's head down to the grid and over to Kale Lynch.
Well, thank you very much. As you have heard in the commentary box already, our Waterswift class has been deemed one to watch already, not only in this championship, but in various championships across Europe also. But let's talk to our pole sitter, Mason Hibbert. Mason, is not a surprise that he is on pole this weekend. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt the chat with his mechanic. How do you feel?
I feel great.
You've had a really consistent 2 heats today, 2 second places. What's your plan going into this race?
I mean, it is what it is. If I don't win, I don't win, but I'm hoping I do, and yeah.
Absolutely, and you and your team have obviously been working really hard behind the scenes. You've been doing well in various championships. What's the relationship been like with your team this year?
Yeah, pretty good, if I'm going to be honest.
Well, good luck. Let's leave our pole sitter to it, but let's go a bit further down this grid because we possibly might not have the time, but let's have a very quick chat to a driver who we don't usually see this far up the grid, who's been looking really good so far. How do you feel ahead of the final, Evan?
good. Hopefully I can go and win or get a podium like yesterday.
Do you and your team have a game plan going into this one? It's been a really positive weekend for you so far. You got a 3rd place yesterday.
Not really, because yesterday me and Charlie just pushed. I'll just see how it goes and hopefully we can get a podium.
Well, thank you very much and a very good luck to you. Let's head straight on then to the racing.
Thank you very much, Cale. As a quick look across the bows to two of the Excel runners. Talking of liveries and new displays of colours, LBJ Stubbs, he's another contender for Commentary Box's favourite colours of the week. Mason Hibbert there on pole position. He's been at the front of this this category in other races and other series across the course of the year so far. How will he be able to deal with what's to come here? Oh, is there a problem for Rudra Gokulnath? Oh, now that Rudra's 125 is going. Let's take you through the grid, though, for this final in Waterswift. On pole position, the number 8 of Mason Hibbert, Dimitar Uzanov alongside on the front row. Chester Fawkes and Ilyas Sami, the 2 DK Academy kart drivers, on the second row. Alfie Davidson and Ivan Owen go from row number 3. LBJ Stubbs and Charlie Clough form up and all Excel Motorsport row number 4. Harry Chapman, Rudra Gokulnath, 2 privateers going there from row number 5. Hero Tse and Teddy Higgs go from row number 6. Bodie Batch, William Bennett, they're 2 new drivers to this category at this level. They're on row 7. Margaret Skvetskis and Hugo Torpy go from row number 8. Theo Tyak and Hugo Williamson go from row number 9. And then Oliver Tse completes the 19-strong field here in Waterswift. And yesterday's winner, Ilyas Sami, will be looking to make it a double here. Dimitar Uzanov was on the podium as well yesterday, we should note. And keep an eye on Evan Owen. Evan has had this tendency throughout the course of the weekend to finish strongly. The last 3 laps, it's been a kind of a case of like, oh, the 127's suddenly on the scene. And the fact that Owen starts 4th on the grid here, that's actually an opportunity, I think, for those results from yesterday to be even further improved upon.
Yeah, honestly, at Wilton Mill, one of my favourite starting positions is P4, because 1st and 2nd, if your row gets a bad start, you don't really have much you can do about it, because you're off the front, you've got to fight for the position, and you're leading the train. If you're in 4th, you have a lot more decisions you can make, and also you have the inside for the next corner, so sometimes it is the best place to sit.
Indeed. So, last few moments for our Waterswift drivers. This could be a contender for race of the week. And the final few moments for our drivers to think through their game plans for what will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Through the cut through, then into those tram lines, then eyes onto those lights. When they go out, we will be racing here at Wilton Mill. They're red. They're out. We're away for the final here in Waterswift. Oh, no problem straight away for LBJ Stubbs. Oh, he just brilliantly to recover that one. Margaret Skvetskis took avoiding action, and that has all emerged with Hibbert as your race leader. Chester Fawkes up to 2nd place. Evan Owen 3rd. Harry Chapman's had a great start. Harry Chapman up to P4 from the 5th row of the grid, as here goes Chester Fawkes down the inside. No, thinks better of it. Mason Hibbert retains the race lead. Harry Chapman's up to 3rd place now, ahead of Evan Owen. But a dramatic start there, Ollie Stewart. You do sometimes see it here at Wilton Mill. It pinches in the middle off of a race start. But I've got to say, LBJ Stubbs, Margaret Skvetskis, very well done that wasn't a more serious incident going into turn 1. Well recovered.
Yes, damage limitation at its finest, I would say, Andrew. Very, very good from both those drivers to keep it under control. The thing is, these straights are not very wide. They're quite narrow in karting tracks, especially in UK karting tracks. So what can happen is drivers at the start, they jostle for position, and it's very easy for them to just get really close to each other, and sometimes just a little bit of a pinch. And then if you're the driver in the pinch, there's not much you can do to get out of it.
Indeed. So we're on to lap number 2 then. Hibbert leads from Fawkes, Chapman, Uzanov, Owen, Sami in 6th place, as there goes the 124 of Hero Tse. The 3 Tse brothers have raced pretty well so far this week. Oh, William Bennett spins out of control and will be out of contention in this final. Just caught the edge of the curb and is now beached on the grass just on the approach to Ozier's turn. Oh, that's a real shame.
A real shame for William Bennett. This is another start. Look at the start. So you're looking out for LBJ Stubbs. I think that was a little bit of a touch with Ilyas Sami. To be honest, I don't think Ilyas Sami could have done anything about that. He was just the poor driver in the middle. As here's an attack from Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes takes the race lead away from Mason Hibbert. Now, he doesn't have teammates with him right now, but he's got that confidence to hit the front of the order, looking to get victory here today. That was an assured move, Ollie Stewart.
Yes, absolutely. I've been coaching Dimmy on Friday, and the one thing that we've been able to see out of Chester Fawkes is he carries a lot of entry and minimum speed. So and that will majorly help going into corners, especially when you're going for an overtake, because it allows you to get close and fully alongside the car rather than giving them a chance to fight back.
Chester Fawkes has had big wins already this year, but in terms of these British Kart Championships, it's been over 12 months since Chester Fawkes has won a round. That was at the back end of the 2024 season in IAME Waterswift Restricted in Lancashire at Three Sisters. And if Mason Hibbert's got anything to do about it, that run's going to continue. Great work down the inside from Mason Hibbert to take the race lead here on lap number 4. Timmy Uzanov still there in third place, and keep an eye on Alfie Davidson. Oh, now it's Theo Tyak. Oh, it's all gone wrong for the Jade Racing team in terms of those who started in the second half of the field. Theo Tyak is now out of this one. Has raced well across the course of this weekend. But for Jade Racing team, they've still got their lead driver. They've still got Dimmy Uzanov in third place there. Harry Chapman not too far behind in fourth. There is Ilyas Sami. Do not write Ilyas Sami off with the kind of form that the young man is in heading into this first meeting of the year for the British Kart Championships. If he's in that mix, he's going to make moves in the second half. Right now, no moves at the very front, and I think that's sensible, Ollie. Just keeping things calm right now are Hibbert, Fawkes and Uzanov, because they know there's drivers immediately behind in the kind of form at the moment who could snatch a race win away from them. We saw that very thing yesterday.
Yeah, there's absolutely no need to take so much risk at this time in the race. You've still got 8 minutes on the clock. There's plenty of time to do loads of racing, and the thing is, the minute you start defending and fighting, it brings all the other drivers that are slightly separated from the pack right into play. So although that could play into your favour, it also could do the exact opposite. So very intelligent driving from these young drivers.
You see the time on the clock, 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. Getting into a nice rhythm, and oh, there's a threatening notification on the screen for the hopes of those in the top 3. Ilyas Sami has just taken the pace up a notch. I think Alfie Davidson is aware of that and has gone through past Harry Chapman in the clean move there for fourth place. Keep an eye on the black and yellow helmet behind, because Ilyas Sami is starting to make moves. Good overtake there on Evan Owen. Moves up to P6. This top 3 have got to keep working together for me right now, Ollie, to stay away from that chasing pack, because Davidson's moved himself forward. Ilyas Sami has moved himself forward. This is a critical tactical phase of this race.
Yes, these drivers will not know how fast Ilyas Sami is at this point in the race, but if it keeps going the way it does, then when they look behind, they will see him very shortly, so they have to keep working. At this point in the race, Ilyas Sami and Dimmy look really fast. However, Alfie Davidson is now starting to catch on to that, as we see Dimitar going for a move and now defensive into Christmas corner, but no one's managed to take any advantage out of that.
And I tell you what, that's a proper Christmas present, isn't it, for Davidson and Sami, as Chester Fawkes trying to go down the inside again, side by side, wheel to wheel with Mason Hibbert. Mason Hibbert holds it round the outside. We're starting to see what we saw yesterday in the final here at Wilton Mill. It was busy. It was at times controversial, but this has got all the hallmarks again of another Waterswift Classic. Hibbert defends. Fawkes down the inside. Oh, is it going to be the same move he pulled off at the Kart Club races 7 days ago? No, not quite. Good defence there from Hibbert. Good determination round the outside. But now everybody's going to be coming into play in this as well. Look out for Hero Tay and Bodie Batch and Charlie Clough and Rudra Gokulnath as well. The top 11 are covered by less than 2.5 seconds at this stage. Uzanov down the inside. Davidson follows. Fawkes down to P4, but has now got the rear gunner of his teammate Ilyas Sami. Can they get the DK train working once again and moving back up the order? Well, they've got to, because Davidson's got down the inside now of Uzanov, is up to P2. This could be Mason Hibbert's chance to race away now. How do the Fusions to play this tactically now? Ilyas Sami goes in on Chester Fawkes. takes 4th place. There's a lot to be decided here. We've still got 5¼ minutes of this race to go.
Yes, exactly. There's 5 minutes left, guys. You've got plenty of time to race. Calm down, everyone. Work together. See where you get in the end of the race. Plenty of time.
Up round onto another lap then. Warning flag out for Teddy Higgs. I think that's the 2nd warning flag for Teddy Higgs in this race as Harry Chapman goes down the inside of Chester Fawkes. Oh, Chester Fawkes looking a little bit out of sorts at the moment in this race. It's not what I quite expected from the E-plate holder as Hero Tay goes down the inside. Bodie Batch is now going to have a go at the E-plate holder. There is a bold change of direction there from Bodie Batch, fighting with Charlie Clough. That is all over 8th place. That actually helps Chester Fawkes, gives him a little bit of a breathing space with the 2 Fusions nearly getting together on the entry to the boot. Alfie Davidson trying to get through on his teammate. We've talked about how Sammy and Fawkes have raced so well together as a team duo so far this year. Likewise, Hibbert and Davidson have matched each other and worked with each other time and time again, but I'm not sure that's going to be the case here today at Wilton Mill. With a win in the British Championships on the line, Alfie Davidson has had wins in this category before, particularly Kim Bolton last year. Mason Hibbert, though, looking for that first BKC victory. Harry Chapman moving back up the order once again has held 5th place ahead of Chester Fawkes. This is a breathtaking race, Oliver Stewart. Again, as we said before the start, I've no idea which way this one's going to go. We're on our tiptoes here in the box. This is dramatic stuff.
It's funny, we start on the chair at the start of the commentary, and then as we get out, we gradually move up from the chair and stand further back from the screen. But at the moment, as we've seen before, and I said yesterday, Fusion drivers, all the teams, orders go out the window in the final. Everyone wants to win. You're not benefiting anyone except from yourself when you get it across the line, so there is no point here. As we see another move from the DK driver there, getting past of Ilyas Sami up into 6th place. Fantastic move, decisive, and that's exactly what you need to do in this category.
I still don't rule him out, Ilyas Sami, because we're getting to that phase of the race where he can be strong. Oh, Bodie Batch has had a few issues there, loses 2 places to Evan Owen and Charlie Clough. And Rudra Gokul now, after those problems on the grid, is holding in there. Keep an eye on Rudra. He's been in very good form through some of the club events that have started off the first 3 or 4 months of the British karting season. Uzanov now seemingly on the defensive. Chester Fawkes has come back alive here. Chester Fawkes a few laps ago was looking like he was fading, was looking like he was dropping down the order. Well, this is what can happen again in a final as the karts change, the tyre pressures change, the temperatures change out on circuit. Karts can come back alive. That looks to have been the case for Chester Fawkes as Hero Tay's going for a brave one around the outside. Oh, another sensational overtake. This time by Hero Tay. Ilyas Sami trying to get involved now with Chester Fawkes. I tell you what, there's going to be one big highlight reel of overtakes here today at Wilton Mill across all of the categories. 2 minutes to go now. Got to say the Fusion's doing a brilliant job right now. They are starting to take control of this race. They've had a little bit of a moment just to think about this and go, right, a couple of laps, hard work between the 2 of us, and we can get 1st and 2nd booked in and then sort out who's going to be taking the win later on in this one. Dimi Uzanov a little bit isolated right now, and I tell you what, Hero Tay, in the form that the driver from Hong Kong is in there as Charlie Clough goes through past Harry Chapman, that is for 7th place. Well, after the start of the season, which has not been easy for Fusion Motorsport, you said it earlier, Ollie, about teams that sometimes have had difficulties out on the continent. They come back to the UK, they come back to these British Kart Championships, and it just clicks. Is that going to be the case here today for Fusion?
Yeah, it's totally different, totally different. So many things. You've got so much more heat over there on average compared to the UK.
Oh, no! Oh, Hero
Tay
and Chester Fawkes as well, involved in a half spin that's surely going to take them out of contention now. Less than 60 seconds to go.
Devastating there, absolutely devastating. As I said before, you do all this work throughout the weekend, and just when it comes down to the final, as you see a move for the lead, and that's Alfie Davidson through with 35 seconds to go. This is going to be a tight race. Dimitar Uzanov, do not count him out. He is still there. Oh, what a close moment there between the Fusion drivers. This is close. Andrew has started doing some light cardio in the commentary box. It's getting that exciting.
I say Uzanov has worked his way through into second place. Was that the decisive move from Alfie Davidson? There's a point forward from young Dimmy to Alfie Davidson. Uzanov trying to get around the outside. Davidson is wise to that one. Through the chicane once again. Time's up. Final lap board is... Oh, no, it wasn't shown. It wasn't shown to the drivers. So, well, last lap board has come up on our screens, but that was very close over the line. We'll keep an eye on whether checkered flag does come out this time or not. Davidson. Oh, as there's a close moment there between Uzanov and Hibbert over through Christmas Corner. Alfie Davidson. It would be an 8th victory in his time in the BKC. Uzanov is throwing everything at this. This is a superb drive from, remember, a driver who's only just stepped up to this category. Davidson gets the door shut through Oziers, out onto the back straight now, over the line. Davidson not looking as quick at this stage of the race. He's having to work really, really hard on this defence through the new chicane once again. Question mark as to whether it's going to be checkered flag this time around. Over the line, isn't it? That is the checkered flag. Alfie Davidson wins. Alfie Davidson takes the checkered flag and for the 8th time is a winner in the British Kart Championships. This is what a doubleheader can do. Oh, as IAME goes for a spin on the slowdown lap there. Alfie Davidson yesterday at 24 hours ago, it wasn't a happy time in that number 5 kart, but Davidson fights back, wins, puts himself well into title contention. Fusion Motorsport have another win in the IAME Waterswift class. They nearly went perfect last season with the likes of Austin Newstead and others. This at the start of the season, much has been talked about Alfie Davidson as one of the early season favourites, and that pressure, it's been big on Alfie Davidson so far this season, but he's up and running. That is a first win of the year at the second time of asking. Dimmy Uzanov, though, what a weekend. Double podium for the Jade Racing Team driver from Wallingham. 3rd place for Mason Hibbert as well. That is an 9th career podium after yesterday as well. So Mason Hibbert nearly up to double figures now for the number of times we've seen him on the podium at a British Kart Championships level. Charlie Clough, great fight through there right at the end to take 4th place ahead of Harry Chapman in the top 5. Bodie Batch, IAME, Evan Owen, LBJ Stubbs and Chester Fawkes all in the top 10. Disappointing day for the DK Academy. Just shows how topsy-turvy this class can be. They've been on top throughout the course of other series races so far this year, but here in the British, it's P1 for Alfie Davidson. Will have a big smile on his face, I'm sure, on the podium later on this evening. Just to run through the rest of the order, Rudra Gokulnath, great drive from Rudra, top novice, 11th place, only 3 seconds off the lead drivers. And I say, this isn't a national level grid. This is a Euro level grid. So for Rudra to be, and all of the novices, to be racing so close to these guys such as Davidson, as Uzanov and Hibbert, that is really, really good news for the future, isn't it, Ollie?
Of course, and they get great representation as well. It's a brilliant stage, a global stage for that fact, as you say, Andrew. And they've done a great job. I mean, I could not imagine myself racing as a novice in this. I mean, I was terrible, so it's brave to take on this competition, let alone important, and talent here is crazy.
That's good to see as well. Jarlath Sayer there, who's he's been in this class in years prior as well, races a lot on the European stage now, having a moment there with Alfie Davidson. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Let's see how Alfie Davidson did that and took his latest victory in the British Kart Championships. This was the drama at the start. LBJ Stubbs, what a drive from LBJ. LBJ Stubbs went from that moment there, yeah, just being wrapped around that there was nothing IAME could have done about that situation. LBJ Stubbs got back to the top 10. That's Waterswift to a T, isn't it? That LBJ Stubbs was able to get back up into the top 10. Margaret Kovetskis also recovered back to 13th place. Charlie Clough went on the attack in the early stages. That was a move on Theo Tyack. This was how we lost William Bennett. Oh, just lost it on the curb. And I tell you what, everybody else did really, really well to avoid any further incident at that point of the race. Mason Hibbert took the race lead and traded it back and forth
with Chester Forks. Alfie Davidson's reading of this race, really, really good. He started making the moves at exactly the right time to get himself a bit of a better track position. This was the close moment between, one of several close moments between Hibbert and Forks. I thought Mason Hibbert pulled a really, really good first half of that race. I say a podium here today, a well-earned podium, Ollie, and I don't think it's going to be too long before we see Mason Hibbert winning races in this category.
Yeah, absolutely. The number one thing you need to look at for a driver, if you think they've got the capability of winning, is their speed, and his speed is there, 100%. He definitely has an opportunity in the future to win. I think this year, for sure, I think he has an opportunity at least to be on a podium at the front. Fantastic job. The
story of George Clark last year is what I would look to if I'm Mason Hibbert, and say George had to go for a long time searching for that first win, and then eventually it came, and then another one came, and it was a very good season. That was the moment between Tay and Forks that took them out of contention. That was the key moment where Davidson took the race lead, and then this spirited drive once again from Dimitar Uzanov. He's a great little character, is Dimi Uzanov, and he comes out of this weekend. He comes out of this weekend as championship leader, we should note. So 5 points over Alfie Davidson. Ilias Sami third on 2:38. That's a share of third with Mason Hibbert. Chester Forks in 5th place. It's going to be a great season in IAME Waterswift once again. Let's hear from our top 3 who are downstairs with KL Lynch.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew and Ollie. As always, our Waterswifts never disappoint, but I am here with Mason Hibbert, our 3rd place finisher. Mason, how do you feel about that one? It was a pole position, so it's a bittersweet one for you.
Yeah, it was. It was just very, very hard. I mean, I wanted the P1, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
And talk us through the last bit of that race, because it got very close between all of you.
No, it did. Second to last lap, teammate went in, and then Danny Kilperson went in on me, and then then it all kicked off.
Well, of course, you are one of the drivers we have seen predominantly at the front. I'm guessing we're going to see plenty more from you this year in Fusion, battling for the front for the title, possibly?
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. Congratulations, Mason. Let's see if we can speak to Dimitar Uzanov wherever he has gone. Have we got Dimi anywhere? Dimitar Uzanov? We possibly won't have Dimi, but let's speak to our race winner, Alfie Davidson. Alfie, how do you feel about that?
Happy, yeah. It was a good race. It was just a bad start, really. I started 6th, and I don't know what happened, but Albie ended up spinning out somehow. I went back to 10th, probably, and then made my way back up. I couldn't really do it without, obviously, behind us, Shocks Motorsport, Shocks Performance, Fusion Motorsport, and obviously all my family who came along and people who was watching on TV.
And you dropped back and you started on the 3rd row of the grid. Were you expecting to be able to come out with the win after that?
I was. I was really confident with myself how the second heat won by 2 seconds. So, yeah, good way to finish the day off, really.
And you and your teammates have been so incredibly strong this year so far. Is that the plan for you all to work together for the rest of the year?
Yeah, hopefully we work really well to get away from the pack, and then obviously Dimi was really fast to catch on the back of us, so we made it a 3-car battle. It was a lot easier than having a train behind you, really.
Well, congratulations. And that is going to be everything that we hear from our Waterswifts today. And that is it for now from them, but let's head straight to our next race.
Time for the Junior X30 final, the second one of the weekend here at Wilton Mill. And, well, if you enjoyed the Waterswift race, whatever you've got, fill your cup once again, because this could be another brilliant race. It's been very close across the course of the weekend, hasn't it, Ollie, here in Junior X30?
Yes, absolutely. And just looking at the previous race as well, one thing I've just noticed, the difference in time from qualifying to the final was they were a second faster in the final. So
really?
After all of that racing, all the tyre degradation that they've had throughout the weekend, they're still a second faster in the final. Very surprising. So, in Junior X30, if their tyre management can be as good as the younger drivers in the Waterswift, we're in for a good race, Andrew.
Indeed. There's Luca Narroway putting the cart on the ground. Rocco Shenton. What are we about to see from Rocco Shenton? I had a very brief chat with Rocco during the lunch break, and I asked him, give us some entertainment, mate. And he said, oh, I'll try. I'll see what I can do out there. This is another really high quality field. Rocco starts a little bit further back on the grid for this one. Had problems in one of the heats earlier on today. A couple of the Excel Motorsport drivers are just having their karts put into position. It's a big grid, 26 drivers ready to go here for this second final of the year. Yesterday, if you weren't with us here at Wilton Mill, you'll have missed Aaron Richardson getting a 4th win in his career in the British Kart Championships, repeating the win that he had here at Wilton Mill in 2025. Second was Rocco Shenton, and then third was George Edgar. And as I say, well, we've mentioned where Rocco starts a little bit further back. Those other two drivers, Richardson and Edgar, they are on the front row for this one. So they've continued the form that we saw throughout the course of Saturday's round. Just under 5 minutes before we get the formation laps underway. Keep your messages of support coming in. Hello to Gillian Bennett, who of course is cheering on Aaron Richardson. There is Aaron Richardson in that number 3. He's backed by the Argenti Academy this year as well, so that's why you've got that amalgamation of both a Fusion and an Argenti livery. I'm still having to get used to it after all of these years watching those two teams, those two brands go wheel to wheel. I want to mention as well, before we go down to Kale, Ollie, Zach McDonald in that 280 machine. What a superb job that Zach has done so far this weekend. We'll start this race from 4th on the grid. I had another very quick chat with him earlier on. I said thank you for the big move around the outside on lap number 1, but he's been mega impressive today as a privateer as well.
Yeah, his first lap has just been like absolutely amazing. I don't even know how to describe it. He just comes out the box, round the outside into the first corner, and then another move down the inside, and he's made up however many places on the first couple laps, 3 to 4 places straight away, and then he's right on the back of the grid.
Keep an eye on the BMRs in this race. They're in good form. A couple of weeks ago, they had an on-the-road 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Euro Series for these categories. They didn't keep all of those positions. One of their drivers had a penalty that promoted Sukmani Kira up into the top 4. But the 3 British drivers, it was a good day to be a Brit in Italy. Endicott, Clark and Bachelor, those 3 drivers that you see on your screen, locked out the podium. Now, again, very different circuit this, Wilton Mill, very different circuits, all of the British venues, but keep an eye on them in this final. But right now, let's head down to the grid and over to Kale Lynch.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew and Ollie, and it is time for our Junior X30 final event of the day. Let's talk about our front row, because we have a really strong front row consisting of Aaron Richardson and George Edgar, but let's talk to our pole sitter, also winner of yesterday's round 1 of the championship for Junior X30. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's Paul again. Yesterday we had a clean sweep, but it was really good for the championship max points. So hopefully we can try and get max points again today.
And surely that clean sweep yesterday is really putting confidence in you for this race?
Well, yeah, it's put loads of confidence, made a big boost of what I can do, and yeah, I believe that I can win again today.
And do you and Fusion have a game plan for the first few laps of this?
Not really, just kind of got to do the race, think your own mind and just do what you can.
Well, thank you very much. Now, I feel like it's only right if we speak to Sukmani Kira, a driver who we expected to see at the front all weekend, but she's had a really mixed weekend so far. So let's get a quick word while she's just trying to have to her mechanic ahead of this race. Sukmani, you've had a really mixed weekend so far. How did yesterday go for you?
Yesterday was good except for the final, so hoping to get a better result today.
Absolutely, and today you've had a P2 in the heats, and then you had a heat where you had to claw through the pack. Is that filling you with confidence? You've had plenty of experience so far today.
Yeah, the first heat was good, but the second heat needed a bit of improving, so yeah, let's just see how the final goes now.
Well, good luck, Sukmani. There we are, you have heard from 2 of our Junior X30s ahead of their final, happening very, very shortly. So let's head back to the box with Andrew and Ollie.
Thank you very much, Kale. Good work down there on the grid, having a quick chat to some of our contenders for this Junior X30 final. There's another driver that we'll be talking about in this race, Jake Fluis in the 236. Been a good surprise this weekend in the global karting outfit. Freddie Wood as well in the 2:38. It's a bit of a difficult spot to start from. He's on the outside of row number 4 for the start of this one, but has made the switch to Fusion Motorsport for this year and has impressed a lot in the last couple of months as he's been integrating himself into that team. Jacob Bachelor there as well. He'll start on the inside of row number 4, but these two, the number 2 seed and the number 3 seed from last year's championship, ready to do battle again. They have gone back and forth across the course of this weekend. Richardson, of course, on pole position for this one, but saw in that last heat his unbeaten record go. And then just the last few moments then as the yellow light is on to indicate less than 30 seconds before the start of the formation laps. And there is the green. So let's take you through the running order then for this one. Aaron Richardson starts from pole. George Edgar alongside, had a good run here at the end of the 2025 season. Can he take another win from second on the grid? Sukmani Kira and Zach McDonald, they go from row number 2. It's then Jake Flewitt and George Clark starting on row number 3. Jacob Bachelor, Freddie Wood, there on row 4. Archie Rogers-Tyler and George House on row 5. Harley Musk and Rocco Shenton go from 6. Max Endicott and Luca Narroway go from 7. Knight Measures and Adam Bourne on 8. Ryan Meta and Finney Lyons looking to move up from row number 9. They're ahead of Joseph Davis and Max Tay on row 10. Harry Myers and Zach Sidney go from 11. George Quinlan and Alex Riley on 12. And then Alessandro Salas and Ollie Brunt complete the 26-strong field here for the second final in this 2026 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship season for the X30 Junior Final. Through the cut through and round for the second formation lap. Weather conditions still pretty good, Ollie Stewart. In fact, for the first time today, a little bit of blue sky out there for the drivers. I'd say, though, these are almost perfect conditions, though. A track that's well rubbered in after 3 days of action. It's not too hot. There's a little bit of breeze over the circuit. The drivers should quite enjoy this, I reckon.
Yes, absolutely. And as we've seen previously, and I just mentioned previously about the lap time being a second faster in that last race. So it'll be interesting to see how much of an improvement the junior drivers make in this race. But the weather looks fantastic. Not something I'm very familiar with living up in Scotland. But
it's all right.
It's nice down here.
I say I'm from Yorkshire, so it's the same. It's the same for us. Indeed, a championship situation heading into this one. They've had 3 point scoring stages before this one. Aaron Richardson has a 13-point lead, for what that is worth at this stage of the season, ahead of George Edgar. Sukmani Kira third on 1.73, 22 points back, and then a further point back is Rocco Shenton. That's all for more later on in the year, of course, as this championship plays its way out. Let's just enjoy this one for what it is. The second final of the year in X30 Junior is underway for 12 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's a good start for the Fusions. Richardson leads. Kira trying to get around the outside there. Her bravery on show, up to second place for a moment, but here's George Edgar down the inside, and Jake Flewitt up to third place. Difficulties for Rocco Shenton in the midfield there. Ryan Meta catches one off of Christmas Corner down towards Ashby. Can they all make it through? It's survival mode at the moment here in the juniors. One cart off towards the back of the field was the 278 of Joseph Davis for the Excel Motorsport team, but apart from that, they're all pretty good. That was, by junior standards at least, Ollie Stewart, a pretty clean start.
Yeah, it was a little hectic, like it always is. We see that in every single race. Yes, pretty clean, if I would say so. But at the moment, 11 minutes on the clock, first lap complete. We have 2 drivers at the front, Aaron Richardson and George Edgar, breaking away from the pack. Oh, how has that happened?
That is Alex Riley, Zach Sidney, and was that a Mick Barrett, or was it George Quinlan in there as well? So that's not a good moment for Excel Motorsport. They've lost 2 of their runners in all of that. There was Max Endicott moving down the inside as here's a battle for the race lead. Oh, George Edgar is not going to try and do it again, is he, like he did in the heat? To the round the outside through this left-hander. No, Richardson wise to it, checks to the inside as well. Make sure there's no overtake attempt through Osiers. Jake Flewitt has caught the back of these 2 race leaders there in third. Sukmani Kira has had a good start. We saw a few weeks ago that she's got the ability to drive through a field. She's not going to have to do that at this stage, running up in 4th place. Over the line once again
through the first couple of corners. Top 4 trying to break away from Zach McDonald there in 5th place. George Clark up to 6th place. Was having a chat with his father earlier in the week. He said they were over the moon to get a podium out in Europe for the first time. They had a bit of a shaky start to the season, made the move to BMR, and it's paying off in the first half of this year. Keep an eye on George Clark. He's only just moved up to the X30 junior category, but I tell you what, so this is, that's quite nasty into the last few corners, but that's how we lost George Quinlan, Harry Myers, Alex Riley and Zach Sidney all from this race. Through that chicane once again, yellow flags out. There is Harry Myers out of this race. Real shame for Harry, who'll score points for 25th, as we're getting reports. Oh no, we've not commentary cursed it, have we? We're getting reports around the circuit. Oh, Jake Fluid round the outside, no way. Oh, it's the double bishop. Oh my goodness me. Jake Fluid has just gone round the outside of 2 seeded drivers from the top 3 of this championship last year. That is once again one of the best moves you will see round this circuit. There was a famous one done here in 2024. That was on 2 drivers round the outside by Jake Fluid. Sensational stuff, Ollie Stewart.
Yeah, not often you see that on one of the first laps, but that was an incredible move. Very calculated. The thing is with the body language of these drivers, you could almost see that happening coming out of the second corner, going around on the run up to Christmas. You knew what he was going to attempt, but it worked.
I say to think about it is one thing, to do it is another. So to go back to that point just before that sensational move was done, we're hearing reports in our ears. Of course, we're in a warm comms box with no idea what the weather's doing, but we're hearing reports of rain out there. A little few spots in the air. It is a very difficult place to predict the weather around here, this part of the world. Sukmani Kira trying to get down the inside there. It looks like George House has got ahead of Zach McDonald in the battle for 5th place. For those of you who know your wider motorsport, you'll be very familiar with Silverstone being a very unpredictable place for weather. Well, this place is only about 20 minutes up the road. Let's head outside. Kale Lynch, what is the weather doing right now?
Well, thank you. I am here in the pits, and it's a very unfortunate day for XL Motorsport. 2 of their drivers, unfortunately, after that situation at the that last lap, they have both ended up in the pits. And I'm also going to say it seems to look like it's going to start spitting out.
Does indeed. Meanwhile, Jake Fluid is doing everything that he can to hold off yesterday's winner. Ollie Stewart, I've got to get a word from you. What do you make of this so far?
I don't even know what to say. It's only lap 3, guys, or 4. It's ridiculous. Calm down, everyone. It's amazing, though. Genuinely, very, very, very mature driving, although aggressive. Everyone is being nice to each other so far, but let's see how long that lasts. We've only got 7 minutes left. Everyone's very close at this point in the race. Jake Fluid fast at this stage, but going defensive into Christmas corner. George Edgar going to get a run around the outside potentially, but not enough. Very close so far. It's very hard to keep up this race as George Edgar gets to the inside. Oh, really close moment there. And he's made the move, and Aaron Richardson just dropping a wheel onto the grass. That's going to cost him a bit of time. Zach McDonald nearly on the inside there, but wow. Can you keep up with this?
I can't. It's good as there's 2 of us in the box. Sukmani Kira did well out of that and has got up to 3rd place. This could be a big result for Sukmani Kira today. There were plenty of times last year where the Alpine Racer Academy driver was knocking on the door for a podium. She has had a podium in other races so far this year. She got that at Wera about a month and a half ago. But to do it here in the British, this would be a special moment. But there's the good tactics, there's the training, and the support from the likes of Alice Powell to this young racer. The straightforward point to George Edgar, say don't fight. In fact, Kira going down the inside as George Edgar really got the pace right now to keep up with Jake Fluid. What a drive this has been from Jake Fluid. Just to put this into context, folks, of how unexpected this is in terms of form, but heading into this round. Jake has raced in the championship before, a couple of rounds here and there. So his best result heading into this weekend in any British Kart Championships race final is 13th. He's never had a top 10, never mind a top 5 or a podium. Race victory, forget about it previously for Jake Fluid, but this could be the day that all changes with 5.5 minutes of this race to go. Shenton up against House here, and look at George Clark on the attack as well.
Clark down the inside takes 6th place away from George House. Aaron Richardson still there as well. I think the fear right now for Jake Fluitt is that now, after the first 8 laps of this race, Sukmani Kira's got down the inside and taken 2nd place. Sukmani Kira has not decided to sit behind George Edgar. She's decided that she wants to be the one to chase this unexpected race leader down. Not content with just getting a first podium since Three Sisters last year in Waterswift, 2 years ago in Waterswift. Sukmani Kira has eyes set on P1. These are going to be critical laps now for these 4 drivers, Ollie Stewart. The weather looks like it's holding. Lap time's getting quicker.
Yeah, fantastic.
Oh, no!
Oh, big moment there for Zach. Oh, no.
And Freddie Wood involved in that as well, as down the inside Aaron Richardson takes 3rd place away from George Edgar. But again, remember what we've been saying for pretty much the last 12 months. Mick Barrett Racing karts have this tendency to finish races pretty strongly. And we've still got over 4 minutes plus 1 lap of this race to go. What are the sector times looking like at the moment as George Clark goes in on George House, back into 6th place? Lap time for Jake Fluitt this time around over the line, a 46.9. That's good to see that Zach is okay, is safe, is out of it. Deserves a lot more than a retirement in this final, but I'm sure that Zach will be back for more. He's impressed a lot of people here this weekend. 46.9 last time around for Fluitt, 46.7 for Sukmani Kira, 2/10 quicker on that last lap with no real tow. This battle's still raging on, but it's George Class on the move and Harley Musk getting involved in it. As Freddie Wood is now out of this race. Another bit of drama for one of the drivers we hope to be seeing at the front of the order come the end of this race. But this relentless pace now from Sukmani Kira. We said at the start of the race, Ollie, she's been knocking on the door for a podium in British karting races at X30 Junior for a long, long time. It's not done yet, but this is looking very, very good for her to get a best result in her entire BKC career.
Yes, absolutely. I was going to say previously that she just needs to be careful going for overtakes that prematurely into the race, because sometimes it costs her too much time. However, her pace is absolutely phenomenal right now in the front of the field. She is catching right up to the back of Jake Fluitt, and he is going to need to go defensive very, very soon by the looks of things.
2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Here's the fight for 6th place between House, Musk, Clark, Endicott. And now the battle is on for the race lead with 2.5 minutes to go. Jake Fluitt, it's been a sensational run. It's not done yet. Do not count Jake Fluitt out of this one. He's led the first 12 laps of this race, but now he's got the challenge from Sukmani Kira. But here comes Aaron Richardson, looking to repeat what he did yesterday. Great decisive moment there from Aaron Richardson. There was a slight tremor from Sukmani Kira. There was a slight moment where she didn't go on the attack. George Edgar's now trying to go around the outside. May lose out a little bit there. Brave stuff from Kira to hold on to 3rd place.
One thing as well, Andrew, do not count Rocco Shenton out.
No.
Look where he is now. He is right on the back of this pack, and we all know how he fights. He fights hard and he fights well. So this will be interesting.
We'll say it again. It's Rocco versus the world, but that's why we enjoy watching this young man race. It's now 5 karts, 5 drivers, 5 hopes for taking victory here today, and still Jake Fluitt doesn't give up this race lead, but for how much longer? Aaron Richardson points forward, doesn't go for the move on this occasion. I totally get it from Jake Fluitt's perspective. He's never been in this position before. You just try and make that kart as wide as possible. It's a strategy that's worked for the first 13.5 laps of this race. Why change it?
Absolutely. It's so difficult. First time out in the lead, this is where you learn everything. And many, many drivers crumble at this point and lose all that they've gained. But right now, he is doing a fantastic job of holding the lead. He only has 1 minute left plus 1 lap, so hopefully he'll be able to hold it till the end of the race. Driving fantastically at the moment. Obviously doesn't quite have the pace to pull away from the likes of Aaron Richardson and Sukmani Kira, but he is doing a great job there out in front.
And this is no fluke. Jake's been up in the top 6 throughout the whole weekend. As I say, you wouldn't have necessarily guessed this at the very start of the weekend, but based on all the practice sessions, the qualifying sessions, yesterday's round, all the sessions that we've seen here today, Jake Fluitt is a proper contender here today. But this final, Rocco Shenton nearly loses control down the hill into Ashby. It's up to 3rd place now. Edgar there 4th. Kira still part of it there as well in 5th place.
20 seconds to go. Time may expire on this lap, and then it'll be the final lap board out as Richardson has the first little look down the inside of Jake Fluid to try and take this race lead. Over the curbs, aggressive over the flip-flops there. There's going to be 2 more laps. There's going to be 2 more laps of this one. That's not good news if you're Jake Fluid, because that's double the work now to hold on to this race lead. Big point forward from Rocco Shenton in that number 6. He wants to win this race round the circuit where we had so many of his early races back in his Honda Cadet days. He's raised his way up through the order. He's not going for the move yet, Rocco Shenton, because he knows they've got to catch this 236 first of all to win this one. This is another breathless race here today at Wilton Mill. Ollie Stewart, thoughts before we get on to the final lap?
Well, one thing's for sure, if Rocco Shenton doesn't make it in a career in karting or any of the other single-seater motorsports, he could definitely make it as a drift driver, because my God, he gets it sideways into the corners. But we're going on to the final lap now. All 3 of them, or 4 of them with that fact, on each other's bumper. Jake Fluid's going to have a hard job ahead of him, Andrew.
He's got to defend. He's got to defend up the hill now. He's been doing it brilliantly so far in this race. George Edgar's trying to sling it round the outside. We've seen one today already. There's another. Edgar up to P3. Downhill now towards Ashby Corner. Jake Fluid still holds the lead of this race. Aaron Richardson cannot find a way through. Edgar still holding on to 3rd place. George House has got ahead of Harley Musk in the battle for other places in the top 10. More corners have gone for Jake Fluid. There's no way this could happen, could it? Yes, it could. Through the toe of the boot. This is one of the most sensational victories we've seen in a long time in this championship. Jake Fluid has won a round of the British Kart Championships in Wilton Mill in the 236 for global karting. He'd never had a top 10 before at this level. Jake Fluid announces himself on the stage. The young man from Chester would have dreamed of this moment at the start of the weekend, and look at the respect that he's getting from the other drivers who have raced many times in this series, raced many times in European series. Jake Fluid's not had the opportunity to do that, but my goodness me, he should do after this. That was a fully deserved victory for Jake Fluid. He wins it by 1/4 of a second ahead of Aaron Richardson, and that just proves it, doesn't it, Ollie? It doesn't matter if you haven't got the experience. It doesn't matter if you've not got the previous credentials. On any day, if you turn up and you perform, you can be a winner. And today, the name was Jake Fluid.
Yes, that's exactly what he did. He turned up and he made an unbelievable move around the outside of Christmas, and that was what sealed the deal. Since that move, he led the entire race, not making a single mistake and not putting a foot wrong. That is an incredible performance from Jake Fluid. First win, and what a way to do it.
And he's a really, really nice lad as well. I've had the pleasure of commentating on Jake in other series that go around the country nationally. And this is a special moment, really, really special moment for Jake Fluid. For Aaron Richardson, it's not a repeat of the win from yesterday, but that's good for his early championship bid. He'll leave Wilton Mill as the championship leader by 15 points. George Edgar on the podium again for Mick Barrett Racing. That's the 13th time that's happened for young George. Rocco Shenton, Sukhmani Kira in the top 5. Harley Musk, Max Endicott, George House, Adam Bourne. A great drive from Adam Bourne there as well. In the top 10, completed by George Clark. But let's just take a moment to see how this young man feels. Jake Fluid, what a performance for global karting. They're not the biggest team, but I tell you what, they've had races with other drivers in their hands, and they've been able to show what they can do. Could this be the start of? We say it over the last few years. I remember back to 2024, it was Sam Pollitt Racing, that there's a team that can grow and kind of shock a few people in these championships. They get one win, and then the success starts to come in even more if it's been away for a while. Could that be the case for global karting this year in Jake Fluid?
Yes, and one interesting fact, he is the only driver in the whole grid to have a white helmet.
Excellent. But it's the perfect livery on the helmet, isn't it?
Yes.
Could always spot him out there. He's very calm, I must say, for a first win at this level. Let's have a look at some of the highlights
from that race. This was the race start. Keep an eye on that all-white helmet to do this move around the outside. Oh, that was fake news that was put into our ears, because Zach McDonald's got a white helmet as well. But that was the initial move from Jake Flewitt up to third place. This was the moment where we lost several drivers from this race. Out would go Riley, out would go the 255 of Zach Sidney as well involved in that, and George Quinlan. George Quinlan was actually get back into it. This was the move. Look at that. That is unbelievable. And fair play to Richardson as well. Richardson could have shut the door there and made things very difficult for everybody involved. But that is going to be in the top 10 of overtakes in the championship this year. This was Richardson having his own go around the outside, and Flewitt was wise to it. The race management from Jake Flewitt was brilliant as well. Every single time he placed his kart into a defensive position, it was absolutely on point. This was a close moment as well between Richardson and Edgar. Richardson nearly losing it out over the curb there. And into the second half of the race, Freddie Wood had this moment with Zach McDonald. It would take both of them out of contention. Both wouldn't see the checkered flag. Richardson fought back. Sukmani Kira in the middle stage of the race looked really good. There was the point where Richardson pounced. I think for Sukmani there, a little bit of caution. Obviously, Flewitt was to the middle of the track. There wasn't much that Sukmani could have done at that moment. That's when Richardson pounced. This was some of the more defensive work from Jake Flewitt. And he wasn't over-defending, I thought, throughout the course of that race.
No, he defended perfectly. Aggressive, but fair.
Yeah.
Very fair. And to retract my previous statement, he's not the only driver with a white helmet. He's the only driver inside the top 10 with a white helmet.
Was that one that came in from Mr. Fitzhugh in your ear?
Maybe.
We've learnt this. Don't trust producer James. He's not a commentator. But yes, for Jake Flewitt there, a great victory. Very much looking forward, and yeah, we'll see the comments that are cheering him on as well. That's one that gives you that belief back in the sport that on their day anyone can win. Let's get some thoughts from the drivers. Let's head down to Cale Lynch.
Well, thank you very much, and we hope you enjoyed the action-packed highlights of the Junior X30 final here at Wilton Mill. I am here with George Edgar, our third place finisher. George, talk us through that race, because you've had a really mixed day.
Yeah, obviously this morning qualifying 9th, it wasn't ideal, but through the heats we've managed to come third in the first one, then win the second one. So it's not been a bad day, and then obviously then in the final, as you saw, it was a lot of action inside the top 3, outside the top 3. I think at one point I wasn't even in the top 5, but we managed to fight our way back through to a podium. And over the weekend we've gained amazing championship points, obviously being in the podium in both finals and starting the finals in 2nd and 3rd. It's not a bad way to start the championship, and hopefully we can build momentum for the rest of the season.
It is definitely a good start for you. And tell us about that move, because you made a move at Christmas Corner around Rocco Shenton. Talk us through that, because that was a brilliant one.
Yeah, going up to Christmas, it was the final lap. I knew that there was nobody behind me. I had nothing to lose, so I just went in deep, ran the outside, and it paid off. So,
well, congratulations. Thank you very much. But let's get a quick word from our second place finisher, Aaron Richardson. Aaron, come over here. Bittersweet for you. Started on pole position. It was very crazy there in the mix of that race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good race. Started on pole and then finished P2. It's better than nothing. Would have rather had a win, but P1 yesterday, P2 today, you can't really get much better apart from I could have got P1, but it's good championship points.
Well, exactly. Talking about championship points, we're guessing you and Fusion are going to be the team looking for that championship win this year.
Yeah, I mean, Riley done it last year, and the year before Harrison done it, so I'm hoping to get 3 in a row for Fusion, so it'll be good.
That would be brilliant. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of your weekend. That is it then from our Junior X30s. But let's speak to your race winner, Jake Flewitt. Come over here. Congratulations. We know how emotional that one is for you.
Yeah, it's been great. We came into this one not really having big expectations, but yeah, all weekend we struggled with pace, but for some reason it came to me in the final and we managed to win.
And this is your first year in privateer, in senior, British Kart Championships. This is your first ever podium, and it is a brilliant win at round 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing. We've done a few guest rounds at British, but we never really know where. So to come here for my first ever year and British, we've came home with a win, which isn't too bad. Yeah.
No, you are absolutely showing it out there that it is possible for the privateers. And I'm sure this is going to fill you with confidence for the rest of the year.
I mean, yeah, we came into this year not really having big expectations. First year in X30, so we wasn't really expecting much. But now that we came home with a win after round 2, I think we can go for the championship this year.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Jake. You can go and celebrate with your team and your family. And let's move on straight to Senior X30.
Wera, what a start from the second. Hard, heading up into the top section.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wilton Mill. One more race to go then for this Event 2 weekend. Andrew Mather and Ollie Stewart at the commentary position for you, and it's the biggie. It's the seniors. Senior X30, their second final of the year. We've seen every single final today, Ollie, has been the highest quality, the highest entertainment. Can the seniors top what we've seen so far?
Well, they're going to have a tough job ahead of them, that's for sure, but we've seen seniors before. We know what they're capable of. I think they've got a good shot at it, especially with how many drivers there are on the grid today.
Keep your comments coming in. Keep your thoughts for what race of the day has been, because we can play around with it on the Sky highlights as to which order they all go in. So we'll see whether this is going to be another classic. Let's head down to the grid. Let's head over to Cale Lynch.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew, and he is correct. It is time for the main events here at Wilton Mill for round 2 of the IAME X30 Senior X30 final. Let's speak to our pole sitter, Nat. How are you feeling? Let's come over here. How are you feeling ahead of the final?
Yeah, pretty good. Been quite quick all day, so just see what we can do, just focus on myself, what I can control, and try and maximise the result.
You have had a really consistent day. You were first and third in the heats. Is that setting you with confidence ahead of today?
Yeah, I mean, the first heat was a great result, first, and then the second one I just chilled out, did what I had to do. So yeah, pretty confident for this, see what we can do.
And of course, you've got Gus Lawrence in the background coaching you. You've got a really strong team behind you this weekend. Do you think that's helped?
Yeah, 100%. It's amazing to have all the guidance of everyone who's just done it before. So yeah, helps a lot.
Well, good luck for this race, Nat. Let's speak, though, to Lewis Bird, who is joining Nat on the front row of the grid today. Lewis, we'll come over to you. How are you feeling? You've had a mixed start to your year, a mixed start to the British Kart Championships, but you're on the front row.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't have the best days yesterday with not getting any time set in quali. So it was just damage and limitation, really, seeing what we could pull out of the day. And today's been a lot better, so see what happens, I guess.
And it's been a really strong day for Premium. You've got your 2 teammates behind you. You've got Sam Lewis and Harrison Whitcomb behind you on the second row of the grid. Do you think that's going to help you this race?
Yeah, probably will help with the start a lot, but race is a race, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to win, you want to win. So we'll just have to see what happens, I guess.
And speaking of the start, is there a game plan with you and the team?
Not really, just hopefully we can get, our side can get a good start and then just see what happens from there.
Well then, good luck. We will leave you to it. That is going to be it from our Senior X30s. Let's head back to the box when we are going to watch their final and the final of today.
Thank you very much, Cale. Indeed, this is the last race on what's been a great weekend here at Wilton Mill. Big thanks to the whole Wilton Mill team, led by Dan Rust. And before we go as well, big thanks to all of our marshals out on circuit, all of our race officials, the Orange Army. We couldn't go racing without them. Fingers crossed we're going to get through this one, and we're going to have had a completely dry weekend at Wilton Mill. I never thought I'd say that at the start of this weekend. It did rain last night, but it was well after we'd finished. Oh, the drivers had finished. We nearly got rained on yesterday for some of our recorded pieces, didn't we, Ollie?
Yes.
But no, jokes aside, this final, plenty of drivers who could win this one as well, isn't there?
Absolutely. And don't say that. You should know now not to talk about the weather conditions. That's when it could change.
It's all good.
Yeah, well, hopefully. We can always hope so. But yes, many good drivers in this grid, all starting, I believe, majority of the drivers in their deserving positions. So this is going to cook up a storm.
It is indeed. Engines fire. Away we go then for the formation laps here in Senior X30. Let's take you through the grid for the second round of the season. On pole position for Mick Barrett Racing, it's Nat Stappen himself, Nat Johnston. Lewis Bird alongside on the front row of the grid for premium karting. It's an all-premium row 2 with Harrison Whitcomb, yesterday's winner, and Sam Lewis. Max Ewell and Joey Brown go from row 3. CJ Bennett and Aaron Brown go from row 4. Monty Brathwaite and Mayan Patel go from 5. Theo Lestrange and Tristan Powell starts on row 6. Scott Riley's been great this weekend, starts on row 7 alongside Laith Khan for this final. David Marshall and Morgan Moore go from 8. Alfie Gallagher and Macy Hitter start on row 9. Dylan Patel and Liam Karabelov go from row 10. It's Cameron Edmonds and Freddie Fowle on 11. Joao Castro and Alexander De Benevitis go from row 12. And the last of the 26 drivers in this field, Levi Zangera and Dylan Masters. Second formation lap underway then. Nat Johnston yesterday 5th in the final, a final that was won by Harrison Whitcomb, with Morgan Moore on the podium, Sam Lewis taking his first podium in his time in the British Kart Championships. And that's been one of the good stories, or feel-good stories this weekend, Ollie. I've been keeping an eye. We've been doing some statistics in the week, and the number of drivers who have got their best result ever in the BKC off the back of this weekend is a really promising sign for the rest of this season.
Yes, I think it was quite nice to see there was a few drivers this weekend getting their maiden win. Always important, and it's very, very, very good for their confidence going into the next round of the British Championship. That'll help them for the championship as well, being up at the top of the sheets going into the next round, which is, I believe,
heading up your way, Lark Hall.
Nice one.
In 40 days' time for the next event involving all of the IAME categories and, of course, Honda Cadet. Shall we have one more last bit of fun here this weekend at Wilton Mill? Here we go then, into the tram line. Senior X30 final is underway. Great start for Nat Johnston. Great start as well for Harrison Whitcomb, who's straight up into second place. Lewis Bird drops to third. Up towards Christmas Corner they go for the first time. Joey Brown slinging it round the outside. The gunslinger takes 1 place, nearly 2, through the number of overtakes around the outside through the first couple of corners so far this weekend has been unbelievable. Liam Karabelov having a bit of a moment in the midfield there in the 344. But apart from that, we're all good. And the top 2 breaking away, Nat Johnston. And there's a move as well for Max Ewell. Max Ewell up into the podium positions on the first lap of this race. But this is dangerous for the rest of the field. Straight away, Johnston, Whitcomb. Oh, big load of curb from Harrison Whitcomb. He needs to be careful with that. We've been saying across the course of the weekend he does like to use the curbs around this place, but that's risky.
Yeah, that's definitely a bit too much, and especially with the track limits as well. Too many infringements, and you start to look towards the penalty. As we see a really good move and late move down the inside for the number 8 car. Oh, and another move for the lead, and that's Harrison Whitcomb through now. Is it too premature, or do you think that this will be the course of the race and he will bridge a gap, Andrew?
Well, he won from 6th on the grid yesterday in the first final. He's started from 3rd here today. We know his race pace in these 12-minute disciplines is strong. Can he start to race away from the rest of the field? That's what he did yesterday in the final on Saturday. Over the line again, end of lap 2. Whitcomb from Johnston, from Ewell, Bird, Lewis, Brown, Bennett, Brown, Patel,
and Powell. Man, Patel's had a good start. Up a few positions. Morgan Moore as well. Here goes Morgan Moore down the inside, right on cue. Thank you, Morgan. Into the top 10. That's 6 places gained now for the young Irishman. He's another of several drivers in this field who come and compete in the British Kart Championships because they say this is the hardest championship to win in. Their drivers. Oh no, that's all gone wrong for Morgan Moore. Oh dear, gets together with Mayan Patel. That's what can happen through Osius. Patel off the road as well, and Morgan Moore out. Well, we were just saying that it's a difficult championship to win in. Morgan Moore has had a good record over the past few years in the Euro Series and is not happy about that situation at all. CJ Bennett now the fastest driver on circuit, and there's Bird down the inside for 3rd place, taking that podium spot away from Max Ewell. Ollie Stewart, how did you read that one into Osius?
Yeah, that was... It's very hard there to say. I mean, you're obviously going to be upset, right? Yeah. You're going to be devastated about that, and heat at the moment, it's so unfortunate. As I said previously, you put so much work in through the weekend, and something like that happens in the final race. And it's going to have a detrimental effect on the championship as well, as we see a really good move in there by the 375 of Max Ewell. And who's this in the Fusion car? Number 311 of Joey Brown going around the outside there. Yes, battle's heating up, Andrew. I like this. Yeah, that was a good send from Max Ewell to take 4th place back ahead of Sam Lewis, who was on the podium yesterday and had been showing with the pace today that was no fluke yesterday. He's been consistently up in the top 5, although Max Ewell now under investigation in the 375, so we'll keep an eye on that one. CJ Bennett on Joey Brown, that's close, but not too close. Aaron Brown sneaks through. That is, of course, the new driver in the PF International machine, the same PF International machine that took Gus Lawrence to 3 titles in this category from 2022 to 2024. Gus is here this weekend. He's been doing a lot of hard work with drivers in Mick Barrett Racing, training them, giving his insights of how to be quick round here. And I tell you what, it's worked with Nat Johnston, because Nat Johnston is still there in 2nd place with a great chance of getting a strong score on the board in the early stages of this season. We're talking about drivers who are looking to break records. By my records, Nat Johnston's best finish 5th place last year in X30 Junior at GYG. So could this be another driver who gets their first podium? Oh, Theo Lestrange down the inside, kicking the back inside wheel up there. Gets past Leithcard. That was a proper move for 12th place. Yeah, that was mega. So late and really big lunge into there, but perfectly clean. No problem with it whatsoever. And just to note, there's a lot of big movers in the field already. Yeah. We've got Macy Hitter up 7 places, sorry. We have Levi Sangera up 11 places down there from 25th on the grid. Significant movers, Andrew, and early on in the race to do it too. Indeed, Macy was in the top 10 yesterday in the final on her debut in the British Kart Championships. And that's something that can be built upon as well. That's another name that we need to be keeping an eye on across the course of this championship campaign. 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this race. Joey Brown there in 6th place ahead of near namesake Aaron Brown, who, if you're new to Aaron Brown, does a lot of hard work on the engineering side. I think that's probably one of the big reasons why PF International have picked up his services for this year, because he's well respected within the paddock. Was quite often for a good while not just running and tuning his own engines, but also having customers in the paddock who is tuning the engines for as well. And that's not easy, really isn't easy at all. So I do like to see Aaron Brown continuing to do well out there, just like that. Down the inside, takes 6th place away from Joey Brown. You can see the commitment now. Next job, try and catch up to Sam Lewis, try and break into the top 5. Yeah, absolutely. And that was such a decisive overtake. But for those of you who aren't familiar, racing on itself is so much concentration. It takes so much concentration to do well in that. But then to deal with your engines as well, sometimes you've got problems. It takes a long time to deal with engines and the technicalities of motorsport. So to be able to focus on both and yet still perform the way that he does is very, very impressive. Yeah, he's, I say, working with Paul Fletcher now in terms of the engine development. Cale is down trackside and has found a special guest. Cale's down with Caden McQueen.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I have found Caden McQueen. Caden, you're coaching the Croc boys this weekend. What have you made the race so far?
Yeah, not really the race we wanted at the moment. One of them got spun round and the other one didn't have a great start, but hopefully we'll make our way back up there.
What about the other drivers? Whitcomb in the lead so far. What are your predictions for the rest of the race?
I'm not sure at the moment. Lou looks quite fast in third. Hopefully he can catch the front boys and win the race.
Thank you very much. Let's head straight back to the box.
Good to hear from Caden McQueen there. Another driver doing a brilliant job, racing out in the States a lot recently, flying the flag for British karting. And, well, he's absolutely right. Lewis Bird is catching in on Nat Johnston here. Could this be another great result for premium karting?
I think it will be, Andrew. I think it will be. They're very close there, and Harrison Whitcomb is just bridging out a very consistent gap here with 4 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock. It is looking unlikely that they're going to catch up to him. Lewis Bird, if he makes the moves on Nat Johnston, that'll cost him maybe 1 to 2 tenths, and then they'll be falling into the realms of a second behind Harrison Whitcomb going into about the 3 minute mark. That's tough. That's tough to catch.
It is tough to catch. Should note, Bird is under investigation. It was around the same point as at which Max Yule's notification came in as well. So we did see a bit of back and forth early on in this race as Lewis Bird gets down the inside. Oh, Nat Johnston's got no option there but to concede second place to Lewis Bird. I love that. That's the kind of move that for Lewis last year just didn't quite work. And he's refound his rhythm at the start of this season, and I'm so glad that he has. He's a brilliant driver, a great entertainer out on circuit. That was a mega move for second place in this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is the beauty of the doubleheader. You can have a bad start to the weekend like he did yesterday, having a chain come off in qualifying, and look at the recovery he has had in this part of the weekend. Up to second place with the fastest lap, I may add. And there's a chance of him catching his teammate too.
Is indeed. So, as I say, the best result for Lewis Bird. I think going back to Three Sisters at the end of the 2024 season for Lewis Bird getting a second place through the chicane once again. 2 minutes and 45 remaining on the clock. It's now Premium Karting 1-2. They had a big win a few weeks ago in Europe with Freddie Lloyd. Again, Freddie Lloyd not here today, but per the information that I've got and the understanding that I've got, we'll see Freddie Lloyd back for Lark Hall and beyond for the rest of the season. He's racing in another championship this weekend. I think he just likes to make things even harder for himself. He did exactly the same thing with the IAME Euros a couple of weeks ago. But either way, Premium Karting, I have been thoroughly impressed with the work that they've put in with all of their drivers this last few weeks, and it's going to take something quite big, I think, to wrestle this race win away from them. This is the fight for fourth place on your screens. Max Yule, Aaron Brown, Sam Lewis, Joe Brown, Scott Riley. Scott Riley's had a great weekend. Been great to have another new driver on the grid. As down the inside for fourth place, there goes Aaron Brown. Gains another spot. PFI machine is on the move. But not if Max Yule's got anything to do about it. Yule back down the inside, retakes that position. Here comes Sam Lewis as well, as in comes Joey Brown and Scott Riley and CJ Bennett now on the scene as well for MDL Motorsport. This is a proper scrap.
Yeah, absolutely. It started to heat up in the middle of the pack. I'm just looking at the time difference between Harrison Whitcomb. He's actually managing to bridge out about half a tenth to a tenth a lap on Lewis Bird, so I think he's pretty comfortable out there in the lead. But back down in the middle of the front pack with Aaron Brown, Joey Brown and Scott Riley, it is heating up.
It is indeed. Just to note, Morgan Moore under investigation. That's not going to come to much because he's already out of this race. Oh, Aaron Brown and Scott Riley getting together there. Scott Riley goes through. No space there for CJ Bennett to take advantage on the second phase. Sam Lewis still looking at another good top 10 here. Point forward there from Tristan Powell. Tristan Powell, who made a big impression in his novice year of Senior X30 in the BKC. He's not a novice anymore, of course, and is commanding traffic right now to try and move up the order. So just Max Yule and Joey Brown left now in the fight for fourth place. 2 laps to go. Still that 1.1 second gap between Harrison Whitcomb and Lewis Bird. they're looking pretty set. And this is almost a repeat of what we saw yesterday between, as there's a moment between Max Ewell and Joey Brown. A little bit of damage perhaps on the front of Joey Brown's kart there. Oh, and another little close moment off of Ashby Corner. This could give Scott Riley an opportunity to break up into the top 5. Scott Riley cuts the inside. Oh, that's textbook. That's magic from Scott Riley through and into 5th place. Time is up. Last lap board is coming out. Harrison Whitcomb right now, Ollie, looking like he's going to do it again. He took the double opening round at Warden Law last year to taking those first 2 finals. Looks like he's going to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just noticing that Johnson seems to be struggling for pace today. He had a lot of pace yesterday, but he's just not quite there. Oh, and a move around the outside there for CJ Bennett. Really good move there. And then also an attempt on getting Sam Lewis as well, as Max Ewell goes in tight down into that corner. This is heating up again. Oh, just a look down the inside. And he's got another 3 wide going into the left. Oh, and Max Ewell missing out. Joey Brown just about getting the overlap on the outside, but I'm not sure. But anyway, coming around the final corner, Harrison Whitcomb does the double again.
He does it again indeed. Harrison Whitcomb wins round 2 of this year's British Kart Championships in Senior X30. Lewis Bird is back on the podium as well, P2. And Nat Johnston has made it as well. The man from the Cotswolds, not too far from here, is 3rd for Mick Barrett Racing. But Harrison Whitcomb came into this weekend with a mission statement, a tall mission statement, to try and repeat what he did at Warden Law last year. He was the highest seeded driver on the entry list heading into this weekend, and he leaves Wilton Mill with a 5-point advantage in the championship over Nat Johnston. That is a job well done by Harrison Whitcomb and by Premium Karting. They win in Senior X30 yet again.
Yeah, very controlled race there. Just so much speed. Just really, really capable of leading that whole race. Just unbelievable speed. Just switched it up there and no one could keep with him. But yeah, very mature driving throughout the grid there with a solid finish to that race.
There is your provisional result then. Whitcomb from Bird, a premium 1-2 here at Wilton Mill. Nat Johnston takes Mick Barrett Racing back to the podium, and by our records, I think that's Nat's best ever finish in the British Kart Championships. A supreme bit of work there from Nat Johnston. Scott Riley as well on debut in the British Kart Championships comes home P4 in this second final of the weekend. Joey Brown as well in the top 5. Back on form. That's the best result that Joey's had since Three Sisters in the Juniors in 2024. Max Ewell, Aaron Brown, Sam Lewis, CJ Bennett and Theo Lestrange all in the top 10. Tristan Powell, 11th. Good drive from Macy Hitter, up 6 places to 12th. Biggest mover in that race, up 12 spots, was Canada's Levi Sangera. Laith Khan and Dylan Patel complete the top 15. David Marshall, Monty Brathwaite, Freddie Fowle, Alfie Gallagher and Liam Karabelov complete the top 20. It's Alexander Benediktis in 21st, ahead of Mayan Patel, who had that clash with Morgan Moore. Dylan Masters, 23rd, last of the finishers. 3 retirements in that race: Raul Castro, Cameron Edmonds and Morgan Moore. But there he is, the number 3 seed from last year, has kicked off 2026 here at Wilton Mill in exactly the same fashion that he kicked off 2025 at Warden Law. The question is now, Ollie Stewart, can he now continue the form that slightly eluded him in the second half of the season last year? Can he turn that number 3 into a number 1 come the autumn?
I think so. With the way he's driving, there's absolutely no reason why not. That was fantastic performance. So smooth, very little mistakes. He did everything he needed to do there, Andrew. I don't think he could have done very much more. And if he keeps driving the way he does when he goes up to Lark Hall, my favourite track, by the way,
of course,
then, yeah, he's got a big chance.
Has indeed, and say the young Welshman leads the championship by 5 points over Nat Johnston, heading towards Lark Hall. For all of the stats, all of the results, do make sure that you head across to Motorsport Timing-UK. Big thanks to Ian Rogers, Yaz Manchester, and all of the hard work that they've done to keep us up to date here in the box. Big thanks to Dan Parker, Claudia Short, Louise Brown, the whole team here at Wilton Mill, who've put on another great event here. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that one. This was the race start. Nat Johnston taking it from pole position. And this was an early indication that Harrison Whittaker was here to win here today, Ollie. That was a super run immediately up to second place.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. You can see how hectic the start was as well, with Liam Carbello having a slightly sideways moment there. But yes, he got straight into second place with a great move there from Brown, but he goes straight into second place, and he made his decisive move into the lead and managed to drive away with a big moment there over the curb. Huge moment.
That was probably the only mistake that Harrison Whittaker made in the whole final. Morgan Moore made some moves early on. Whittaker got the inside line. And that was the key move in the end. This was the moment between Patel and Moore. Morgan Moore, really tough day. Had a great day yesterday. Lewis Bird, great to see. Lewis Bird is back, ladies and gentlemen, properly back and better than ever on his run into the top 3. Joey Brown was elbows out as well. Macy Hitter, 2 top 12s for both of her finals here this week. Aaron Brown as well, with a good performance for the PF International team. Keep an eye on that set up for later in the year. This was I loved that move from Lewis Bird. That was proper commitment, and fair play to Nat Johnston. Good racing room and respect given there. Max Ewell, a good drive today as well. He did lose a position here to Aaron Brown at the top of the hill, but then got it back down through Ashby Corner, and he can be happy with the results here at his home circuit. This was the close moment between Riley and Brown. CJ Bennett nearly finding the dirt out of Christmas Corner. And then Joey Brown as well, with Max Ewell fighting over 4th place in the latter stages of this race. That was the second moment out of Ashby Corner that allowed Scott Riley to get both of them, and move up solidly into the top 5. But it was Harrison Whittaker's day again, as it was 24 hours ago. 2 wins from 2 here today. A super run for the young Welshman, who will head to Lark Hall in around 40 days' time, the leader of the British Kart Championships in Senior X30.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say as a whole this weekend has been absolutely fantastic. So many great overtakes. In fact, probably the best overtakes I've seen in a long time in racing. But yes, thank you to everyone. I've really enjoyed my weekend here, and I've really enjoyed doing some commentating. Very interesting for me and different.
Different indeed. Thank you so much, mate, for stepping in, and you've done a brilliant job. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and hand over to KL Lynch.
Well, thank you, Andrew, once again. And that is it for our action here at Wilton Mill. But let's hear from our drivers. Nat, 3rd place, pole position, so it's bittersweet for you, but how did you find that race?
Yeah, it's a good result overall. I mean, good points for a 1st and a 3rd, obviously, from today. I think it puts us 2nd in the championship, which is, yeah, a good result from the 1st round. The final was okay. I mean, I lost the lead quite early on. I was just banking on coming back at the end, but never quite had the pace there. So 3rd was probably the maximum. But yeah, I'd just like to thank my mechanic Jack, Gus, and then Dan and Mick from MBR, and Joe from Aventus, and then also a shout out to Gibbo, one of the scrutineers here, because he asked me to shout him out.
Thank you very much for that. Your team have obviously done you very well this weekend. One thing to note is this is your 1st year in senior. Obviously, you're right up there. What are your ambitions for this year?
Well, yeah, so it's my GCSE year, so we're going to take it steady for the first few months, but just improve as much as I can, see where we land, and then next year we'll go for it.
Thank you very much, Nat. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and have a nice week. That is it from Nat Johnson, but let's see if we can hear from Lewis Bird. Lewis, it was a front row start for you, 2nd place. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's good, but obviously I wanted the win, so I'm still a bit annoyed. But it is what it is. Still a good point for the championship, so good start to the championship, so we'll see what happens.
You and your team seem really strong this weekend. Do you think you guys have the foundations to do well in the championship?
Yeah, obviously all of my teammates are being high up this weekend, so yeah, I think we're pretty strong as a team in general, so hopefully that goes well as well.
Well, thank you very much. And is there anything you're going to be doing? We're not done with you just yet. Is there anything you're going to be doing in preparation then for the next round?
No, probably not. Probably just stay at home, go to work, something like that. But yeah.
Nothing too different?
No, nothing too different.
He's very confident then. Right, thank you very much, Lewis. Let's hear, though, from your race winner. Come on, Harrison. Harrison, you were rounds 1 and 2 champion last year, and you have come in and you've won the first 2 rounds again. That must feel great.
Yeah, it's amazing, obviously, to get a good start to the season, to make sure we're pulling away as much as we can at the start to make the rest of the season a bit easier for us.
Well, congratulations. Obviously, you've been really strong this weekend. Your whole team has. Has that been helping you?
Yeah, 100%. Premium been amazing. And I need to say a massive thank you to Steve, my stepdad, on the spanners. He hasn't spanned for over 2 years and he's had to jump on this weekend. He's done an amazing job. Nothing's fallen off. It's been amazing. So yeah, thank you to Premium, Argenti, Spike has done an amazing job on the engines and everyone else that helped.
They have done a brilliant job this weekend for you. And tell us, what are your ambitions for the year?
Well, I want to be British champion, but we'll just have to see how it goes.
Absolutely, you were pretty close last year, but thank you very much and good luck for the rest of your year. That is it from us today here at Wilton Mill for the British Kart Championships Event 2. Thank you very much for joining myself, Kjell Lynch, and Andrew Mather and Ollie Stewart in the commentary box. If you want to watch the highlights of this weekend, they will all be on Sky Sports F1 this week. Thank you very much and we hope to see you soon.